and his wife Tamar. My relationship with Kivi goes back 30 some odd years when he was a Talmud of mine in 11th grade. He embodies the expression of Chazal, mitalmidai yosim mikulam. From your students, you learn more than anybody else. In my personal life, over the last 30 years, when I had challenges within my home, within my kehillah, I turned to Kivi for strength and for guidance. Kivi has, together in life, we've traveled and we've learned certain lessons. I believe we can express it in last week's parsha. The Torah describes Lavan's engagement with Yaakov Avinu. Lavan refers to his children as Banai, Banai. The children are mine, as if they are a possession. Yaakov refers to them as Achim. He refers to his own children as his brothers. Rashi explains, because they were brothers in arms. When times were difficult, at a time of tzara, at a time of milchama, Yaakov turned to his children and dealt with them as brothers, validating each person's opinion and relying on them for strength and for guidance. Kivi, thank you for everything you've done for me for the last 30 years.
Hey everybody, we want to welcome you into our dining room as we have a discussion with one another, with you, about parenting, about humility, about what it means to remain connected in a very unknown world. But we want to take this opportunity to speak about what Amudim means to us. I think for many of you know, I'm serving on the clinical advisory board, but I've also been a part of the Amudim family almost since its inception. It's an organization that means the world to us simply because they're saving lives on a daily basis. And saving a life is saving a universe. And they do that in the most beautiful of ways possible. So here we are talking about life, talking about process, talking about parenting, talking about relationships, trying to find ways to infuse love into our own hearts, into our own homes, and we hope you enjoy. I know for myself, I always wonder how you feel about this, but for myself, speaking about many different subjects, I often feel competent, I feel engaged, I feel secure. Anytime I speak about parenting, there's often like this imposter syndrome that overcomes me and a feeling of like, what right do I have to speak about this?
Yes.
This very humbling process, one that there's no real way to get it right. There's no real way to get it perfect. The best way to approach it is almost one where you're engaged in it and you're thinking about it and you're conscientious about what it means and what it means to us and what it means to our children. But it always humbles me. And the one thing I know about this process is that different than every other topic that we might discuss is that it's a topic that we're all in it together. There's no one that's separated from the crowd. There's no one that stands out. I think there are those, you stand out by the degree of conscientiousness, much more so than the product or the result. And we put in our effort, and then it's bestowed upon us the ability to see the beauty in our children. That's the gift that Hashem gives us. But it's something that when we humble ourselves and get to a place where we really understand that this is about humanity and about us as a people trying to stay grounded in what's meaningful about being a parent and what it means to love your children unconditionally for who they are and what they represent. It's something that really humbles me. So I'm sharing this with you and with everyone else that's out there. It's a conversation in our dining room about what it's like to be a parent, the ups and downs, the struggle, and ultimately being in it together. It's interesting, we're both therapists, and I think there's a lot that people say about being therapists and raising kids and what that means for them. I myself am a child of a therapist, and as you see, many of my family members are also therapists as well. But there's certainly an expectation. You walk into a room, there's almost an expectation like you have it figured out differently than anybody else. And the truth is the sheer act of attempting to parent, attempting to guide and to nurture is one that humbles anybody who's engaged in it. I remember we had an experience which always stands out. We were at I think it was a Chalamoid, if I remember correctly. They had like some event here in Queens where they had all these like bouncy houses and things of that sort, like a trip. And uh, we were there together, and one of our kids started freaking out. There was like an event that happened, and we didn't really know what was going on at the time. And there we were trying to like settle it, and everyone is running around in different places. One of our kids was in excruciating amounts of pain, and we didn't understand what that was about. He was eating cotton candy at the time. We found out a minute later that there was a bee on the cotton candy.
This really happened.
And he ate the bee. The bee didn't exactly like it so much.
Well, he didn't eat the bee. The bee stung his tongue.
Yeah, he still has a mark.
He still has a mark from it. And apparently getting stung by a bee on your tongue is extremely painful.
Right. And there we were trying to parent as best as we could in the unknown, in this environment with all this chaos.
And being watched.
And being watched. And that was a moment. I remember there was a therapist, someone that we know well.
Yeah.
We were in a peer supervision group together.
Yeah.
And she made the comment as she sees us like trying to create some sense of normalcy and what it's like in that moment. Yeah. And she said, she goes, "Oh, look at the two therapists trying to raise their kids." And I still remember that moment.
It was nice. It was like a hug.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it felt like ultimately.
Yeah.
It's like a reminder.
Yeah.
We're in this together. And that's ultimately, I hope, what this conversation is like. One where we speak about some of the things that matter to us, the things that are important. And hopefully we could learn from it just a bit. There are 3 ideas that we would like to cover. We'll take our turns with it. One is about attachment and connection in childhood and the importance of it all. And also another idea, which is quite controversial, especially at this particular juncture in time, is unconditional love versus expectations, which is certainly a challenging one. And different styles in parenting, where I think we'd like to speak about a concept that, we're so often raised with the idea that parents need to be unified and exactly the same. And I think if there's one thing that's going to become clear throughout this discussion is that however much we love and care for one another, which we do, we're very different human beings. And being different human beings is going to produce different parenting styles. And how does that play out, with our children? And that's where we want to start. So I want to start with an idea I was learning. We're actually learning this a couple weeks ago. Last week we were talking about it, which was nice. That we're in the process of the Torah where we're talking about Avram Avinu and the tasks that Avram Avinu went through. And there are a few that really stand out, and Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs kind of like spends a lot of time focusing on these dynamics. What does it mean to leave a house, to lech lecha? What does it mean to be tasked with slaughtering your son? What does it mean to be tasked with letting your son go, Yishmael, go on his own? And what could we ultimately learn from these particular elements? They're all about self, all about parenting, all about relationships, and how do we understand it? So with all the questions that are asked, there's certainly a lot to learn about self and parents. And Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs shares one critical idea where he says, all of these stories, all of these tests that Avram Avinu had, they all represent breaking free, breaking away. Avram leaving his household, breaking free from his son, and also letting his son go. They all represent a certain concept. And even though it was challenging for him to go through all these experiences, it was really hard for him to engage in this journey of letting go. Ultimately, that becomes like the fabric of the test. The success was his ability to separate. And there's a lot that's been discussed about helicopter parents and what it means to be very involved in your kids' needs and desires and sort of like superimposing yourself on their being. And one of the lessons that we could take out from these stories is that in order to connect, in order to really connect with self, you need to go through a process of disconnection. You need to see yourself and see your children as an entity that's separate from you. They're connected with us, they're a part of us. But on the other hand, they're also their own autonomous characters, they're their own beings. They're people that need to be valued and nurtured and cherished simply because they are unique and they're them. And they may have elements of us inside of them, but what we celebrate is the fact that there's that separation, there's that difference. I think it's one of the most humbling parts of being a parent. We just had our oldest go into Eretz Yisrael for the first time.
I miss him.
Yeah, and like just the pain, the pain of sending a child away,
Yes.
but then met by the experience of knowing that this is the best for him. This is where he needs to be, where he could discover himself and he could grow and find himself
Yeah.
without our presence, just by himself. And that was really like the process, what you call like Lech Lecha, and also, you know, with the Akedah and sending away his son, learning to value and love another human being with that separation, seeing them as their own individual. And it's an idea that really stays with us, that our children are a part of us, but they're also separate from us. And it's our task to see them as separate characters that we're supposed to nurture them and build them up so they could become their own beings, their own people. They could develop their own families and their own lives for themselves. And I think so often what gets complicated in parenting is that it's so close, it touches the fiber of all of our beings,
Yes.
that it's so hard to see them as separate. We just want to protect and we want to make sure they're okay and never fall in any particular manner, to just be in a space of like sheer fusion. And what we learn from all these stories is that fusion is largely not helpful in helping a person develop to become their own being. It's helpful possibly in the beginning, the early stages of life. But as they begin to age, it's so much more about seeing them as separate characters and how could we nurture them so they could become the best version of themselves. And I know that want to make our way into the world of attachment, and I always love hearing your ideas on that subject.
Yeah, but I'm like thinking about as you're speaking about separation. And I'm thinking like, I think that's in some ways one of the hardest things for me as a parent. And, you know, as the kids get older and like this, the tension between protection and letting go. And I think that we experienced this from the beginning of, you know, as a woman, as a mother, the idea of separation, like birth being the first, it being, you know, notoriously a painful experience physically. And I think that as you know, children develop and grow up, the separation continues to hurt, but on a less and less physical level, and it just turns into more emotional and psychological, and it ends up actually being an internal process, I think, for the parent. Also, as a therapist, when a client is in like a deep experience and I know that she's touching something new and there's like a new tenderness that's happening and I need to become extremely in tune. So I have to actually kind of quiet all of myself, you know, from like my mind to my senses, to just quiet all the noise inside me, including all the stuff I know about her, because I need to create space for something new, and just to create an immense amount of room for her. You know, it's this idea that I've been learning recently of tzimtzum, of like making yourself like so small to give room to the other. And Hashem does tzimtzum for us so that we can grow, so that we have space for ourselves. And this is what you're talking about, like as parents, you know, acting on tzimtzum within our own selves to create space for them. So that's speaking to that idea. So I need to do that. On the other hand, if I do that, but then she has nobody to come back to, and she has no one to kind of fall back into routine with and a rhythm with. And if I'm not there so she can find herself, that's good. But then if I'm not there once she's found herself and I was never there before, then she has nothing to rely on. And it's the same thing with parenting, I find. It's like you were saying, as they get older, we need to do the separation. But if we never had the connection, then it's not separation, it's just lack of connection. And separation isn't a lack of connection. It's being connected and then giving space to them to grow. So that connection at the beginning, that attachment, that early childhood, home stuff, like all the stuff we know about, all the stuff that, happens on this dining room table and on the other dining room tables that have been broken and painted on, which you hate.
I hate paint.
Yeah.
I just feel like it doesn't belong in
But
a home.
it's part of attachment.
You think so? We're putting paint
Yes,
in the
yes.
category. Oh, it's
Yes.
necessary?
I think so. If you notice, this table does not have any paint on it. And that's my attachment to you.
I very much appreciate that.
But this is a pretty relatively new table, so it's also speaking to that. But I think that being that self, that connection, is that needs to be built throughout and continue to be nurtured throughout. So it's this tension between giving space and then saying, I'm here. And I think that part of that is being able to be a separate person on our own. I think our children want to know that obviously we care about them in every fiber of our being and they impact us. But if they think that our entire self is based on them, that's extremely frightening to them. They need to know that we exist even outside of them and that we exist no matter with what happens with them. And that is for them. It's like you are there and I can lean into you. So that separation needs to be built on that connection. And that separation also fortifies us, which ultimately gives them a safer base. And this, by the way, is, I can't not talk about marriage stuff because that's just interesting.
We're here in our dining room.
I know, it's true.
We might as well.
We might as well, this is like a date, but it's not really.
Cheers.
L'chaim. That when a child learns this process of connection and separation, and he learns during the separation, he needs to be alone, right? So when you let go and you say letting go, that means you're saying you could be on your own. Then the child turns into an adult that knows how to be alone. And an adult that knows how to be alone is also an adult that learns how to be connected. So it's the cycle that feeds itself. If you don't know how to be alone, then you'll end up being lonely because you won't be able to be there for another. You won't be able to modulate yourself. You'll drain the other, so to speak. That's sort of the codependent relationship, right? An often very misunderstood term.
Yeah.
But it's what the ability to be alone is what builds the ability to be connected versus codependent. So sometimes when it's hard for me and thinking of this idea of whatever that letting go is for me, whatever the new stage of letting go, then I think I tap into I'm giving to my child the ability to be alone. And that grounds me for a few moments until it doesn't.
Until you start missing again.
Yes, exactly.
I've always loved the Balbi sort of metaphor that he uses. I know Winnicott also uses the similar metaphor.
Yes, of the good enough mother, no.
Yeah, the good enough mother, but the idea that we infuse something in our children.
Yes.
There are different ways of looking at a child. And you could look at a child and see them as a reflection of yourself. And that is like a fusion. That is a connection. It's one and the same. And the message that you implicitly send to that child is that you are me. You're an extension of me. And when they make their way out into the world with that belief, they can't really stand up on their own 2 feet.
Right.
There isn't a sense of I have an identity, I have a being.
Right.
Because their identity is wrapped up in the identity of their parents.
Right. It's a new beginning, but it's a good beginning, but it's not a good process.
Yeah.
Winnicott says that the child learns about himself through the parent, the mirroring. He coined that concept, that he used that word when it comes to, that when you smile at a baby, the baby doesn't just smile back and then because he sees you smiling. The baby learns about his own smile because you're smiling. So he's saying that the baby learns about himself through the attachment. These are, a lot of the attachment theories. But you're saying, like, if all you see in your adult baby, it's very easy to smile at a baby, because it doesn't really, you don't have any conflict about it. It's just cute, But what about a grown child? What about, like, a...
Right, in all their difference.
In all their difference. Suddenly when it elicits stuff. Yeah, and then we want to control their smile, and we want to impact it, and we want to see on their face what makes us feel good as parents. Yeah. Like, a lot of times it's like, stop being what makes me insecure. So then we want to contort the face, as opposed to what you're saying, like, see the face.
Yeah, that's the flip side of that, is that you either look and there's a mirror, right, and you see yourself, and this is just an extension, or you look and you see their soul. Right. You look at their eyes, and you're not seeing your own reflection, but rather you're seeing them. You're seeing something new. Yeah. It's like the creation of something that's most beautiful and mysterious. And then you ask, like, questions like, who are you? Teach me who you are, and tell me about yourself, and tell me about your nuances and your sense of individuality. And that message somehow gets, like, imprinted on their own being. And when they make their way out into the world, there's a sense of, like, I have a self. Yeah. My self was given to me. It was gifted to me. And I don't have to fight for that identity. I could be different because I was seen as an individual. I was felt as an individual. And I think it's amazing to look at the research of even, like, the first year of childhood and the implications that it has later on in life. It's all pre-verbal. There's nothing, there's no discussion of self at that time. All it is do I see this child as its own entity, or do I see this child as a reflection of myself? Yeah. And its own entity, it introduces us to the world of mystery. I don't know who you are, but I know that you're beautiful, and I know that you're perfect, and you'll teach me about who you are.
And I think a lot of times, as you're talking about this mirror, Keith, like, I'm thinking what parents end up seeing, and this is something, this has been, my own personal journey with it also, is that, but I'm almost perfect as a parent, but I'm saying in that almost
Why
part,
almost?
Right, exactly.
Jump right in.
Exactly. Is the piece with when they see something in their child, when we see something in our child that we don't like, then it's hard to see past the regrets, the guilt, the insecurities, our own stuff, our own mistakes, our own questions, our own mysteries and parts of us that we don't like. Right. So we end up, being blinded by our own selves in that way also. I find that this is something that I work a lot with women when it comes to their own. When I see, like, a stuck in a mother, very often what's behind a stuck is guilt and regret. And then as soon as we somehow, like, touch that and quiet it a bit, or at least put it to sleep for now, then, like, what emerges is this, like, uncontrollable compassion, almost like this deep, like, but he's so something, and she's so, and compassion is right underneath it.
Well, there's, like, this parallel process that, like, if we learn to accept our own humanity, and when I mean by humanity, I mean our own flaws, we could accept the fact that we're very imperfect as an individual and as a people. We're just simply imperfect. If we could accept that in ourselves, it becomes so much simpler to accept that in another, certainly in our own children. And it's like, if we can't accept ourselves and our own flaws, we certainly can't accept our children's flaws.
Yes.
And if we can accept our own, then we could really lean into the fact that we're all trying to figure it out.
Yes.
They're trying to figure it out. We could respect that process.
Yeah. And when we resist that process, we end up resenting the fact that our kids are making us do that process. And we end up blaming them for the process that we have to do. I sometimes say in, like, my lectures that if you're not, especially with adolescents, like, if you're not, like, changing in some way, like, if you're not, if everything is the same as 10 years ago, then, like, something's wrong. I'm not going to tell you you should go this way or that way, or let go of this, or put on more boundaries in this. Just things need to be moving internally with you. And if it's not moving, like you talk about this often, like, if you're not in the tension That means that you've let go of yourself and
Given up.
yeah.
Yeah, tension represents like I'm engaged.
Yeah.
I'm a part of the journey.
And that goes into our next topic of expectations.
Yeah, and unconditional love.
Unconditional love. Speaking of the tension.
Yeah, for sure. It's I feel like one of the hotter topics today.
Yes.
You've seen it written about in the magazines,
Yeah.
you know, Mishpacha and Ami.
Yeah.
All this dialogue between, you know, what does unconditional love really mean?
Yeah.
And
How
does that mean,
how far do you go with it?
right, could we have expectations? Could we not have expectations? And I think it's very easy to get caught up in the narrative. It's very easy to get caught up in like which side, which camp are we on? Are we on we believe that unconditional love is a necessity, or are we on the other side where it's all about expectations? And I often find that that narrative certainly removes us from ourselves. It takes us away from ourselves. It doesn't bring us closer to our own internal tension with these real fundamental questions, which is like, how do we love children when they're different from us? How do we love children when they act in ways that we may not fully agree with or we may not fully believe in? What exactly does that mean?
And what do they need from us as parents in that space? Do they just need, you know, like endless love, you know, unconditional, meaning it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
you just love? Or is that idea of boundaries, expectations, goals, whatever you want to call it, that other side,
Right.
you know, like that other side that has now become almost like the evil side, or like it's almost like, you know,
Don't speak about
yeah,
expectations.
it's like bad, you know?
I always find like debates like this, I find that they're often detrimental because they like we lose
Yes,
nuance.
that's a
We
good
lose
point.
like the
They
fact.
polarize.
Yeah, like you have to make a choice. Am I here or am I there? And what's my fundamental belief as opposed to where do I stand and how am I personally responding to this question? Because and I want to speak about that for a second, but I just want to share a story of one of the dear people I have like the honor to work beside, a client of mine, and it's a story of conditional love. And it's like as basic as it gets. You know, when you're raised in a home where there are very clear expectations about this is how you need to be. And I could fill in the blanks with many people that I've worked with who sort of had this story in their background, where it was very clear to them that we need you to be a certain way. And you're going to secure love by being that way. And when you think about what that does to the self, the development of self, that I can't pay attention to my own inner heartbeat. I can't pay attention to my own inner flow. Rather, I need to externalize my being and focus on my behavior as opposed to who I am as a person. It's a real relinquishing of self. And so this particular man, he was raised in it's possible to refer to his father as a bit of a tyrant, a controlling man. And he certainly had his own history as to how he became that person. But it manifested in his family where there was a great deal of control. He needed his kids to learn X amount of time in the right type of way, in certain conditions. And a child needs to make a choice in that moment. Do I abide by this to secure the love, which is the most important factor a child needs, is just a feeling of my parents embrace me, they adore me, they believe in me? Do I forsake myself in order to acquire this love from my parent? Or do I lean into myself and become that? And again, he's to this day, he's still trying to identify his own self. Here he is an adult years later with a family of his own. And it's hard for him to pause and listen to his own internal heartbeat because he's primarily focused on what exists on the outside as opposed to what he actually is on the inside. And when you think about like what conditional love does to a person, I've seen people spend 60, 70 years of their lifetime sort of lost in this like matrix of who am I really? And they have a very hard time sort of landing. And if there's anything we could say, the gift of looking at a child and saying, I love you for who you are, as opposed to I need you to be something for me, is probably one of the most selfless gifts we could give to a child. And it's a gift that keeps on giving. It gives to them, it gives to their children. God willing, it gives to future generations as well. But I think we could very much get in this like theoretical dialogue with this question, where do you stand? And to me, I always prefer to personalize things. Like, let's ask ourselves a question of, why do we conditionally love people in a certain way? Why do we need our kids to be a certain way? What is it ultimately doing for us? And how could we pause for a moment and try to engage in a very different type of manner? And it reminds me of a story. And I really see that a lot of the conditions that we place upon our children are largely because of our own deficiencies, our own unresolved emotional conflicts. And I like to share some of my deficiencies, if that's okay. I know you love when I do this, but it's just who I am. We had an experience, as a therapist. Well, I think people know this already about therapists, but as a therapist, there are certain like things you look out for, certain opportunities that sort of represent a degree of success, and like you've made it somewhere. And I think when you open up one of the magazines and they have like a Pesach program or a Sukkot program, and you see like a therapist there,
It's true.
I think most people kind of like look right past it. I don't think they're paying too much attention.
But therapists stop.
Every therapist I know stops and like, why that guy? What about me? Why wasn't I called? And I remember we had that moment where we were called and said like, why don't you come and speak at a program?
Right, it was fun.
And yeah, it was wonderful, and it was a great opportunity, and I also got lost. I'm just going to speak about myself because I think I had a very different process than you. I think you were much more grounded. I think it meant something different to me, and maybe a lot more to me based on who I am as a person and where I come from in this world. I never saw myself as a person who would be capable or worthy enough of being someone who could impart these ideas to others enough that they would really want to listen to it. That's my own internal wounds, my own insecurities that I carry. And I think that's why, as a therapist, I choose to travel alongside my clients as opposed to like place myself up on a perch and say, I sort of figured it out. Because internally, I don't relate to myself as someone who sort of figured it out. That's a part of my own story, and I'm working on it.
Well, you're saying it has given you the humility to be aside.
Yeah, I think it has. It certainly has its pros, it has its struggles as well. And I want to speak for a moment about the struggle. I remember, so we're going to this program, this beautiful Pesach program. I think as a child, like the idea of going to a Pesach program was a big deal. And I noticed as we were preparing, like this inner tension just building in me. Like, we're again the therapists in this place, and we're going to need to be a certain way, and we're speaking about different topics, so we're going to be looked at like, are we doing it the same way? And I kept having these like fears, like what if we're going into shul and my kids have like these grape juice stains on their shirt, or we're leaving
because our kids don't spill grape juice on themselves.
Yes, they never do that. We've trained them properly that they're
just
always
like there's
meticulous.
No paint on the table.
Yeah, they don't see the floor, the paint. But there is from one paint night. Remember that?
You actually mean that.
There is. There was a single paint night, and there's still paint on the floor, and I notice it every time. But that's my own work, and then we're doing okay with it. But so there was this like feeling that I had as we were approaching Pesach. Like, it wasn't filled with peace, it wasn't filled with serenity or joy, it was filled with fear. That what if I feel uncomfortable? And what I noticed real quickly in my children, and this is the beauty of children, that they know us at times better than we even know ourselves.
Yes.
And my two oldest, the two boys, like they picked up on my insecurity, and they kept like kind of like rubbing it in my face a little bit.
And they were young.
Yeah, they were young.
Yeah.
And they kept like yeah, I remember one of them got dressed and like he did his buttons wrong, and he's like, Abba, what do you think of this? And of course I just want to enjoy it and have a good time, but I found like my need for them to be a certain way which is what we would call conditional love. That's what we would call it. In that moment, it was an experience of conditional love. I needed them to be a certain way to quiet my own insecurities. And I placed attention upon them that they didn't deserve, they didn't need. And I think that we ultimately, but it was coming from myself, my own feelings of, am I really good enough? Am I valuable enough? Will people see me in a regard that I'd like to be seen, or will they see me as a human being with flaws? And in that moment, for whatever reason, I didn't want to be perceived as a person with flaws. I wanted to be seen as sort of put together. And I was forsaking myself. And worst of all, I was forsaking my children. And I think one of the beautiful parts of this story is that there was a tension and we were able to speak about it. And we ultimately made that decision to say, well, it's mostly me, like until I kind of work it out, we shouldn't place our children in such a position where they're uncomfortable with it. And obviously we've gone to other programs since, and I've gotten to a better place with it. But it's just amazing to kind of look at this story of conditional or unconditional love, not from the vantage point of our own cognition. What do we believe in? What's correct? But rather, look at that question with a mirror before us and say, what is going on with me? Why do I need my kids to be a certain way? Why do I impose certain beliefs on them? And I think the more we ask ourselves that question, the more we're going to realize that it's our own work. And if we do that well enough and we're aware enough of who we are as people, then we're going to have much less of a need to impose these sanctions upon other people that give them that sense of ultimate loss in who they are. And I want to finish with one little story with this element. I was speaking to a boy recently, this beautiful, alive, Hasidic boy who was struggling with different yeshivas, one after the next. It just really wasn't working out for him. And when you speak to most kids about their experience, especially at 16, 17 years old, they have a lot of rage and a lot of anger towards the system. And speaking with him, I didn't catch any of that. And at some point I asked him, I'm like, you seem to be so okay with the fact that at times you're mistreated and at times you're spoken to in a very derogatory way in the systems that you're in. And how are you okay with that? And he looked at me with like this blank, like this face of knowledge and understanding, like a serenity. And he said, like, I'm always supported in my home. And my parents have my back. They believe in me. And because of that, even though I'm in this environment where sometimes I feel like I'm being beaten up, and he is beaten up there at times, but at the same time, he carried with him this sense of, we got your back. And it makes life so much more enjoyable, simpler, more effective, with a sense of self, a sense of being. And it's just a beautiful story. So we almost need a new definition when we talk about this. Clearly, we have a belief system. We have a Torah that guides us. We can't ignore that. We can't forsake that. It gives us form as to what's right and what's wrong. And when we talk about unconditional love, it comes into the face of some of these other ideals that we also carry. And how do we imbue that within our family? And I think that to switch the word a little bit, instead of unconditional love to unconditional belief, which is a term that I sort of lean into. We need to unconditionally, and I don't have any conflict with this at all, we need to unconditionally believe in our children, believe in their capacity, and that's about them. It's not about us, because we're filled with insecurities, we're filled with flaws. But when it comes to raising children, they're not there yet. They're just in a state of pure innocence and pure goodness. So it's not so much about that love, because sometimes we're incapable of giving love because we're caught in our own narrative. But unconditional belief extends beyond who we are as people. And it places the responsibility on our ability to love our children, as opposed to confronting our own sense of self or our lack of sense of self.
Yeah. And I think that last point that you made about them versus us, I think that's the main differentiation between, is it when it comes to, teaching our children, because a parent needs to also be a teacher. We need to guide them. They need our guidance, like you're saying. They need to be taught what to do, otherwise they're also lost. they need us for the rights and the wrongs. But I think like the key in what you're saying is it for me, so that for my own insecurity, so that I don't have to face myself? Or is it because I want you to be taught? I want this for you because this is good for you. And I think that learning the difference between those two is a constant, it's like a sharpening tool. And it has to get more and more nuanced, and then the challenge in figuring that out sometimes becomes more and more core, where you have to question even more core ideas inside you, like what is mine here and what is yours? Like what, and also it makes you kind of have to fine tune your own ideals. Like what is the main message I want to hold on to, and what is peripheral, what is external, what is the less something is defined by what it's not, the more it is going to be defined by what it is. So the more then it makes us need to fine tune our own, what are the messages we want to teach them, and what is it, and most importantly, is this, what is about them and what is it about us?
Where do we end and they begin?
Yes, because part of, like you said, like belief, part of belief is in the child being seen in his highest self. And, you know, one of my, I've had many teachers, and one of my biggest teachers was this girl that I remember she came in the first session with her father, and there was, and she was struggling, and she was mistreating herself in the world, and she was using many means of doing that. And the thing that bothered her father the most, for some reason, it was interesting. He probably has his own story with it, right? I never learned his story, but she did. Was smoking. Like for some reason, the fact that she was a smoker, despite other dangerous things she was doing, bothered him the most. And we ended up speaking a lot in the first session about her smoking. And eventually, you know, he let go of that. And he kind of leaned into just giving her space and quieting the tension in the home and quieting the fights. And that gave her space to grow. It gave her space to listen to that heartbeat that you talk about, and to listen and lean into herself. And to, and it, you know, she no longer was fighting all the time with her parents, so she could start to fight with her own self and to start to win some battles. And eventually it also externalized, and some of her behavior started to be kinder to herself. She felt enough love to herself that she started to treat herself with more respect. And one of the first things that she gave up was smoking. And I remember that moment when she told me, you know, Doc, guess what? Last night was my last cigarette, or whatever the context was, I don't remember. And at some point I asked her, have you told your father? And this was one of the saddest moments that I've ever encountered. She said, my father, he has long given up on me. Somehow that lack of expectation didn't translate into love. It translated into looseness. Like apathy. Into apathy, into nothing matters. Like, we don't expect much from you. We just want you to stop fighting. And that lack of expectation translated for her as in, like, I don't matter, that they don't see much in me. They've given up on me. They don't see the non-smoker in me anymore. They no longer think that I could be that. And
they gave up on the best self that she could ultimately be.
So I think that this is the tension in parenting, is to be able to be okay in the child's worst self, while at the same time never losing sight of their best self, and respecting them in their journeys and their struggles, and also respecting them in the best self they could be, is part of love. Is part of love. That's a way to love another. When a 2-year-old comes home with when a 5-year-old writes one sentence, I love you, mommy, and the mommy says, like, wow, it's amazing, it's your first sentence, and it's spelled wrong, but like, the mom celebrates that with her child, the child believes it, and the child internalizes it and says, like, wow, I just did something great, and my mom sees it. But let's say a 10-year-old writes a messy paragraph that that could be done better. And the child knows it, like you said, like they know it. But the mother celebrates it anyway, externally, in a non-genuine way. The child doesn't feel celebrated. The child feels placated. The child feels quieted.
Almost disrespected.
Exactly, almost disrespected. And what the child wants is the sense of, oh, they see that see how much greatness I have in me, that how they see the bigness in me, that I am bigger than now, that my bigness is greater than my challenge. And that also, you know, we talk about self-confidence. I think that this is one of the concepts that I still remember from grad school that was meaningful to learn, that self-confidence is really self-efficacy. It's the idea that I can do hard things. And the way that you learn that you can do hard things is by doing things that are hard for you. And things that are hard for you means that they're not comfortable for you. So something needs to push you to do that. And something needs to propel you to do that, not so that you can gain your parents' love. It's not conditional in that sense, but it's part of it's so that you can build your own self-respect, so you can gain your own love in a way, and that you can teach yourself, like, if I can do this, I can do anything. I know how to do hard things. So I think that differentiation between, is this for me or is this for my child? And then kind of keeping tabs on this, like, you know, containment and goals and expectations and teaching at the same time, being in the tension of that, I think is like a key space to remain in. We can't abandon that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like tolerating the imperfection,
Mm-hmm.
but not losing sight of the best self that could
Yes.
exist within a person.
Yes.
Yeah. It's a lot of tension to hold on to. Yeah.
That's what it is. Parenting well is parenting intention.
Yeah. Not abandoning the fight. I remember there was a program, we were talking about technology in a school I was doing some work with.
Yes, yes.
And
this is, I love it when you talk about this idea.
Yeah, the catchphrase of the program was staying in the tension.
Yes.
Meaning we're not resolving this issue, but we don't want to get too comfortable with it. We want to remain tense, because in that tension, we're going to have an honest battle with ourselves. And most of us, we forsake that. We simply give up because it's too intolerable for us. But staying in, as you're saying, is really the key. I just want to move a little bit to, and I always appreciate a little bit of this next idea that I wanted to share is that, and I'll start with a story. We had a moment. I find this like a little, these moments, like these kisses from Hashem, like these little beautiful gifts that you get that you didn't ask for, they just came your way. And I remember, I forget the circumstance, but it was in the living room right next to this room. And our children, they wanted something. I don't know, they wanted to go somewhere, they wanted an experience, and whatever it might have been. And I just happened to have walked into the room as they were having like a child conference amongst themselves.
Sibling meeting.
A sibling meeting. They got together. I don't think it was like officially called for,
right.
But they were talking. And I walked into the room when they were speaking about, and they were sharing with each other which child should go to which parent, and what should they say to get their means met, to get the trip or to get the whatever it is that they wanted at the time. And I remember walking into the room and I had the biggest smile on my face because they were so right.
We're so transparent.
We were so transparent to them. They knew exactly what to say, which child to send, how they should say it, and they were spot on. And I remember just like giving them a kiss, saying like, you're not getting this because you're busted, but I love this moment. I love what it represents. And to me, what it represented is like, we talk about like a unified front and sort of being the same. And however much we try to do that.
Being consistent. That's like the big word.
Right, but I think
as parents, like being consistent with the kids.
Yeah, like together, we're in it, and we have the same belief, we have the same approach, we have the same set of expectations of our kids. And I think you read so much about this idea that parents need to hold this unified front.
Always, like always agree about all the details around it.
Right. And here we are having this moment, you know, this little snippet of an experience with our children. And there they are sort of like flipping that whole theory, you know, upside down on its face, saying, we see right through that.
Yes.
We know exactly how you feel. We know what you believe in. We know what matters to you. We know the type of way we should say what we should say in order to speak to your sense of individuality. And I think it's clear, I hope that it's clear, even in this conversation, that you and I think we think very similarly in many respects, but we're very different human beings. We come from different places. And if anything, we're trying our best to celebrate that, and to not pretend that it's anything but difference. That we could believe in the same objectives and the same goals, but as human beings, we're going to approach it differently. Our pathways to our own development of self, our own emotional health, they were different. We come from different countries, different universes.
Many couples do, even when they don't.
Yeah, even if they come from the same block, they're sort of different.
Different countries.
And it was that teaching that our children gave us, that lean into your individuality, lean into the fact that there are differences, and the fact that there are different ways to approach things. And by doing so, they already know, but by doing so, we're actually honoring ourselves, as opposed to like trying to, you know, force ourselves into this posture that is not really genuine to who we are. And I think learning to develop a relationship that could tolerate those differences
and celebrate them, respect them.
Yeah, that we don't need to be the same.
Yes.
We could believe in the same things, but we don't need to approach it the same exact way.
Right.
And because I think our children gave us permission to be this, that they taught us that even if you attempted to, we're going to see right through it.
Yeah, but I think we also worked on that, love.
Yeah?
Like, yeah, I think so. I mean, our children taught us, but I know that, you know, like we both bring different things to this table. And I think a lot of times when our message as a parent, or our power as a parent, our impact as a parent gets threatened by the other parent, then the instinct is to quiet the other parent's voice, to make it weaker. And in doing so, you know, you're just defensive and weakening, and then you just end up having two weak parents.
Right.
And I think that, you know, this is something that I know that, like you're talking about how parenting has been humbling from the kids, but it has also been humbling for me as co-parenting with you. That whenever, now this is much more intrinsic, but because I've learned it now, it's become more natural. But even in a place where I just didn't agree with your point of view, whenever the spaces where I've just paused and like really leaned in and listened, like what's the sense in what you're saying? Like, what is the new point that I'm having a hard time integrating, that I'm too threatened by, that's threatening my sense, that's threatening my approach, that's even my vision, or even like even feels like even our child.
Even the belief about what's right and wrong.
Yeah, that if I just pause and really lean into that and try to hear it from a place of curiosity, from a place of honor and respect, then there's always something that I learn and I respect. And in that way, you've taught me to be a better parent in many ways, like 1,000%, because you've taught me all the things that I needed to learn. And also in my quieting myself, I've heard more, I've been able to, you know, hear my own authenticity better. Where, like I was saying before, I had to sharpen and kind of get rid of and shed the parts that were not necessary and were in the way. Yeah. And I think that when you also do that for me, where you listen into like what's the nuance here.
Yeah, well, what's the teaching you could give to me?
Like then we end up offering to our kids two nuanced and different parents, and they need us both.
Right. They need us both to be authentically ourselves.
Yeah.
And communicate together so we could find a way to discover what the other
Right.
is asking or could teach us about our role.
Yeah. And I loved like how you changed the words to belief with the unconditional. I would say here, like maybe to change it from parents needing to be consistent to parents needing to be really respectful. And I think the word respect has the piece of like seeing you as another for me, you know, kind of weaving it back to the beginning of our discussion here. Seeing you as separate from me in this journey, and also honoring you as a father, and hearing and learning from you as a parent, and in having enough humility to quiet and re-listen to my own voices and question my own voices, while at the same time, like you're saying, finding even a more authentic self. So when you do that, you not only empower each other to be a better parent, you also end up being, like you're saying, more authentically and more powerfully you.
Create room to lean into our authenticity.
Yes. So instead of then having two disempowered parents, you have two more powerful parents that are more uniquely them.
Yeah. It's so nice speaking about the journey.
Yes, it's
I think if
true.
anything this conversation represents is like a lot of our journey together and trying to do what's best and right and
Stumbling along the way many times.
many stumbling.
With
We'll continue
scraped knees.
to yeah. But at least we're trying to remain present
Yes.
and together in this journey. And I just want to end. Do you have any final thoughts?
The piece that just came to me that I feel like I can't not share almost in the piece that in my most humble spaces where there is that complete newness and complete aloneness with your own self as a parent, that the only place that grounds me is that I have a relationship with God. I feel like it would be really hard to parent without that. A relationship, you know, in whatever level of nurturing that comes to you.
Yeah.
That's a place that I go to and sometimes I say like, God, you love my child even more than I love him, which is like hard to grasp. And that like, and you love me. And you love me as a parent, like you love me, you chose me as the parent of this child.
And you accept me.
And you accept me and you expect of me and all of that. And to when I lean into that, I often find newer spaces there and comfort there and movement there. I feel very grateful that I have that. I would be really, really lost, even more lost without it. Yeah.
Well, thank you for this moment. And thank you, Amudim, for this opportunity. Guys, please give generously. This is a program that is saving lives on a daily basis. And this is our moment, sharing with you part of our journey. But we're all in this together. Everyone, I imagine, has similar conversations, similar dialogue about what's best. And we hope and pray that we find peace and comfort and love in our homes. And continue to think about the journey and the process, and with Hashem's help, we'll bring more love and peace into our own hearts and into the hearts of our children and all our people.
Yes, and I just want to join you in, you know, as when you mentioned like, you know, do you want to do this with Amudim? Like, I don't even pause. Like, if there's anything we can do for Amudim, it feels like such an opportunity. How can we not do it? Because it's done for the right reasons, with the right approach, and there is so much thought and professionalism and love and genuine care that goes into it, and I don't even know, hundreds of it, and to invest anything that we can in Amudim, I know will yield, generational results. You know, when you invest in a human being, you invest in forever, and I do believe investing in Amudim means that.
Yes. Thank you very much.
L'chaim, babe.
L'chaim. Cheers.
Welcome all to the Unite to Heal event. We are here tonight discussing what is missing, a conversation about social emotional learning. I am here tonight with the Darchenu team of Amudim, with Mrs. Shira Berkowitz, Rabbi Avi Landa, and Rabbi Yisrael Grossberg. And we will be having a conversation about what exactly is missing and why we need to be paying attention to the way that we develop and grow our children and communities. I'm so excited to begin our conversation. And I wanted to begin with a very basic question. Anytime you have a new initiative, whether it is educational, whether it's something that is involved with our children, my first instinct is always to ask, what's missing? Why on earth is this necessary? So before we even jump in to any description of a program or an initiative, I want to know, what is the problem that your initiative and your team is coming to address? Let's begin with Mrs. Shira Berkowitz.
Sure, thank you so much. What's missing? We teach math in school, we teach science, we teach Chumash, we teach Navi. We teach everything that our children need to know from an academic standpoint. Who is teaching them to recognize what they're feeling, to express their emotions in a healthy way, to know how to deal with their stress when they get stressed? Who's teaching them to be okay, being mindful, being present, and not having to be with friends or on their phones every second? Who's teaching them how to have healthy boundaries so they have healthy relationships, so they say no when something feels uncomfortable? What we're missing is what we need to teach our students, to teach our children, our Talmidos, our Talmidim, how to become healthy people, healthy human beings, healthy teenagers, healthy adults, and have healthy marriages, and be healthy parents.
I'm so happy that you brought that up, because let me add in another layer. You know, you talk about this emotional growth, emotional development, boundaries. Aren't we already teaching this? We have halacha curriculums, we learn Torah, we have role models from our rabbeim, from our local rabbinic community. So why exactly is what we were already doing not enough to address these issues? Meaning, these are all very important issues, but aren't we already addressing this with our Limudei Kodesh, with our Rabbanim, with role models, with our connection to Torah? Why isn't that enough? Perhaps, Rabbi Grossberg, you can address that.
Sure. So I think that we live at a time where the struggles are a little different than when, at least definitely when I was growing up. Technology, busier parents. It's not only the fact that nowadays there's a parlor meeting every night, there's a yeshiva dinner, the chasnas, but parents are strapped. Two-income families are really necessary within the yeshiva system, and parents are less available for their kids than they've ever been. And additionally, we very often were brought up to kind of take our feelings and stuff them down, not to feel, not to get upset about things, not to allow ourselves just to kind of soldier on. It's both an advantage and a disadvantage, mostly an advantage that students are really feeling and parents are listening to their kids, but now what do they do with these feelings? Where do they go with them? Some of the, to quote the great rabbi, said that, we can't keep coming to the same nuclear war with the old bow and arrow. We can't keep coming, it's a new age and we have to have new tools to dealing with that.
So Rabbi Landa, maybe you could help me understand better, because I'm not totally buying it. Maybe you need a curriculum and a program that addresses the parents, meaning Rabbi Grossberg just mentioned the parents are at parlor meetings, at chasnas. Maybe you need a curriculum for the parents. How exactly can you teach these very basic human skills from a curriculum? Don't you have to go to the proverbial school of hard knocks?
That's a great question. And you're right, the parents are strapped, as Rabbi Grossberg mentioned. They struggle tremendously trying to be able to maintain the home at a functioning, healthy standpoint in terms of educating their children. It can be strained. And in many cases, parents themselves will admit, sometimes they won't admit, that the school really is there nowadays more than ever to supplement some of that parenting, to be able to supplement some of that education. How can we only supplement some of the academic processes of children learning, math and science, as well as, of course, lahavdil limudei kodesh, Torah and Mishnah and Gemara and Chumash, Navi? How can we only supplement those but not supplement what's arguably just as important, if not more basic and fundamental, to allow learning in all the other subjects, and that is that social and emotional learning piece. Many times in the past, as Rabbi Grossberg mentioned, there would be this encouragement, this thought process, maybe a philosophy, that emotions are more of an obstacle than actually a part of life to be embraced. The Gemara in Pesachim tells us that in this world, we make a tova hametiv on good things that happen and a dayana emes on bad things that happen. The Gemara says in the next world, when Mashiach comes, we're only going to make a tova hametiv and the tzlach. The Noda B'Yehuda says that means that in the next world, we're going to make a tova hametiv on everything we made a dayana emes on in this world. So I once asked my Rebbe, Reb Tzvi Berkowitz, so if we know we're going to make a tova hametiv on everything bad that happened in this world anyway, it's just we're missing the information at this point, why don't we make a tova hametiv on it right now? We should rejoice over even the hard times, because we know ultimately we'll figure out, it'll be just revealed to us how it was really good the whole time. And in our discussion, the idea that came out was that emotions are something that Hashem, the Ribono Shel Olam, wants us to feel and experience for real and with sincerity, both the good, the happy, the joyful, but also the difficult, the sorrow, the pain. And Hashem wants us to be able to understand those emotions, be aware of them, and have the skills to be able to process them in a healthy way. To live in this world, experiencing for real the sorrow at times, as well as the joy in appropriate fashion. And the social emotional learning curriculum is the vehicle to be able to teach our students and our children, the next generation, those skills, that knowledge base, and that understanding that, as Rabbi Grossberg mentioned, in many ways we're missing from the parents being able to fully give that over to their children.
If I could just add, yes, just because you said a word that resonated, the school of hard knocks. We can sit and debate as to the whys, but I don't know if that's within the purview of this situation, but the school of hard knocks is really knocking them down, and not everyone is getting up. We, as being on the front lines, we see that, and being at an Amudim event, it's somewhat apropos, we're losing students. We're losing students at an alarming rate. And I don't mean to sound like a total alarmist that things are out of control, but whereas in the past somehow there was a certain resiliency that people picked themselves up, and whatever struggles they dealt with, they kept moving on, often people are opting out. And if we can teach them the skills, give them literally the toolbox to face that challenge and not just throw it all away, then we've done a tremendous amount both for their emotional health, but as well as their religious health as well.
So I want to get a little bit practical to understand this better. In my own life and in my own home, I'm not only a graduate of Yeshiva Day School, and I learned in Yeshiva, I'm also a parent. And in our home, I think the issue that I struggle with the most is my emotional regulation. I could get so frustrated, dare I say, I could lose my temper. Not doing anything that I think is outlandish or wild, but me and my son are working together. My son is 5, and we both talk together about controlling and dealing with our temper. Explain to me a little bit about what a school could do and provide to help somebody with their emotional regulation. What do you do? You have a Marmakomo sheet. If I would have known the Mishnah in Pirkei Avos says it's bad to lose your temper, I would have gained control. Oh, I didn't know that there were psychologists who said that it's important to be in control. There's no source sheet, there's no textbook that makes this easier. So what on earth are you doing in a classroom that makes this any better? Shira, can you help me understand this?
Sure. I want to start by answering with a quick story. I had a client, I'm a therapist on the side. I had a client come in high school, and she was describing some of the symptoms that she's having in her life, and it sounded pretty much like panic attacks. And I said to her, do you have anxiety? And she looks at me and she says, what is anxiety? I wanted to cry or scream, and go back to the school she went to and say, why? Why didn't you tell her when she was in 2nd grade, in 3rd grade, in 6th grade, what an anxious feeling is and what to do? So she's not at the point where she's in high school and now she's having panic attacks. Our curriculum is a complete comprehensive curriculum, every single step for the teachers. What are feelings? How to identify them? Activities, videos, step by step for the students, and every single skill that we teach we have the children act them out. We call them behavior rehearsals. We have them act out every single skill because research shows when you practice it in class, you can leave class and then you're able to do it. So in your example with Ingar, ideally we start in 5th grade. They're doing the feelings unit, feelings 101. What is a feeling? What are comfortable feelings? What are uncomfortable feelings? And notice we say comfortable and uncomfortable. We don't say good or bad because you know what? It's not always bad to be angry. If somebody's being inappropriate with you or somebody really hurts you, you should be angry. So it's not good or bad. We stay away from good or bad. It's about healthy, unhealthy, comfortable, uncomfortable. We identify what we're feeling. We talk about what are healthy ways of handling feelings, what are our reactions, what are the consequences of our reactions. And that's 5th grade. And then we build from there in other grades, taking from that and building on that in each grade level, how to handle your feelings.
Rabbi Landa, maybe you could talk a little bit about, because I know pieces of this curriculum, you know, I'm listening to this now, and I am a believer of that the foundations of your development of your sense of self used to be what we learned in kindergarten, but for some reason it's not sinking in. You have units on this that deal with matters of Kedusha, of holiness, which I don't know if you're comfortable. I don't want to use the euphemism, though you do use euphemisms. These are matters about sexual boundaries and how to be appropriate. Can you tell me a little bit, when do you think these conversations should begin, and why would we be introducing this in a holy setting like a school or yeshiva to talk about such areas of like filth?
Mm-hmm. Great question. So first I would question one of the earlier premises in your question in terms of the natural absorption that used to take place in kindergarten. I would argue that while it might be true in previous generations, maybe even centuries ago, that there seemed to have been less of these problems, although it's always a question to ask whether we were less aware or there really was less of a prevalence. But either way, even if there was less of a prevalence, it very likely is more attributable to the fact that there was less of an in-your-face type of society knocking at your door. And when you don't have some of the nisyonos, the tests, the challenges, under every stone you turn over, there's another nisayon, there's another test lurking in terms of a fight for your soul and a fight for your value system, how you conceptualize the world and your morality. Like we have nowadays, the game needs to change, as Rabbi Grossberg mentioned. We need to come to the battle with a little bit more of a thorough approach to help our children. And moving on to the second part of the main part of your question, the Kedusha curriculum is just that. It's Kedusha. Interestingly, and it should be kind of striking to those watching, the way that you described this question, in the same paragraph you could use the word Kedusha, holiness, and filth at the same time. And that's really where I think it strikes to the foundation of what the misconception is when it comes to these matters. These matters may be very private matters, but first of all, they're certainly not filthy and dirty when approached and respected for the holiness that they actually contain. And they're also not secret matters. In other words, they're not meant to be kept to yourselves. They're meant to be shared, albeit in private fashion, in a more private and sensitive form. So the Kedusha piece of this curriculum, which is one piece in a very large curriculum addressing all sorts of social and emotional learning topics, is a part that has some potential group discussion touching on areas of self-control, general self-control, building of self-control, which is important, but also much more private one-on-one conversations where a basic level of education can be given to our students as they are approaching the years of becoming an adult, the years of puberty. Why should any child go through the fundamental changes in their body and be confused? Why should they not be aware that what's happening to them is perfectly normal? I've given many parent presentations on this about the conversations that I was then going to have with their children ahead of time. And countless fathers have come over to me and told me, if only 20 and 30 years ago someone would have told me about this and I wouldn't have to suffer in silence with the confusion of, is this okay? Things haven't happened yet. Things are happening. Is there something wrong with me? And there's no address to turn to. And that's the beauty of having a Darchenu or an Our Path SEL teacher in the classroom, because now that's a person
Our
that,
path, S-E-L-T. I've never heard so many letters right next to each other. What exactly does that mean?
so our path is just the translation of Darchenu, our
Okay.
path.
Oh, our path.
Yeah, our
Okay.
path. And SEL, social emotional learning.
Okay, you said that so quickly. I
Yeah,
thought it
I'm
was an
sorry.
intelligent life form.
So Darchenu and our path, SEL, our path, SEL. So we have this ability to have the teacher in the classroom that is, could be a Rebbe, it could be a mashgiach, it could be a guidance counselor, but now the children are exposed to them in a whole new way, already broaching a lot of these topics, and there's an address for them to go to with any additional questions they might have, which is a supplementary huge benefit to having such a curriculum in a school.
I think I let all three of you off the hook, and particularly Rabbi Grossberg, in trying to understand and conceptualize what the real issue and what changed is. Rabbi Grossberg, when you were describing it, you mentioned the term, you said, and technology. It became like the excuse for everything, like supply chain issues. So I showed up 20 minutes late to the meeting. And to me, it feels sometimes like this dismissive hand wave, like we got to do things differently, technology. And if you mean pornography, say pornography. What exactly has technology done that makes our emotional development any different? I generally want to understand better, meaning is it because what technology gives you access towards? So is that what it is? Then say that's what it is. Or is there something more fundamental in the way that it shapes the way our children and adults frankly develop?
Right, so I think that it's an important question. Pornography is really just one small piece of the picture. When we say technology, we mean that the situations, the issues that are faced. I'll give you an example. And Rabbi Landa mentioned the idea of having the teacher becomes a safe person, right? So I'm a teenager. I have my smartphone. My parents are clueless. I'm now addicted to my smartphone all night long, and that's rampant. I'm not necessarily doing anything wrong per se. I'm not going places that are inappropriate, but I don't know who to speak to about that. I'm not going to my Rebbe about that because he's going to maybe be upset I have a smartphone. I'm not going to my principal. He'll give me a hard time. I'll get punished or whatever the appropriate consequence would be. But this is a problem that I can't go to my parents with either. So, we mentioned technology. The idea also that when we're busier with our phones than we've ever been, then the social emotional growth that we used to have, playing ball, just hanging out with friends, that is much less common than it used to be, has now become something that is not just a given. It's not something that we get through our social interactions with friends. So technology itself is not necessarily we're not talking necessarily about the parts of technology that are inappropriate or usher, but just the fact that it's changed the world that we live in, whether we like it or not. We can say that we're just going to check directions.
Because we're busier?
When we're on our phone, we are not socially interacting. When we're on our computer, even if we're playing one of the the various different games that have now become an issue. I'm playing technically, as a kid will say, I'm interacting with friends. If you look at that list of people that are playing World of Warcraft or whatever with me, there's quite a few friends that I have, that I'm interacting with. But that's not interaction. That's not the social, healthy social growth that people have. And I can tell you, working in a summer camp, when kids are away from the technology, some of them have no clue. They're just not used to all this time and all this, the need to be with friends for so long. It's just too much for them. They don't know. I mean, it's, if someone is listening to this and thinking that this is an exaggeration, they either don't have teenagers or they don't know what their teenagers are doing.
I actually want to check my Twitter account right now. I'll be real with you. Shira, do you have something to elaborate on?
Yeah, I just want to add to that, this whole piece of technology that neither one of them covered, because it is so huge. It is affecting our self-esteem and our relationships in a huge way. And leave the two issues they both spoke about aside. I had a teacher in 7th grade, and they were talking about body image. None of her students would ever think about forwarding a picture before editing it. 7th grade. She came to me and told me that. Again, I was so sad that they can't send a picture without editing it. They're looking at what everyone is posting. Everything has to be perfect. And I see the same thing in my generation with the marrieds. Everyone only shows, the perfect pictures of their families. They and their husband always get along. Their kids always look perfect. They post their beautiful gourmet dinners. marriages are falling apart because of this. The pressures people are having, and then the other piece that I mentioned earlier to you is the privacy factor. There's no privacy. There's nothing, today engagements, even in the most yeshivish world, it boggles my mind. It's a whole setup and people are waiting to video, waiting to take pictures. Like, I don't know, back in the day, 20 years ago when I got engaged, it was like this was a moment between the two of us. And that's how they're starting their relationship, they're starting their marriage. There's no privacy anymore. There's no just us. Everything is like for the public.
So I wanna add in something to the equation. If you want to add to this, you can after. But allow me to add in a really important piece to the equation. You know, I'm a genuine skeptic of curricular efforts because you build this beautiful edifice, and you go home, and you'll never compete against the culture of the home. You'll never compete against it. And you even mentioned that, you know, you don't want to necessarily go and speak to your parents about this. I don't know. I think the parents should be the first line of defense. So my question is, how do you build a curriculum and help a child develop emotionally that begins as a school effort but brings in the parents as partners? Unless you're telling me that the parents are being painted as enemies. I mean, they are definitely contributing to the problem. I contribute to my kids' problems. I'm sure all of your problems were contributed by your parents, and it goes on forever. So how do you contain actual growth in a classroom and compete, so to speak, against or figure out a way to integrate with whatever culture is going on in the home?
So yeah, I think it's important to point out that when we talk about, you know, the issues of the home, we're not saying that the home is against social emotional learning. They're just not necessarily giving it. So it works together with the home. The home is willing. I see skepticism, but you did call yourself a skeptic. But meaning that many parents are just, like I said, they're busy. They're parav. They're not, either they're clueless, they really don't know what's going on. Look, I see, you know, students all the time.
So clap on the bima and stop having so many parlor meetings. So instead of an initiative for schools, tell parents enough. Enough, one wedding a week. That's it, and you have to be home. Meaning, if you were to ask me, where should we be focusing our time and attention? Should it be, again, obviously in a perfect world we could do both and get both, but I want to understand better. It sounds like you're just saying, okay, look, they're busy. What are you going to do? Who has time to parent their children? So we'll do it instead.
I think there's an important word here, and curriculum. The idea is it's not just a contest. It's not just, you know, a nice, you know, for a parsha sheet about this midah. It's really taught, and that happens in school. We're taking a given that this is not something that we can just tell a nice story about a gadol. And those are all beautiful things. Don't get me wrong. But it's really taught. And you know, I wish we had the curriculum in front of us. You can see that it's taught in a way that really it's school. You know, we encourage the teachers that we work with, give a mark on the report card, give homework, do things, make it real. Now I know in your mind that might be so. Oh, so then they probably hate it. But if it's taught right,
exactly what I was thinking.
I thought that. I read your face. But if it's taught right, if it's taught by the right person and taught correctly, and this is you know the proof is in the pudding. We're seeing this. They look forward to this part of the day. They look forward to, you know, and granted, every teacher decides homework may or may not be appropriate, depending. But this is, for some of these kids, it's a breath of fresh air. They're being given a green light to feel the things that they've been feeling and not really knowing how to identify them, that it's okay to be feeling this way, and what to do, where to take those feelings once you have them.
Rabbi Avi, do you have something you want to add?
Yeah, I'd like to comment on the whole curriculum piece that Rabbi Grossberg was mentioning. I think there's a lot to say on that. But to more directly address your question, let's be real. We owe all the good parts of ourselves to our parents just like we owe the bad parts of ourselves. And we owe all the good and bad parts of ourselves to ourselves also. So it's not all on the parents, and we certainly can't just blame all the bad stuff on parents. We have to attribute the good stuff too to parents in generally healthy situations. We work with the parents. The parents are an integral component to this curriculum working. I am involved in TA in Baltimore of actually being a Darchenu teacher, of implementing this curriculum. And a key component in what we do, it's not the 40-minute class that we're giving to the students, but a key component is that we send a letter out to the parents letting them know, here is the new curriculum that we are launching now. Parents are excited. Multiple parents reached out to me saying, can you tell me what are some of the topics that you're going to be covering? I'd like to try to help reinforce some of those at home. Speak the same language. I said, you read my mind. We are in fact going to be doing that. We will be sending out updates every few weeks with some of the key terminologies, some of the key concepts, some of the activities we did. I recently did a poem that's out there with the boys. It also speaks to some of the stigma where you can't do certain types of classes and topics with boys, but if you come in there with confidence and you do it the right way, you can do it really well, and the boys really appreciate it and participate in it, especially if you start them out young in 5th and 6th grade and you continue it throughout their grades. So there's this poem where, when read, many of you might have seen it, when read from top to bottom, it describes everything extremely pessimistic. But the same lines, when read from bottom to top, it describes everything very optimistic, just the opposite. And it's a cute way of showing that we can shift our perspective. The same set of words can give us two wildly different messages. I got a text later that night, the day of the class, from a father who said, "My son came home and excitedly showed me this poem that you gave out and did with them in class. And as a family, we sat around the table and looked at it, read it together, and we liked it. It was cute, it was interesting, there was a certain funny part to it, but it was just eye-opening to us as a family, and we talked about it as a family." That is a 100% success rate in terms of implementation of this curriculum. We do not see it as 100, it's better than nothing for sure, but we do not see it as 100% or the preferred method to exclude the parents, not at all. We would prefer, the right way to do it is to have the parents involved, included, informed, and thankfully a lot of parents are really excited about it. For those that aren't and that are so absent, you can do all the klops and the bima you want. They're going to continue to be absent with whatever else is going to be going on. And Baruch Hashem, thank God, those children are still going to get something from the curriculum that we're providing to them, and I would argue they're going to get a lot from it. And they potentially can then be the vehicle of change even in their own homes as they get older.
Amudim receives many different calls. Almost all of the cases are due to some sort of trauma, be it sexual trauma, be it childhood trauma, physical abuse. We will get a lot of cases just calling for a therapy referral. We will get a lot of cases calling for what we call psychoeducation. They want to understand their loved one or there's difficulties and they don't even know how to help them. So they're starting just with, tell me more about their mental health. And then we get calls from people in crisis. They just found out their child, their sibling was abused either recently or years back, and they're at a loss. Sometimes they're sobbing, sometimes they are whispering, they can barely speak. Someone who is thinking about reaching out to Amudim, when they get assigned to their case manager, they should expect warmth, no judgment. I like to think every person who calls, I think, like, if this were my family member, what would I be saying? What would I be recommending? I think that on every call, because that's the only way to do this job.
So you've developed these two curriculums. One is called Our Path, one is called Darchenu, one obviously being the translation of the other. And this isn't obviously the wild, wild west. This is under the auspices of Revelia Brudney, and this is in conjunction and partnership with Torah Masorah. So I understand this is the wild, wild west, and I hope that you receive my questions with the love, respect, and curiosity with which they are stated. My question now is almost to get a little bit more personal, to highlight some examples of what exactly we're teaching here. And I would ask each of you, and we'll start with Shira and go all the way across. Tell me something from this schedule of learning, from this curriculum, that you wish you were able to have when you were growing up. Tell me the grade, tell me what you were struggling with, and why this piece of this curriculum would have benefited you.
I'm very much a relationship person, so I definitely would choose something in that realm. I'm thinking about 9th grade. I came from a small school and joined a high school that had girls from other schools in a much bigger class, and I just kind of remember floundering. I became, the best friends really quickly with somebody that totally fell apart after a few months. Didn't know how to handle it till I found my place. I think specifically, and I think I mentioned before boundaries, but I'm known to be a little bit obsessed with healthy boundaries. I really feel like that's the foundation of how to be a healthy person. I work in a camp, and I'm known as the boundaries police in the camp. That's like my thing. I feel like understanding where I end and where you begin, what my role is in different relationships, how to handle situations, how to solve a conflict, use I statements, all these things relating to relationships, I feel like I would have gained so much had someone taught that to me.
I just want to follow up because you said that so quickly. You said using I statements. What exactly do you mean by that?
Okay. It's one of the things I love teaching. We teach it first in 6th grade, and I tell them this is the secret. I say, guys, I'm now going to teach you the secret to having healthy relationships. If you can get this formula down pat, you can have a healthy relationship with your friends, your parents, your teachers, your boss one day, your husband one day, your kids. This is the key to conflict resolution. So I statements are basically that instead of a you statement, when you're upset with somebody, typically you would go on attack. You call them names, you start with you. You did this, you are this. And instinctively, when somebody attacks us and they start off with you, we either get defensive, put our shield up, nuh-uh, no I didn't, or we attack back. And we say, well, you did it to me last week, and the conversation is a non-starter. Immediately it escalates and there's no conversation. So we teach them this formula, starting with I feel, and I tell them you don't have to sound nerdy when you say it, you don't even have to use the word feel, but focus on I. I was upset. I was hurt. You can't say to me, nuh-uh. No, I'm hurt. You can't tell me I'm not hurt. Wait a second. Why are you hurt? All of a sudden, she's listening to me. She's not attacking. She's not getting defensive. She's listening because she cares about me and I'm hurt. That's an I statement. And we teach them it's I feel, because, and I want. That's the formula. We teach it in 6th grade, and then in 7th grade in the friendship unit. We teach it in 12th grade in the dating and marriage unit, and a few times in between.
I absolutely love that. Rabbi Avi, tell me something that you struggled with when you were, in this 5th through 12th grade where the curriculum really addresses development that you wish you could have had when you were growing up in school.
Okay. I think my elementary school that I went to through 8th grade did a really good job of using the available resources to them, but there was no, until very recently with the advancement of this project, dedicated curriculum, comprehensive curriculum towards these important social emotional topics. And I think when it comes to something that you mentioned before, basic emotional regulation, the ability to have techniques and skills to be able to properly vent, process emotions, as opposed to being the guy who emotions don't really bother them at all, and they can simply rub and shrug things off and move on. And obviously I did that to an extent, but I think I would have benefited greatly from having a more full curriculum. I just want to digress for a second on the previous point from Rabbi Grossberg in terms of it being a curriculum. To me, SEL, the most important word in that acronym, social emotional learning, is not in the acronym. It's that last word, curriculum. Much to your dismay and your criticism or cynicism of curricula, I would argue that when it comes to math, if we would want to every once in a while have a project from the Math Foundation that would come in and do some cool math exercises, and that would be like 1 month of school or 1 week or maybe 1 day, we would not have children educated in math. It would be something that they're kind of aware of. So the same thing when it comes to bullying, or when it comes to conflict resolution, or when it comes to basic social emotional regulation, when it comes to being able to properly vent your emotions. If you don't have a weekly class or a bi-weekly class where there's a regularity to it, and then not only within that grade is there a regularity, but it then builds the next grade on a foundation that you established in the earlier grade, much like we teach the secular subjects, and much lahavdil like we teach to all Limudei Kodesh. We don't jump into the intricacies of a Ketsos and an Asivas and a Rebbe Kiva Eger when we are first teaching the children the building blocks of reading a piece of Gemara, of learning Gemara, of understanding how the Torah works. So too here, making it into a curriculum gives it not only a certain chashivas in the eyes of the children and the teachers and the parents, but it also appropriately builds from the foundation up those skills. So while my elementary school might have done a pretty good job utilizing certain projects and opportunities, Rebbeim and Moras all the time utilize opportunities that come up in Parsha and come up in Mishnah to teach a lesson, to teach a skill, but it's much more project-based as it comes up, as opposed to it being a full, thorough, repetitive building block curriculum. And I think that's something that I could have benefited from greatly, and it would have enormously helped me moving into high school, where it was difficult as I became in that mindset of between child and adult, what we sometimes call teenager or young adult, and there's that transition happening. It was challenging for me to both be able to handle the emotions that I experienced when there were adults in my lives the way I perceived it as still treating me like a child, and I would have wanted a certain level of autonomy or independence afforded to me. Being able to handle some of those emotions in a healthier way would have done me great benefit personally. And I think I read this recently, much of what we want to accomplish in our youth is actually going to happen in the middle school years and then taking them through the high school years. But if you just start in high school, you've started too late. You can argue you got to start in elementary school already, in kindergarten, but once they get to those middle school years, if they're not already developing some of these skills, they're going to be way behind in their development once they just enter into high school and they're thrown into that environment without these skills.
Rabbi Grossberg, tell me a skill that you wish you could have learned when you were in this developmental stage.
Okay, going with the theme of confessions, with Gedolim stories first. I was far from the perfect high school bacher. And our curriculum was basically we learned best case scenarios constantly. In other words, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be thinking about that, you shouldn't have any thoughts, concerns, etc., about the movies, television, etc., all these other things. And all of a sudden we say, well, I'm really not living up to who they want me to be. Does that make me a bad person? You take that and it segues right into a lack of self-confidence. So all of these things that are, again, it's all in the curriculum. I think that every bacher who's in high school facing the challenges, and we're not talking about crazy challenges, we're not talking about, things that are off the wall, but just simple growing up in 2021, having just an understanding that you're not evil, you're not bad. And yes, of course, the Rebbeim are shooting high because that's what Rebbeim do. That's they want the best for us, and maybe in a best case scenario, a Rebbe will understand, it won't. But the bottom line is understanding that there's a place for growth without guilt, growth in a healthy way. That I think myself as a teenager would have taken away a lot of angst and a lot of feelings of inadequacy that I felt at that time.
I'm so sorry. What specifically if you had to pick one aspect of the unit that would have helped your younger self, what would that have been?
Dealing with guilt.
Dealing with guilt.
Dealing with guilt in a healthy, positive way.
Fantastic. I wanted to transition with maybe a few rapid-fire questions to understand a little bit of your own development. You can weave in some of the topics and ideas that you've been speaking about, but I wanted to try to begin to move a little bit quicker. I'm curious from each of you, and I know I have my own answer, what was your favorite grade in your development through K through 12, and why?
For me, as I said, I had a more difficult time going through high school. I imagine that I could have, in a more positive environment for myself, I could have had a lot of amazing experiences there, and I did have some. But for me, 8th grade was an amazing year for me. I was captain of the basketball team,
wow.
which was amazing for me. David and I grew up a little bit in Ner Yisrael, but I'm not sure if we ever played against each other on the courts over there.
We did not, professional.
So what's interesting to me looking back on that is that one of the highlights of my educational career is an element of the school that's not part of education. It was part of, call it the outlets or the extracurriculars, the sports in this case. And what I see in the students is that many of them get a feel for these classes because the rules are a little bit more relaxed. Obviously, as a good teacher, you have to have basic classroom management skills. You can't be devoid of that. But with the basic classroom management skills, if you're able to give over these skills and these activities in a fun, more interactive way, the kids actually relate to it more like what you might call an outlet as opposed to just your typical class.
Shira, favorite grade K through 12 and why?
12th grade, I feel like I was settled, I was confident, I had my group of friends, I had good grades, I got into the seminary, I was choir head. Like I had my place.
Wow, that's more than captain of the basketball team.
I don't know.
It's prestigious. Rabbi Grossberg, favorite grade K through 12?
I'm feeling a little inadequate over here. No, never choir head, definitely not on the basketball team. But I would say 5th grade, but it's interesting. It wasn't so much the grade as it was the Rebbe. And that it had a profound, I would say to this day, profound influence on who I am and even the profession that I chose. So that just showed me just what the right positive influence in life can do for you.
My favorite grade was 11th grade. It felt like I was seeing the destination of my own personal development, and there was something very beautiful about that. I'm curious to hear, just from your perspective as an educator, Growing up, what was your most difficult grade? Where did you feel like you struggled the most? What grade? Let's start from Rabbi Grossberg.
So it's funny, just quite the opposite. 12th grade, I was very unsettled. You know, it was that question, college, yeshiva, kollel track, business track, you know, where I was going, and it was kind of like this tremendous pressure. I felt that somehow at 17 years old, I needed to decide the rest of my life, and probably it would have been great maybe to have a Darchenu curriculum telling me that I didn't have to worry about that. But it was just the whole entire time I went, and I was a roller coaster up and down. I would, go from short haircuts and very white shirts and everything to the next day say, no, that's not for me. It was a very unsettling year for me.
Mm-hmm. Avi?
I would say 9th and 10th grade are kind of blurred together for me. That transition, like I mentioned before, being what I felt was unprepared in contrast to the wonderful preparation we're offering through this curriculum. I felt left me less equipped to be able to healthily transition into that particular high school.
Shira?
I said before 9th grade, I just want to say, just quick thing about Darchenu, the units that address all these things that you all just said and what you said about 11th grade, knowing where you're going. 8th grade, transition to high school, a whole unit about it, dealing with change. 9th grade, transitioning into high school, what are your expectations? Have your expectations been met? How do you handle your expectations not being met? 11th grade, self-knowledge unit. We talk about goal setting. I have the girls do a vision board or a whole values collage of what they see for their future. 12th grade, life after high school, we go through and talk about the skills you need after high school. Just, if you think of all the things we're saying, we literally address each of these topics.
For me, it was without a doubt 10th grade. 10th grade to me was Gam Ke'elech Begeit Salmaves. It was the shadow of death because you're really rootless. You're not just starting something, you're nowhere close to finishing it. And I felt unmoored from any sort of sense of self of where I was, and that's really where I began to struggle the most. You had already mentioned, Shira, a part of the curriculum. You spoke about I statements that really resonated most with you, and it resonated a great deal with me. I want to go through each, and maybe you could have another shot at it. What is one thing from the curriculum? Avi, you had previously mentioned that poem that could be read both top to bottom and bottom to top. One thing from the curriculum that has resonated with you personally in your own home.
I can pick it exactly. It's in 10th grade in the Life Pressures unit. We have them write out all the different roles they have. So I'll start for them and I'll say, I'm a female, I'm a frum woman, I'm a mother, I'm a sister, we talk about all the different roles we have, and then we flesh out all the different responsibilities that come with those roles. And then we talk about prioritizing, compartmentalizing. For me, this goes back to boundaries again. If I try, they know, I say I don't answer my phone between 4 and 8. That's my time to be with my children. I do work at night. I work almost every night after my little ones are in bed. If we're trying to do 8 things at one time, we're not doing anything properly. Everyone says, oh, I multitask. Okay, so you do 3 things ineffectively. My role right now is I need to be a student. For the kids in high school, I need to do the best I can. Right now, I need to be a babysitter. That's my job. I'm on the basketball team. If we can compartmentalize and focus on each role and prioritize, see what's most important, I feel like we can be so much more effective, so much more productive, so much less overwhelmed, and handle all of life pressures. Because for boys and for girls in the frum world, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure. So if I could break it down, help you break it down and figure out how you're going to handle all of it, I just feel like we're giving them such a gift. And I use that. Sorry, you asked how I use it. I use it in my life every minute. When I'm working, I'm working. When I'm a mother, I'm a mother.
Avi?
I would say in 6th grade we have this great exercise where we draw a black dot on the board, or we give out a document with a black dot in the center. And we ask, in my case, I'm teaching the boys, we ask the boys, what do you see? And they focus on the black dot. And I challenge them as a way of making it a little tricky. Is it a black dot or a black circle? What do you guys say? And they'll fight with each other and get all philosophical about it. And then ultimately, I'll explain to them that you're all missing all the white that's around that black dot. And it's human nature for us to focus in on those things that stand out to us. Pain, sorrow, difficulty, challenge, those stand out to us. The fact that our heart continues to beat and our eyes can see and we can breathe and we have people with decent, good relationships that we can share life with, the fact that we have Yiddishkeit, that we have Judaism, all of these things can easily fall by the wayside in terms of our attention. So we use that activity in order to show that it's so easy to miss all the white, which is much more in terms of how much space it's taking up than just that little black dot in the center. We institute gratitude journals with the boys, talking about such great people like Rabbi Victor Miller, who was the master at every little tiny thing that you couldn't see and feel and look at and pay attention to, is another area of hakaras hatov, of gratitude to Hashem for life, for the fact that we exist, etc. I actually have an interesting situation this year where my son is in 6th grade in TA, where I'm teaching the curriculum. And I get to kind of listen in on some of the conversations at home. And once I heard him telling one of my daughters, I don't know necessarily I would argue that that's the smartest way, that one sibling should tell the other sibling. It's great for the parents to hear about these messages and then transmit it. But he was telling one of his sisters, that's so pessimistic. You're looking at the black dot. You're not looking at the white space. And a little nachas point there. Maybe he knew out of the corner of his eye that I was watching, but that's really a powerful idea that I think everyone should know. And I love that the kids bring it home to their parents, as I mentioned before also.
So I know that Darchenu is used sufficiently at home because it officially gets the eye roll when I say, well, in the Darchenu curriculum, and right away, oh, here he goes again. But I think that in the relationships, the unit on relationships, there's a lot of talk of being able to put yourself in the other person's shoes, to understand where they're coming from. Before we right away jump to, they didn't invite me because they're obnoxious, they hate me, etc. But really putting yourself, and it's such an important thing in all relationships. My kids are a little bit older. We have some married, some single, and there's a lot of different dynamics. And this one didn't call this, but if we can train ourselves for all of our relationships to always have that ability to see things globally, to see things that not just from our angle, but from the other person's angle, we're really arming them with the ability to have positive relationships despite some bumps along the way.
Now, if I could just add to what Rabbi Grosser was saying, we utilize sources in Torah as well to be able to bring those points out. So like Rabbi Grosser was mentioning, empathy, the ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes, will bring various experiences and incidents from Tanakh, from Chazal, to be able to make those points so that there's this very seamless connection between those very special Judaic holy sources connecting to these very important human talents and skills that we want to teach our kids.
Short of going through the entire Darchenu curriculum, as we mentioned so many times before, this is a dialogue of our children's emotional development between our school system and the parents. The parent comes to you and says, I want direction, Eitzah, in order to help my children grow emotionally. What is a piece of advice or a book or an article that you would recommend to a parent to help get them on the right path? Shira.
My favorite parenting book is How to Talk So Kids Will Listen and Listen So Kids Will Talk. Totally changed the way I see everything. Validation. I think validation, I think, is huge. Again, it's just a really quick story, but I had a client in therapy, and she had a lot. She really had a lot, and a lot of symptoms and a lot of suffering. And she was describing to me some of her symptoms, and I said to her, wow, you must have been in so much pain. She froze. She froze, and she started crying. And she says to me, no one has ever said that to me. I didn't use any fancy, I'm trained in EMDR, ACT. I didn't use any fancy skills there. All I did was validate her. If her parents had validated her when she was 2 and 3 and 4, would she be here? Would she be in therapy now?
Avi?
That's a good question. One of the pieces of advice or a little tip that I offer parents all the time, it comes from my clinical work and counseling, but it also comes from the curriculum, is the idea of looking at time as an ally. Time is not your enemy, it's your ally. And what I mean by that is we almost never, unless there's some type of imminent physical threat to someone's safety, outside of those much more rare circumstances, we almost never need to react to anything immediately. It's almost always appropriate to react within the next few minutes, and even with the next few hours or days. If you simply say to a child who might have crossed the line, this is something that needs to be addressed, but I want to cool down. I want to relax. I want to think about this, and then we're going to have a conversation about it. I love you no matter what. I know you love me, and this was a mistake, but give me some time to think about what the right next step is going to be. Those types of messaging to children, I think, can be extremely powerful, and time is not your enemy. You can utilize time in a way in which it is extraordinarily helpful. And when we view time in the opposite as an enemy and we need to jump in and quickly fill in the blank, it almost always results in failure and destruction. So that's one of the main ideas.
Rabbi Grossberg.
I don't know if I can call myself a Talmud or a Volba, but I did learn and I heard many shmuzim from him. So Zriya Ubinyan B'chinuch, building and planting in chinuch, is translated into English to me, is the Bible. It really, the premise is that parenting takes two different roles. There's the building, which is the direct, meaning the parent is directly involved in building up the child. And the zriya, which is the planting, is where you cultivate. You do what's need, make sure that it's watered properly, but then leave it to grow as it needs to grow. And it's that balance and that ability to balance. If someone would read it and not know who it was written by, they would think it's, you know, a forward-thinking modern-day psychologist. It's there's so much in it, and I suggest it for every parent. Zriya Ubinyan B'chinuch.
You addressed very early the ills of technology. I'd like to hear from each of you, what are the internet and technology policies in your own home? Shira.
Sure. My brother-in-law is director of TAG in Passaic, so I really get a lot from him. I ask him for guidance all the time. I think they have a thing like prevent, protect, like there's like a whole thing. Try to push it off as long as you can.
What age do your kids get cell phones?
So I think a lot of things also depend on the school they go to. Like for us, a priority was a school that doesn't allow smartphones. And I spoke to the principal and I said, you know, at what age, I want to push off as long as I can. I said, at what age do they need to them cell phones? She said, by 11th grade, they all have cell phones. So that's what we did. But in their school, they only have dumb phones. They're not allowed to have smartphones. So that took the battle away from me, Baruch Hashem. We have filters. I go with the tag rules. So the kids can use the computers, the kid's computer that's heavily filtered in a very public space, only when we're home.
Mm-hmm. Avi?
Technology is a magnifier. It's nothing more than a magnifying glass. If you want to do something good, technology explodes it potentially into doing a tremendous amount of good. If you want to do something bad, it can explode how much bad you can do. This curriculum teaches that we are supposed to healthily integrate technology into our lives. It's not something that we just try to shelter ourselves from. Therefore, the way that I think it makes sense and the way that we do it in our home is we absolutely do have elements of technology in our home. Our children use these devices. They do not, my children are still pretty young. My oldest is only 13 or 14, so we have not gone into the later years of teenagehood yet, and we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But at this point, they do not own their own phones or smartphones or dumb phones. There's no need from our perspective that they should need to own any of that. But certainly in our home, there is usage of technology in smart ways, in safe ways. We filter the router so that every device that's automatically connected through the Wi-Fi and the internet in the house is going to be automatically filtered. And we look at it as this is our opportunity to train our children. The essence of chinuch is to train children to be able to, when you're not around, to tell them what to do and what not to do to make those right decisions. And if they're first encountering things that they most likely will encounter, and you're not around, and that's when it's happening, they may be in trouble.
I always use the mashal, technology is like a power tool. It definitely is necessary, it has its place, you just have to know how to use it properly. And that's a discussion we have. We talk very openly about it. So basically, my kids, my boys do not have smartphones. My girls at a certain age, 11th, 12th grade, will get a smartphone that's heavily filtered. And but technology, we're a family that uses technology, I guess, as a whole, but carefully. Somehow we haven't found a way to find a filter that takes out Amazon and some of the other shopping sites. But for now, that's good.
Mrs. Shira Berkowitz, Rabbi Avi Landau, Rabbi Yisrael Grossberg, thank you so much for the conversation today, really helping address and illuminate what indeed is missing. This conversation about social emotional learning can really help individuals, children, families, and communities help build healthier lives and futures. Thank you so much to United to Heal for organizing this incredible event, and thank you so much for the Darchenu team and Amudim for bringing this conversation to the fore, an important conversation that helps us reflect not only on what our children are struggling with, but how parents, communities, families are all partners in helping build a healthier Jewish community and a healthier future for ourselves and the next generation. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Amudim United to Heal. My name is Chaim Haas. I've been working as a public relations professional in the innovation economy for nearly 25 years. Throughout my career, I've worked with some of the startups and biggest brands in the industry like Foursquare, Skype, and Microsoft, and some of the most visible executives in the sector, people with visions of a future radically different from the one that we're living in at that time. Today, I lead innovation communication for Bloomberg, where I have the privilege of telling stories about how the company's engineers solve incredibly challenging technical problems, thereby enabling finance professionals around the globe to trade billions of financial instruments each and every day. So I'm in a unique position to host today's virtual panel about innovation and its impact on consumers as part of the United to Heal fundraiser. And I'm thrilled to bring together some amazing people who are looking at the role of innovation and its impact across a number of sectors that you, our viewers, touch every single day: retail and the supply chain, consumer technology and mobile devices, and what the future of work looks like. To get us started, let me introduce our panelists and ask each of them to define what innovation is through their perspective. Let's start with Deborah Weinswig, founder and CEO of Coresight Research. For the last 15 years or so, Deborah has been analyzing disruptions at the intersection of retail and technology that foster conversation and spark innovation for retailers and brands. So Deborah, how do you define innovation within the retail sector?
I think that, first of all, it's a great question. And, I think sometimes we can very much overcomplicate innovation. The kind of taking a very tried and true CPG product and, changing the color from black to pink could be defined as innovation, right? Because that drives sales, productivity, efficiencies. There's, kind of the other side of that where it's very kind of, and that actually could be technology driven or data driven, right? As consumers are searching for something and we're then giving them kind of what they want, even maybe in some cases before they know that they want it. On the other side, right, where it's very kind of tech heavy and AI and, driven AI, ML, NLP. I mean, it's truly unbelievable in terms of understanding, and if we want to use the terms around metaverse or whatnot, right? This idea that the consumer is sparking data, everything that he or she does or they do along their journey. And as we can understand and analyze that data, right, from a research analyst perspective, we can then deliver. I mean, ultimately for me, I care very much about sustainability, efficiency, productivity, and really giving consumers products that they cherish, because that ultimately will really start to change the ecosystem. So I look at it from a kind of, if you will, bottoms up and like top down approach as changing the way consumers live their lives, whether it's through products or technology driven products, and the journey with which, kind of we on the other side help develop that for them and everything in between. So I really look at it as kind of almost ethereal in terms of what's done and from a holistic perspective, but ultimately it's data driven.
So data-driven change that impacts consumers' lives. And we'll get back to the metaverse a little bit later. Our next guest is Avi Greengart, president of Texponential, a firm that helps technology companies, mobile carriers, and retailers sell more effectively by understanding tech adoption patterns, managing the competitive environment, and improving product launches. Avi is one of the most sought-after consumer technology analysts, having led market research teams at Global Data, Current Analysis, and Jupiter Research. He's regularly quoted by the media, a noted speaker and moderator, and a featured columnist. Avi, tell us how you define innovation within the consumer electronics sector.
First, thank you so much for roping me into this discussion for such a good cause. On to your question. I break down consumer tech innovation into three categories: new to the world, incremental innovation, and process innovation. We tend to think of only the first category, new to the world, and that's things like robots and virtual reality headsets and things like multi-touch user interfaces that Apple introduced on the iPhone in 2007 that redefined what a smartphone was. But incremental improvements can be quite innovative and even spark entire new industries. For example, the steadily improving camera modules that we see on our smartphones that not just make your vacation memories better, they also led to things like Instagram and video doorbells. And finally, process innovation is often overlooked, but changing how things work or how they ship or how we buy them is an incredibly powerful form of innovation. So, I mean, where would we be without Apple's App Store? That's a process innovation, just the 30% cut. Everyone's arguing about it now, but it was wildly innovative at the time when everything had to go through carriers. and that wasn't pretty.
Oh, I remember it very, very well, being in the middle of that fight for Skype. Our final participant in today's conversation is Danielle Farage. Danielle is a workplace futurist, and it couldn't be a better time for us to tackle this topic. Future of work spending is predicted to reach $656 billion this year. That's up 17% compared to last year. So Danielle, how do you define innovation as it relates to the future of work?
Thank you for that big question. Talking about Skype, I was around for that. So that was the beginning of my video chatting sort of days. So the ability to really reimagine how we work in this new hybrid reality is how I would define innovation. And I think it's actually two-sided. So when you think about the future of work, there are, there's a worker economy, and then there is the employers, right? And that's a two-sided sort of approach. So in terms of employers, I think innovation really is the ability to question everything about what we were doing in 2019. To say, for example, why weren't we involving entry-level folks in these discussions about transforming culture? And how can we move forward to run these meetings differently? And do they have to be synchronous? And is how we gather really important, which I think it is. And so on the other hand, it is the employees and the talent. There is this need to innovate on their side as well, which is, how do I want to be a hybrid professional? How do I want to deal with this new hybrid reality? And I think that is just kind of, that is going to explode in the next, 5 to 10 years. Just how do you navigate this new hybrid reality is going to be a huge point of innovation, especially in like the personal, professional side. And I really do view innovative leaders and people as those who can handle the speed of change because they're at the forefront of it. Right? Whether you're a job seeker, you're on the phone with your friends about, what kind of culture does this company provide? Like, what kind of lifestyle is the new hot one? Always being able to know what's happening. And then I think the innovative leaders at organizations, it really requires being on the phone with leaders of other organizations and in different industries across the world, having conversations with people at all levels of their own organization to understand what people want. And really teaching others how to adapt to today, act on tomorrow, and plan for next week.
So it's clear we've got a lot of ground to cover to discuss innovation in each of these very big sectors of the consumer economy. So Avi, let's start with you. I know the Consumer Electronics Show is coming up in Las Vegas in early 2022. This is the place where pretty much every tech brand shows off the latest in their lines of everything from TVs and refrigerators to new laptops, virtual reality headsets. Give our listeners a sense of how big this industry is and how the new tech is impacting consumers every single day.
All right. Well, I could quote you numbers on the size, but it's easier to put things in perspective just using comparisons. And then just a sort of an anecdote that gives you an idea of how tech has sort of infiltrated our lives. Just the video game industry alone, games for game consoles, PCs, and now mobile, that is bigger than the entire movie industry, like 4 times over. Really. Everyone has a smartphone, but literally everybody has a smartphone. The smartphone is without question the most successful consumer product of all time. There are over 6.3 billion smartphones in use, and 80% of the population of planet Earth has a phone of some kind or other. It's huge. I'll let Deborah talk about the impact of remote work and learning on the growth of PCs or the regrowth of PCs. But here's a much more mundane story for how tech is woven into our lives. Here's version 1. The way we tend to think of it. The other day, I took a bus into Manhattan. Here's the version 2, what's actually going on. The other day, I took my connected supercomputer out of my pocket. I opened a free app I downloaded from the App Store, and the app used my 5G connection to connect with computers in the cloud to see when the next bus would arrive. It knew that because both my phone and the bus have GPS systems that ping satellites to determine our exact locations. The app then sold me a virtual bus ticket using a tiny camera, biometric identification, and encryption to charge my credit card account, again, using a 5th-generation cellular connection. When I got on the bus, I used the phone, wireless headphones with advanced noise cancellation, 5G, and a Spotify app to listen to an album that I had not directly purchased and had just been released. That's a lot of tech, but I just took the bus.
that really puts it into context.
And that's that's not like some wild, only tech analysts do that. Everybody does.
Everybody does that. That's right. That really just shows how everything we do every single day, you're touching this whole ecosystem of technology and innovation. It's in everybody's lives, and they don't even think about it. It's just
big and it's pervasive. Yep.
So Deborah, let's come to you. There's something we're hearing in the news every single day. We're in the middle of the holiday shopping season, and the prices they pay, the retail goods, gasoline, holiday gifts, they're all going up. What's going on with the supply chain, and why does that matter to today's consumers?
Well, I think it starts, especially for this audience, around the chip shortage, and that has had unbelievable impacts. There are literally, different areas of the supply chain where, kind of the product to complete your kind of, if you will, getting it from like the cotton field to the consumer is missing a chip. There's also a chassis shortage out at the ports, which seems like very basic technology, but when you don't have enough of them, it is really driving the capability of kind of getting product off of a ship and into a trailer at a very dire level almost. And so going back to Avi's comment, right? I mean, if you think about even some basic items, right? So I think in 2020, we ended up seeing like an 11 to 12% increase in PC sales to almost 300 million units. The assumption was, as kind of children returned to school and kind of we were working in a hybrid environment, that we would see probably north actually of 15% growth. That was people were waiting for like the Windows 11 upgrade and whatnot. But with the chip shortage, right, there is just a lack of units. And it was fascinating in 2020. Coresight was asked to kind of rethink holiday, right? What could we do to think differently about the pace? So we ended up creating a shopping festival and kind of trying to pull as much as we could into October. As we fast forward to 21, and we were like, okay, it was June, Delta variant, we probably should try and do things remotely. So we made the entire festival this year remote, and was on October 10th again, which was a Sunday. And what we saw was already at that time, 40% out of stock levels for many of the companies. We had 35 who participated because of challenges in the supply chain. So it's real. We are seeing inflation, as you mentioned. I think that, they're right now that price is ahead of inflation. So retailers will, and I'll leave you with this phenomenally positive thought, will have their most positive margin quarter on record in the fourth quarter of this year. And so from a retail perspective, and then as we think about technology right next year, retail media, NFTs, the ability to monetize their own data, it's not like your mother's retail, right? This is a whole new sector.
Totally true. And we're seeing it, just the online shopping alone. But you referenced something there, the lack of chassis, the truck drivers who either stopped working, are no longer employed, unfortunately passed away during the pandemic. That's impacting this delivery of product from the ports to the retail warehouses to the consumer. But on the flip side of it, there's this thing called the Great Resignation, where millions of people are quitting their jobs as they seek new jobs that offer them more flexibility. Danielle, what's going on here, and where is innovation playing a role in the Great Resignation?
Definitely. So I actually entered the HR tech world right before the pandemic. And throughout it, I really was able to be a community manager and lead conversations with, head of talent acquisition at EY and Deloitte, and have, produce a podcast actually with them as people, and really understand sort of what they were thinking throughout the entire pandemic and going through it. And throughout, the pandemic really caused two massive shifts in hiring. So one is that geography was no longer really a factor. You could hire people and people could work from anywhere, which really does change the landscape from a local based approach to a global one. And the second one is that the skills gap that we've seen really rising in the last 20 years has finally caught up with us. And that means that organizations are desperate for talent. It also means that this new sort of, I like to call it the post-pandemic enlightened generation of talent, to sort of have options. And there's been a shift of power completely. And so whether you're a senior leader or you started your job in 2019, every single person went through the pandemic. And it did unite people, and communities saw a huge surge in activity. A lot of communities were born, whether it be on Facebook or Slack and Circle, whatnot. But it also highlighted, the foundational issues and underlying resentments within an organization itself. And that's part of why people went outside of the organization to find that belonging and inclusion, and really some sort of guidance. And so, as people sort of reflected and they said, I'm not happy, or I'm not happy with how an organization may be handled, the response to certain situations like diversity, politics, communications. How are they talking about the pandemic? How frequently were they really updating people on their plans? Did they have plans? I think a lot of people were disappointed with how their organizations dealt with these problems. And they sort of maybe tried to dodge questions and maybe made commitments and overcommitments that they didn't really follow up on. And now what we're seeing from all of these sort of things happening, and powers at play, is this renaissance, I like to call it. And instead of calling it the Great Resignation, I actually call it the Great Reshuffling, or the Great Rehire, because these people are leaving, but they're going off to do other things and to join other companies, right? And so I like to think of it as a renaissance. The talent are in demand and badly needed, but they also have this opportunity to push for more and really demand their worth. And I saw this earlier this year. In January, I started writing a book about values-based job searching, right? You have 90,000 hours of your life to work. You deserve to give yourself the time necessary to really decide what it is that you want to do with that. And I think this relates back to my sort of answer to your question about what is innovation. I think innovation is two-sided. It's the companies like Spotify who have opened worker hubs based on where people actually live, to give their workers, different dynamic spaces to work from, where collaboration and creativity are at the heart, right? They're designed for that purpose. Or Bumble, who, they gave their workers a week off for burnout because they realized that, mental health is really important and we do value it. So it really was up to them to step up to the plate and not just talk about values, right, in a corporate communications, but to really show up how they in an authentic way to that culture. And then on the flip side, I would say for talent, I think there's an opportunity to, and part of my personal mission is to really teach people how to conduct a more values-based approach to job seeking, and always be that sort of culture investigator, which I like to call myself, as to which are the organizations that are really showing up the way that they claim to be, and how are they showing up. And if you want diversity, well, come to the interview with the right questions to really get to the bottom of, is this diversity the right type of diversity, right? Are there opportunities for mentorship? Are there opportunities for reverse mentorship, right? And really start to pay attention and tune in to what an innovative organization is really doing today and tomorrow.
So it's really changing the way employers are interfacing with their employees and vice versa, which I think is really important. Deborah, let's come back to you. We just talked about the white collar workplace side of this. We've talked a little bit about the blue collar side of this, but let's also talk about the availability of staff to work in restaurants, which I think impacts a lot of our listeners, right? There are restaurants that aren't opening in as early as they might have in the past. They're not staying open as late because they just don't have the staff. And there are lots of different reasons for it. Some of it has to do with salaries. Some of it has to do with just talent availability. People have moved to other markets where they might have worked previously in one city. How are innovations like mobile ordering, delivery apps helping in this sector? And there's even been a lot of talk about either drones or robots being used to pick up the slack in the last mile to get the products into the hands of consumers. Where do you see that going?
Great timing on the question. We just did a report around the instant needs market. And it's this idea, if you live in Manhattan, if you've been on 14th Street, I'm sure you've seen the dark stores, whether it's GoPuff, Get Here, 1520, Fridge No More, Gorilla, right? I'm sure I've left a few out because there's new ones every day. But the idea is that you have this workforce and they are really kind of your last mile and hyper local. I think that's also, like, once I said, again, I look at everything through this lens of sustainability. It's just always, I've always looked at, well, maybe more as frugality, but ultimately it's this idea of utilize, right? It's like what all of our parents taught us, let's be honest, like utilizing what you have to the best extent. And it's wild. There's, kind of where I live in the city and where one of my teammates lives, we got on our phones, we were looking at GoPuff, and our stores had completely different merchandise. And we're like 2 miles apart in the city. That's how local it is. But what's really been very inspirational to me, as you mentioned, this kind of lack of, kind of available, kind of talent to either be in the restaurant or even to do last mile, that GoPuff is now specifically, they are powering local eateries and delivery kind of this whole mechanism to really be their kind of, this kind of partner, if you will, to get the product to the consumer, hot and delicious, and to, and they also, I think it's very important, they're very consumer, kind of minded in terms of making sure you have a great experience. And so I think that, to me, so if I take a step back, so for many of you, I spent, the bulk of the last decade before the pandemic in Greater China. And, we were seeing that with like Meituan and Ele.me and, kind of ways to get product to the consumer in a surprise and delight kind of way. And there was, gamification and whatnot. And so if we look at how consumers consume, right, there's stores, which number one, we're seeing an unbelievable change in terms of in-store technology. Number two, e-commerce, which obviously, especially in kind of grocery, went from like 2% penetration to 12 during the height of the pandemic. Number three, an area where we're spending a lot of our time is live streaming, live selling. So this idea, and what we see, there's a 50% reduction in returns when someone buys something in a live stream. Why? Because I'm talking to you, right? And I'm asking you, I'm short-waisted, I'm this, I'm that. Like, do you have a model who's my size who can try this on? And so you buy with much more knowledge. I've always been very surprised, right? When you go to any one of a number of websites, right, there's one photo, maybe two, there's no embedded video. Things that, in China 5 years ago, when we were helping Western brands go to China, right, in a minimum, you had to have 16 photos, PDPs, and an embedded video. So you knew what you're buying. So the return rate in China was 1/4 what it is in the US because the consumer just had more information. And the reason I bring all this up is that I think now, right, you've got stores, e-com, and live streaming. I actually think the fourth kind of, if you will, vertical now is the instant needs. And this is a whole new way to consume, to deliver, right, retail media and everything else. And so I will tell you what's amazing to me is we've literally seen during the pandemic 2 entirely new channels of distribution for retail. And I think that will, it's permanent, it's exponential growth. And I think that, so many of us, when I think about innovation, that's where we're seeing a ton of new innovation. And what I love about it is it really powers the SMBs. Talking with Danielle about this whole idea around like diversity, right? you're able to have everyone participate, whether you're a PWD, a person with a disability or whatnot. You can participate in this ecosystem in a way you never could before. And that I find incredibly something that's very important to me, to CoreSite, and I think to consumers in general.
That's awesome. And I always thought the thing that blew my mind coming out of Asia were the vending machines that I could walk up to with my cell phone and pay with Alipay and have the product drop down. I remember seeing a demo of that a number of years ago at South by Southwest, where Oreo had vending machines that you could just walk up to and order from. But it sounds like it's far more advanced and far more built out, and hopefully we're learning from that and bringing those best practices into our supply chain here in the U.S. Now, Avi, we talked about a little bit about this semiconductor availability issue. I've seen stories about car companies, device manufacturers like Apple, even the military who are reporting that this is impacting their manufacturing plans. So how do you see this resolving itself? Obviously, Samsung just announced that they're going to be building a semiconductor plant in Texas, but that's not going to come online until 2024.
Right. Yeah, the answer is not easily and not anytime soon. Some of the shipping mess, with all the carts stuck on boats off of Long Beach, that'll probably work itself out in the next 6 to 9 months. And in the case of Apple specifically, they've locked down their supply chain so well that you can usually get what you want, just not when you want it or in the exact configuration that you like. And they claim that they lost $6 billion in sales last quarter, but they sold like 70 billion. So, yeah. Yeah.
So
the core
go
supply
ahead.
issues, the core supply issues require investments in fabs that take 2 to 3 years to build, and most of that investment is going into the latest and greatest next generation process nodes, the kind of plants that build pricey, profitable processors for phones and computers and 5G radios. But every one of those phones and every car and everything has a bunch of smaller, less expensive, simpler parts that require older fabrication processes that aren't getting the same investment. So it's a mess. You can design your way out of some of that by using the more expensive processors. Tesla does that. But on a lot of products that have multi-year product planning cycles, you can't do that. And even then, my car is dying and I'm trying to buy a new one, but Subaru has a 3-month wait to get my car, probably not because it's missing a central processor, but because it's probably missing some actuator for the turn signals or a controller for the backup camera.
Or it's sitting out of Long Beach, Avi. That's the issue, right? Is you literally because there's no chassis, you can't get it off the ship.
I mean, and part of that though also gets solved by people moving away from the Toyota system of just in time and more towards the I'm going to have a few parts extra just in case. And in the short term, that ripples throughout the supply chain. Everybody, instead of ordering 10 of something because they're going to need 10 in a month, orders 100 because they're going to need 100 in case they can't get them month to month. But eventually, you'll be able to have a little bit more of a cushion for the supply chain. But for things that require, 20 nanometer processes instead of today's 5, 7, 4. People are trying to find old lithographic machines that are mothballed and spinning them up again. It's a long, ugly, complicated process, and
not a cheap one.
No.
And not a cheap one. Well, I hope you get that car soon. You may not have heated seats because I've heard some of the auto manufacturers just can't get the chips for the heated seats,
right,
which is a problem up here in the Northeast. But 3 months, you'll be through the winter by then, or maybe. So let's go back. We talked about a term before, the metaverse. What is it? What role is it going to play? Danielle, let's start with you. what role does the metaverse play in the future of work?
Wow, I'm honored I get to answer this question. It's a big one. So at its most basic, the metaverse is a virtual reality that allows people from all over the world to interact both with each other and with the metaverse, right? The virtual reality itself. So oftentimes, people will play video games, and that can be a metaverse, right? It's a virtual reality where they can really interact, whether it be, with guns, sadly, or, in other ways, which are more helpful. So users are often allowed to obtain items. So that kind of brings up the term NFT that remain theirs between different worlds and metaverses. And there are a lot of ways to interpret that concept, and it definitely has evolved throughout the years from just simply gaming to, oh wow, this is actually an entire world. But essentially the metaverse takes this a little bit further to put the user in the middle of the action. So it opens the door to a stronger and more realistic experience that simply than really browsing the internet does or watching a video. So essentially, as it relates to the future of work, right? I don't know if you guys saw this, but Facebook is now Meta. Did you know? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So
Reports on it.
So it really does, put this idea of the metaverse in the spotlight. But a couple months prior to that, they released a sort of article, and I guess maybe they released the tool, but essentially it's like the future of working, right? It's this virtual workspace where you can join your coworkers in a virtual world and you can work side by side or at the same desk. And essentially this sort of relates back to remote work, right? So the idea that you can log on to a virtual world and be with your coworkers in that virtual world opens the conversation to remote working. And in my understanding, I think remote working is actually a diversity issue, not just for the women and mothers who we saw step away from the workforce during the pandemic in a drastic way, but also for diverse people of diverse backgrounds, right? So I spoke to a number of people this year about being Black at work and what the experience is like, just, how many microaggressions they encounter on the way to work in a subway, right? For example. So I think it sort of raises this problem of, well, or really a solution of, well, if we have VR, it's a matter of inclusion. It's a way to create safe spaces at work without being at work, right? And I think the definition of culture and of the workplace itself has now expanded to really fit this idea that it's no longer work-life balance, it's no longer work and life, it's work-life integration, and how we choose to really move forward with that is reflective of our individual cultures and organizations. The other thing is, this VR and metaverses bring up the concept of hybrid experience. So how does the physical world and the virtual world, how do they interact? And how do we integrate them? And so essentially, we just did a future of work convention with the future of work community on Upstream on this platform called Newbie. And it was a fully virtual reality and conference where you literally entered a virtual space on your computer and you could go and talk to people and Zoom with people at different booths. That's fully remote, right? But essentially, this hybrid experience is, how do we empower the personal hybrid experience to be one that is super tailored to the person and their needs? How do we let managers, empower other people to participate in the culture as it works for them, right? Are we empowering them to stay at home or work in a physical space? And how are we doing that? So I think the VR question and the metaverse question really is something that organizations should be thinking about, because it will be a huge part of sort of moving forward and being more inclusive at work and wherever work is for you.
One of the things that truly sets Amudim apart in the mental health field is that Amudim has never charged any client money for any services that we provide. Comprehensive case management costs a lot of money. Having the proper staff, clinical directors, supervisors, it gets costly. From day one, we did not want anyone to ever be nervous that they shouldn't pick up the phone to call because they can't afford it. And that is why it is so important. Our money comes from the public. It is the people that are supporting us. Yes, we get some grants, but it's nowhere near what our budget is. I mean, our budget this year is estimated to go a little bit over $8 million. And, that's a very significant amount of money. And it's something that we need partners in the community to help us to be able to raise that money. I urge each and every one of you to please do whatever you can to help support Amudim, and know that by supporting Amudim, you're saving lives, because that's what we do. And it is directly going for the programming that we provide.
So I think we all encountered this idea of work-life integration when our work desks ended up in our living rooms over the last 18 months. So I think that was sort of a rude introduction to the concept, but I definitely see where you're going with this. But Avi, I'm going to come to you, because for the metaverse to come to life, it sounds like we're all going to need either augmented reality devices, virtual reality headsets, something in between, not quite sure yet. Talk about the market for AR and VR. I know you've been playing with different devices in this space for a very long time.
Yes, I play with toys for a living.
I know. I'm jealous at times. Are we finally at a time when this idea of a metaverse can go mainstream from a technology perspective?
Yes, no, maybe. Let's do some quick definitions.
Perfect.
I basically agree with Danielle's definition of a metaverse. But just so that if you're not technical, think of it as like the internet and a series of web pages. And if you go to one website, well, that could be part of the meta. If it was a virtual world instead of taking over more of your senses and not just a web browser, that's a decent definition of the metaverse. So therefore, you could almost say we have a metaverse today, or metaverse equivalent. AR, augmented reality, means that I'm seeing what's in front of me plus some sort of computer overlay. And virtual reality means all my senses have been occluded in some way, and I'm being transported somewhere else. Somewhere real, somewhere not, whatever. So VR headsets are now have the processing and imaging capabilities to do genuinely useful things. And the price points have come way down for one reason, and that the reason is Facebook or Meta. Facebook has been investing billions of dollars subsidizing VR hardware, and it's not for any nefarious reason. There are plenty of things they're doing for nefarious reasons, but Facebook is tired of Apple controlling how much ad data it can gather. And they want their own platform that they can control. So a VR or a metaverse, that's certainly a potential next generation platform. Facebook bought a company called Oculus and invested heavily. So the Oculus Quest 2, the most recent standalone VR headset, probably should cost $700, $800, $900 based on the technology that's in it. Instead, you can pick one up starting at $300. And using it, you can play games, you can exercise, or God help you, you could attend virtual meetings. The next big thing is AR glasses. So that's augmented reality where you're seeing the real world plus. Microsoft has bulky AR headsets called HoloLens for business already, and they're kind of amazing, but they're for somewhat specialized use cases. And then there are, high-end boutique companies like Vario that make VR headsets, that make AR headsets. They make VR and AR headsets for product designers and aircraft simulators. You can actually get a pilot's license using an AR headset from them in Europe. But everyone is watching Apple to see what's next for consumers, because Apple has a lot of IP in this space. They've been putting it into their phones and their tablets. And once the imaging capabilities are good enough that it can be miniaturized enough and pleasant enough to do something useful on a regular person's head, we sort of expect Apple will certainly be one of the companies that figures out how to do that. And they have a developer following. So again, once you have a new platform, you need apps to take advantage of it. So VR is here today. You really can just go to Best Buy and buy a VR headset that will do genuinely useful and fun things. AR, not here yet, but within the horizon of the next few years, you can see that that's coming.
So AR is going to be way more than me just sitting at home and, checking out my next TV and where it's going to sit in my room, even though the TV's not there, but I can display it over.
It might be.
It might be. There you go.
It might replace your TV in some cases.
Time to replace my TV. That's right. Deborah, for you, what does this mean to the retailers and brands that sell physical goods? Danielle hinted at it, this idea of selling digital goods to be used inside the metaverse. And how do those retailers take advantage of this shift to this virtual environment?
So it's interesting. I mean, I would say for the retailers, it's all through NFTs, and for those of a non-fungible token, it's kind of a unit of data, if you will, stored on a digital ledger. So, Ethereum, Tezos, kind of blockchain, and they can be associated with a photo, a video, audio, or any other type of kind of digital files. And just this idea that there's like kind of public proof of like who's the original owner. And so I had originally thought that we would see a lot more of this as it related to, kind of design patterns. And that, at least to date, has just not been the direction things have gone. Instead, right, we've seen, well, first of all, many of the retailers have a lot of picture inventory, right, that they own, right, celebrities and whatnot. Number two, because of their stores, they have artwork. But what's been the most interesting, and we started to see more of this kind of come to play on Singles Day, is that they are starting to have NFT opportunities around product, right? So whether it is something you might wear in a game or, so for example, Burberry and Lawn Jeans, they actually sold out of all of their NFTs on Double 11. We've since seen American Eagle, and Macy's is doing it with the Macy's Day Parade and the balloons. And where I believe, at least today, that we will see the greatest growth is we've seen the most success to date in the luxury sector. And so our prediction is that by the year 2025, that 10% of revenues in the luxury sector will be driven by NFTs. And what we saw last month, that like Dolce & Gabbana had, I think it was 9 NFTs. It sold for almost $6 million. So it's real. This isn't kind of, hypothetical anymore. And, we're talking about easily, kind of a very kind of significant market. And, it goes back to, as I said, right, retail has this opportunity to earn more. And whether that's around retail media, the data that they have, or whether it is kind of NFTs, we are seeing this, in my opinion, as really a new revenue model. And I think you have to think about, right, what is it that you want your brand to represent? And this could go right kind of into infinity, right? And I think that, understanding your customer base that you have and the customer base that you could have, and where is the intersection between the two? And so I do think that we're still very early, but we've seen, it's actually been amazing to me to see the use cases that we've seen really in the kind of 2H of 21 and the kind of plan that many of the retailers have for 22. And also in some ways, I do find a lot of this can, number one, you know, who in the organization owns it, just what needs to take place, because retail unfortunately is still very siloed. And as we have more kind of ways to make money, right, I think in some ways it becomes more siloed, but this actually goes across the organization. And what we find is it's been, I mean, if anything I've seen in my, let's say, over a decade of retail experience, it's the easiest way that I've seen retailers think about a new revenue stream that actually brings the whole organization together, as opposed to kind of dispersing them into silos. And that I think is powerful in a way that we probably don't even understand just yet.
Well, there'll definitely be lots to look at next year at NRF, the National Retail Federation, and how they tackle NFTs. I think that's an exciting space. Now, Danielle, you and I have spent a lot of time talking about NFTs. How does this concept relate to the future of work?
Yeah, so I like to think about sort of the time that we're in. And I think Deborah did a really good job of setting this up and helping us understand, you know, that technology is really at the cusp of enabling us to keep track of every person's economic contribution at a granular level, right? So NFTs give credit, and monetarily, I might add, to the original owner or creator of that specific NFT or thing, right? And essentially what that means is, you know, in the context of work, I think people are often overpaid or underpaid for their contribution to the overall product, right? A junior level employee who does 80 hours of work per week gets compensated much less than the senior leader who works probably maybe less in a specific organization. I know that's true for some industries and organizations. It's different for others. But essentially, the quantity of code, or, you know, let's say a developer, you know, the quantity of code someone contributes doesn't mean that the code was necessarily critical or valuable, right? So now we're getting to the actual quality of the work, and over time it becomes clear which lines of code or code libraries, right, are used in multiple projects and survive revisions. So things like GitHub also allow programmers to sort of give credit or kudos to contributors that they admire who have done the previous work. So I think, you know, ultimately it's possible to quantify every person's contribution, and with smart contracts and stored on blockchain and NFTs, it's now possible to integrate all of that with, you know, the proper compensation mechanism. And I will cite, you know, Dror Poleg has a really great article on this specifically, and how the, you know, NFTs really impact the future of work. But in my opinion, I think that creators and people who come up with these innovative ideas deserve to reap the benefits, especially if these things are being used in the long run. And I actually think that, you know, a lot of the, you know, it then creates sort of this, we all have a stake in something, because, you know, if I contribute now my fullest, then I might be compensated even more in the future. And I think that's a huge motivator for people individually, and at a larger level, I think it actually is able to bring people together, like Deborah said, whether it be, you know, between organizations or within them, because if you're all working towards sort of the same goal, which is what a lot of NFT projects are based off of, it's this one central mission and everyone buys into it, and then, you know, people can have a say in how, you know, how something is spent, or and how sort of the project goes. So I think this more community-based approach to sort of the future of work will benefit everyone, and will really, I think, transform how people interact and see themselves within organizations.
So it's definitely something that's going to impact each and every one of us at work, in our private lives, in how we shop, going forward. Definitely something to keep an eye on. This is my favorite part of the discussion, prognostication time. Avi, you've been following the innovation economy. You talked about it a little earlier. The iPhone is going to turn 15 next year. And it, like you said, it created new economies, new behaviors, has touched pretty much everybody around the world, not just the iPhone, but any kind of smartphone. What's next? What's the next innovation that you see changing consumer behavior the most over the next decade?
I might get this question a lot.
I know you love it.
And the one thing that I want to say is that there isn't necessarily one specific innovation. We're going to continue to see, I mean, first of all, the smartphone may be a once in a generation, and generation, I don't mean technology a generation, I mean once in a lifetime shift in behaviors and industry, etc. But the keys to prognosticating correctly is to understand how technology platforms are additive rather than new. So while we do sometimes consolidate functionality, consumer tech computing platforms never truly go away. You're still going to have a PC with a keyboard and a large display because those things are useful. You're still going to have a 6-inch pocketable connected device with a touchscreen that you can manipulate because that's useful too. Even if you're having something on your face that you can interact with, either the processing could come from the what we call a smartphone, or the interaction can come from there. But in many cases, you're still going to be using that as a primary device. Wearables and headsets supplement those things, and they pull more on our time and connection and sense of self, and will assuredly have people saying this is the worst thing ever and we're all doomed, and we'll have other people saying this is the best thing ever, and rinse and repeat.
Great. Deborah, same question. What's the biggest change coming in retail? You talked about NFTs already, but for retailers, is it cashierless grocery stores, robots, or something we haven't even thought about yet?
Great question. I mean, I think that when I think about dollars and cents, I think that live streaming, because then it's been shockingly slow in terms of adoption here in the US. I think it could be just the lack of integration right now from a payment perspective, right? So you put the item in your cart, you've had this great experience, and then you go to check out on the retailer's website, and between the stream and their website, the item like falls out of the cart. And then if you haven't shopped with them before, right, it's like 18 clicks to get all of your kind of payment data entered. And, we're still seeing kind of shockingly great numbers. We'll end this year at about $11 billion in the US. If you look at North America as a whole, it's about 15 billion. And that compares to our official number right now is like 300 billion for China, but all the data we have right now is we're already a little over 300 billion. So we're probably talking, let's call it, kind of 310, 315, maybe even 325 for the year. And it's just, and you have some players in the market, right? We're now seeing, as I think was mentioned earlier, right? You've got all of the kind of social media companies who are jumping in, but we really don't have that, almost that whole ecosystem that kind of, and then what we're, right, in China, you have like these entire cities where you train people to be, we call them KOLs, like a key opinion leader. And then you have KOCs, which I guess are technically in the US, like a nano influencer or micro influencer, which a key opinion customer. And, it's interesting, right? Because you're completely changing, right? And these are things they would have done in their lives anyways, this idea of influence, but it's just like with NFTs they're now being paid for it, right? And so things that they right? I think in some ways, going back to this like Renaissance, we're able to get paid for what we love to do. And I think that there's something more to this. And I think that's why this conversation today has been so rich. And if we look at just kind of live streaming, we expect it to be doubling almost every year. And, that's great for new brands. That's actually great for even, if you think about some of the retailers who have platforms, but there's a lot more opportunity. I mean, there's been so much that's been tested and tried and true, but I think a lot more for us to learn. And, this idea that I think retailers is, if they're as a media house is right, like, it's just, I think that their role in just the kind of ecosystem continues to evolve. It's not just a place where you go to buy a product that, you need that evening or that you want to wear to a party or something. It's more about your values. It's how you think about diversity and inclusion. And ultimately, right, as you as the consumer now, you can also, if you don't know this, you can download actually your data, and some retailers are buying it back from you. So, I mean, there's like I said, it actually is kind of mind blowing. If I think about retail in 2019 and retail in 2021, it's not even the same industry, but it's more around what they can do for their top and bottom line and how the consumer participates. And that, I think, is I'm very big on like gamification and personalization and whatnot. I mean, it's like there's malls I've been in China where I've like run around in augmented reality chasing like red packets. And I think now, right, when we think about retail, right, we're kind of chasing how it defines us, right? How our actions, right, our spending, where we decide to kind of spend our time and effort. And so I think that we're at the beginning actually of a new journey. And, and 22, I think it's just not even been written yet. And I think that we will see the fewest number of retail bankruptcies next year that we've ever seen because of the opportunities that surround retail and in a completely different way.
Which is ironic given how many we saw over the last 18 months. Wow, that's quite the crystal ball. Something we should all be really excited about. Danielle, you've talked a lot about this already tonight. The changes in how we work. We're living through one of the biggest changes in how we work in decades. So what's your vision for what does the office look like 5 to 10 years from now?
So when I entered sort of this industry of HR tech, I saw that there was this new trend, and that was talent analytics. And I think it's something that can really unlock the full potential of what it means to hire someone. How are they onboarded? How are they, what is their experience like? How do they react to changes? And then why do they just decide to leave? And really this sort of notion of tracking, retention and tracking how many people are applying to your jobs, it wasn't a full circle yet. And I think we're getting there. We're not there at this point, but I think with a number of the buys and acquisitions that we've seen just in the past year with virtual reality and chatbots and recruiting, I think that we're certainly getting there. And we're getting there to a point where once we have the talent analytics to understand people a little bit better and their motivations, I think we can then start to personalize work a little bit more. But that doesn't mean that that's not currently happening today, right? So I like to think of the office in 5 to 10 years as more of a perk and more like flexibility first, which Amina Morrow, who's the founder of Radius, she talks about a lot on LinkedIn, which is, having all these policies around going back to the office and going to the office, really having it be more flexible minded. So some organizations will inevitably end up being office first, right? Having people go in at least 4 times a week. Some will go hybrid, whether it's 2 to 3 times, per week. And then some will go full remote, like GitLab, which just went public. And that will depend on the culture again, around the culture of how people react and how they want to work. And it's this more personalized approach to, okay, what is the culture today and what's the culture that we want to build? So inevitably, people are going to be moving around. There's this other idea that Nellie Hayat, she's an influencer in the future of work. She talks about this 365 event strategy. And this is super in line with William Timcup. He's a speaker in the future of hiring, and he talks about fractional hiring being like the #1 trend and something that if you're not doing today, you should be doing, which is if you need something done, right, a project, then you essentially say, oh, how could we fill this? Instead of hiring someone full time, we could hire 4 students and have them all work together on this project and get the same results or even better. So essentially this 365 event strategy is where you have something going on in the office at every time. And by having that and by having sort of this office as a perk, the office becomes more a thing of, a dynamic space where collaboration and creativity happen. And the office is also maybe a hub. It's maybe something hyper local. It reflects the communities of where people live and reflects their needs, right? Maybe it's something more similar to a WeWork, or maybe it's something similar to a traditional office space, right? A focus zone, for example. So I think that the next, how the office looks will be more of like a personalized approach and more hyper local. The second thing is, with sort of like NFTs, the future of work, I believe, will function more like a community. I want to rid away with these hierarchical structures. I don't know about anyone else, but personally, as someone who's younger, I've seen that the younger generation's voice isn't necessarily upheld, and it's not necessarily valued in a way that really it should be, because I think that whatever the young people are doing, like that's the next biggest thing. It's the same for NFTs as it was, for iPhones and whatever the trend might be. But my vision is for senior leaders to really make decisions based on what people want. And where people have more autonomy and say over what happens internally, and is reflective of how they want their careers to go, right? Between mentorship and learning and growth and all of those things. I think that's my vision.
At this time, I want to share my gratitude to Danielle, Deborah, and Avi for each of you for taking the time to join me in this conversation. And I hope everybody out there who's been listening to it has learned a little bit about the innovation economy and its impact on your everyday lives. Just before we close, I want to ask Danielle, Deborah, Avi, where can folks learn about your work and what you're doing? Danielle?
Definitely. So one spot would be my website, which is daniellefarage.com. And Farage is like garage with an F, if you're wondering how to spell that. And secondly would be my LinkedIn. I'm very, very active. I regularly talk about how I envision and what I envision for the future of work. So feel free to reach out to me or read my stuff there.
Deborah?
So I think probably the first place to start is coresight.com. So CORESIGHT, like Core Insights minus the IN. And then either my own personal LinkedIn or CoreSight's LinkedIn. We actually do a lot of more and more LinkedIn Lives these days as well, just to kind of bring things to life. And, certainly active in other channels, but those are, a lot of Chinese media, but those are probably the two best to start.
And Avi, where can folks find you?
The best place is probably Twitter. I'm at Greengart on Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn also and everywhere else, but Twitter is probably best. And if you want to read free research reports, I publish regularly on my website, techsponential.com. That's Techsponential, pretty much the way it sounds. If you misspell it, I own that domain too. But techsponential.com, I publish about once a week, once every 2 weeks, something interesting.
Great. And I want to thank Amudim also for giving the bunch of us a chance to discuss this very important topic today. As innovation changes the world around us, it introduces both new challenges to our community and new opportunities for an organization like Amudim to deliver the important support that people need during times of personal and collective crisis. We hope you leave today's conversation inspired to help Amudim deliver on its mission. Thank you so much.
We're here on behalf of Amudim Unite to Heal, a day where Amudim is going to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even millions of dollars. But the truth is that's up to you. So please head over to unitetoheal.com and help Amudim keep doing the amazing work that they've been doing, and enjoy the rest of our program. Many Jewish singers are synonymous with great songs, amazing performances, and great recordings. But the people behind those singers, the people who make the magic happen, who have the talent and the know-how, that list is definitely a lot smaller. Today, thanks to Amudim, we are here with Yisrael Lam, Ding, my good friend, and Shia Mendelowitz. David Nachman Golding, I'm sorry. I want to give you by your legal name.
Either one is fine.
3 individuals whose names is synonymous with Jewish music milestones. I'm Yossi Zweig, and this is Off the Charts. Now, Yisrael Lam, I promised a fan of yours that I'd ask this question. You, your brothers, Yitz and Michal, were part of Stei Chemed and Rav Eli Teitelbaum's Pirchei Orchestra.
Correct.
You are known as a trumpet player.
Right.
On Volume 2, but on Volume 3, you were playing both trumpet and trombone.
I was dabbling with trombone at the time, right.
But on the credit for the album, you had a credit for brass, but if people look closely at that record jacket, not album, this wasn't a CD, we noticed that you made the painting that graced the cover. So what was it that got you more attention at the time? Was it the fact that you had a brass credit, or was it the fact that you made the painting that graced the cover?
It was the painting that graced the cover. At that time, that's really what I was doing. I was doing more painting than playing. I was just starting to play then, but I was painting for a while.
How did you get into painting? I didn't even know you painted.
I don't know. I was 2 when I started, so I don't remember.
So this is like a hidden talent that I guess
as a kid. That's
I guess
what
Ding
I
and
was
Shia
doing.
probably know about, but I didn't. But you didn't try another painting for a cover until Ruach One. You're like,
Yeah, those
took
were
a hiatus.
drawings. This was a painting. It took
No, so
a
then
long time.
Regesh 1 and 2. Those were his covers also.
I'm learning
Also
things.
paintings,
Yeah.
Wow. Yisrael, you still painting nowadays?
No, she is trying to get me to get back into
Yeah.
it, but
Well, you just told me you're not on the
How about
bandstand
my-
every other night anymore. So, I mean, if you have free time, this is what you're supposed to do, you golden years.
I'm being
Maybe
advised to that.
My living room could use an electrical.
My living room comes first.
Now, based on Bailey Teitelbaum's information and Ding's articles in Mishpacha magazine, we know that the band then had a lot of hearts. But my question was, you guys were in like one of the better studios that time recording it. Were you guys like just trying to do the best you can and flying by the seat of your pants, or did you guys like rehearse for like a month straight and say, okay, we're going into the studio, we have to know this stuff like without charts, we have to know it good, and you just rehearsed like crazy?
You're talking about the Pirchei
The
albums?
Pirchei albums, yes.
Well, what happened then was the Epstein brothers were playing, they were the band, and we were in awe of them. And Eli invited us down to the studio, and he said, bring your trumpet down, bring your saxophone down. And we were like in awe of the Epstein brothers, and Eli said, go join them. So, excuse me, I remember there was a song, Kiva Simcha, say, and me and Michal made up something, da 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 da, ba 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 ba, and we did it. And the Epstein brothers looks at us and they say, wow, and Eli said, So that was the contribution.
I don't think they had this then back then.
Something like that.
Staying in the Reb Eli Teitelbaum genre, let's go to Shia, who of course you weren't just a student of his in yeshiva back in the day in Torah Vodas, which is now Torah Tamima. But I've heard some really interesting stuff about you. I mean, you were what, in 4th or 5th grade? You were an 11th grade boy, and all of a sudden Reb Eli's having your name as producing credits, and you're working on dinners, and you're working on Jep 1. People are like, you even had a group back then, the Shir Hashirim Singers. You're what?
So you were jumping all over, but what happened was, first of all, Eli was my 2nd grade Rebbe, and that was the year that he opened up Camp Stei Chemed. And I mean, just the thought of that as for a kid to be able to, the thought of even going to Israel, like it was a dream. But before that, let's go back. Before that, I used anything that came out in Jewish music, which was very little, but I knew every record cover and listened to everything that was available.
Shia, when he was in diapers, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
There's a sheet. We all play a game with Shea. Because you just give him the name of a song. He'll tell you, not only will he tell you what album it came on, he'll tell you what side of the album and what number on that side of the album.
You just have to
Test
give
them
the
out.
first note, just
Right.
the first
Right,
note.
but 8
If you
tracks
ever have
only
named
have
that
like 2 or
too.
3 tracks per side, so doesn't sound so
No, on the
complicated.
record, we started with the
No,
record.
I used to know. I used to know the orders of the songs. I wish I could have done that with Gemara and stuff like that. That would have been. But in any case, so Eli Teitelbaum was my Rebbe. He actually suggested to Avremo. I'm going fast forward.
Yeah, you are going that fast.
Yeah, he asked me to. He told Avremo to call me because Avremo was interested in singing solos on albums, but not. He didn't
Not
never
his own
wanted to
album,
be.
right.
He didn't want to be Avram Fried or anything. That's a whole story in itself. But Eli was the pioneer for all these things. He was the guy who, for all of us, he had a shaykhus to all of us to start on things, right? Well, his brother was the one who started you, right, Surli?
Surli, yeah. I started playing Surli's trumpet.
Yeah.
Now, what was
Oh,
it
no.
like when you're a bacher and he lets you use his studio to work on Amudei Sheish, the wedding album?
So he decided he's going to make a studio in his basement, and at the same time already he had made Dial-A-Daf,
Right.
that was there in the
Genius.
basement, huh?
It's genius.
Yeah, and he made that. At that time I had the Amudei Sheish Orchestra, and I did the first album, and I wanted. That's when Avremel sent me a song as a demo, and I loved what I heard with him, so I called Suki Berry, and he gave me 3 songs to choose from. I was looking for something new,
Right.
and Aruka, that was the first song. I wanted to try to do something totally independent,
Right.
and so that was the No Jewel Will Be Left Behind album. But then,
But those albums were very different because the first time, your Amudei Sheish wedding album, you recorded in Eli Teitelbaum's
yeah,
basement studio.
yeah,
And for No Jew, you went to Gadi Bodinger's one-bedroom apartment.
yeah. Somehow it first started off as from the houses, right? The studio.
Can I ask
So-
you a trivia question?
Sure.
Since we're talking about Yisro and Eli Teitelbaum Shalom, what song did they both compose together?
Vinny Casey. And that Vinny Casey was on the first Stay Chemed album. And when I heard that song, I didn't know who he was, Avremel.
Right.
But I loved what I heard in his voice, the way he sang that
As a
first
kid.
part. Yeah,
Yeah,
as
I
a kid.
remember. So you're in Gadi Bodinger's basement. And
No,
you're-
Gotti Bodinger's apartment.
his apartment on the Upper West Side,
Yes.
which is where we're going to get to you in a minute.
Right.
And you're there, it's you, Avram Fried, and Marty Lee Winter. Now, is there any time when you're recording this, you're like, I hope this works, or like, we hope this goes well, or you guys were fairly confident that you can do what you set out to accomplish?
So we recorded the rhythm tracks. That's how we did it in the later years. We started first the rhythm, and then the brass section, and then strings. And so when I recorded, so I did the rhythm tracks over there at Bagadi. Then Mordechai Ben David came into this picture at that time, and he said, "Why don't you go record the strings and the brass in Israel? It's much cheaper." Okay. So we did that, and I brought the music back, and Avremel comes to the studio to start the first day of singing. And Gotti puts on the music for Kelly Dice, and he knows where he's supposed to sing. He knew the
Nowadays you'd have a guide, but over there you have
Right.
to know where to start.
And every time we had the intro, he listened to the whole thing and he just froze. He was nervous, so that session didn't work out too well.
When I interviewed him a few
He-
years ago, he
he
said at the
told you?
beginning he was a green. No, he said I was a greener. Like but I never. So Avram Fried froze.
Yeah, he froze for that, and for that whole session, That was it. And then, yeah, so then after that, he got used to it, and the rest is history.
Since we're talking about Gadi Bodinger, who lived on the Upper West Side, let's go to you, Ding.
Okay.
Now, your two first projects could have been more different than anything. Over here we have a wedding album that was very unique and different.
Right.
Suki with a Touch of Ding. And on
Right.
the other side we have Uncle Maishi, which is now has his third decade of fans. You know, we're talking about probably a quarter of a century worth of fans are still listening and going nuts about his albums.
Right.
And both of them recorded also in very different studios.
Correct.
One was recorded by, I think one was recorded by Gotti or not?
The Uncle Maishi was recorded
Maishi
by
was recorded by
Gotti.
Gotti, and the other one was in Sound Ideas.
Sound Ideas.
Which was the first digital studio in New York.
Digital, yeah.
What happened with my first album was Suki with Touch of Ding, was a music album. And I met Suki on Pesach of 1977. I went with him to Camp Aguda of Toronto, and we became close friends. And on the way, when camp was over, he told me that he was going to Israel that Thursday. And we came back from camp, it was like on a Sunday night, and he said, he's going to Israel on Thursday. I said, let's make a record. He says, how could we make a record in 2 days?
Right.
So I said, we'll make it a wedding album. It'll be just music, and we'll do it. We'll record it one day, and we'll mix it and put it together.
But this is the first time you're doing this.
Right, this is the first time we're doing it.
you
I
know-
had a little experience because Suki had a lot of experience, and I had a little experience because my brother made the Jep albums.
Right.
So we went ahead, we went into a studio, we recorded the entire album in one shot, maybe 5-6 hours. And then we came back the next day and we mixed it and we put it together. And that night I was going back to Camp Corina, and I was driving with my brother, and my brother said, what are you going to name the album?
Your brother Yosef Chaim? or your
Yosef
other
Chaim,
brother?
Yosef Chaim. So what are you going to name the album? So we were thinking, I remember it was raining, we were thinking about it, and then I came up, how about Suki with a Touch of Ding? And that was that. So what happened was that we did the first music album.
Yeah.
And Suki went to Israel that Thursday, and then a week later we were scheduled to. I started teaching in Lubavitch, and then all of a sudden,
What
like
did you teach?
4th grade English.
What?
He meant subject,
Yeah.
English.
You know who was in my class? One of my Rabashkin.
What?
Yep. So then one day, after teaching for about 2 months, Yehuda Spinner comes back from Israel and says, you really have to come to Itri and learn in Itri. I said, I'm teaching here, I'm making a living in teaching. He says, no. I go home that night and the phone rings, and who is it? It's Sal Tischler. He tells me, I have a check for you, from my first check from Suki with a Touch of Ding. So I figured, okay, how much is it at the cover? And I come and pick up the check, and I open it, and I look at it, and my eyes, whatever I was expecting, it was like 10 times
Wait,
more.
so how old were you at this point?
I was 20.
That's how much sense.
Right.
Single.
Right. Yeah, single. 20. And so I left. As soon as I left, I said to myself, I'm not going to stay here in America.
I have money. I can afford a plane ticket now.
And the next night, I went with you to Spinner. We flew to Israel. I went there. So that's where I met. That's where we got together with Suki in the same yeshiva, and that led to the whole V'chom Amidim story with that Pesach with Mordechai ben David, which I wrote about in Mishpach magazine. Was a couple of days before Paul and Mordechai ben David came to do a concert, and we just went to visit him, and the whole idea of V'chom Amidim came up. And he said yes, and that's how.
You guys were like, oh, we can record albums in 2 days, and he's like, yeah, let's just try to do that.
And that was the legacy. It was always 2 days.
And then, well, we tried. Actually, we did one in 1 day.
Right.
Yankee Strudel and his Kosher Rocket, we actually did. But then what happened was, so then I went back to.
People listening to the albums 30 years later. It's like, yeah, we did it in 1 day. We had
19 hours straight without stopping. We
Wow.
did Yankee Strudel from the first note until the final mix. And then I went back to Itri, and that's when the Uncle Maishi thing came up with that year. So I met Zale Newman.
Wait, what was there for children to listen to in
There
those years?
was Ask Yisrael, because you did
613
Torah Avenue,
Right.
and there was the Mitzvah Tree. But this was, I think, the first children's album. Uncle Maishi was the first children's album that the singers were adults as opposed to
Children.
the other ones with children. Right.
But you felt there was a need for that, I'm assuming, at that time.
I felt that it would be clearer for kids would feel closer to hearing an adult sing like a Rebbe than actually hearing
Like
another
being
kid.
taught by somebody who's
Right.
And how did you and
So I met
Zale?
I met Zale at an NCSY Shabbaton on Pesach, and it also that same year, coming Pesach, I had already planned to do a Toronto Boys Choir album, Volume 3, all in my one Pesach, and
That's our Pesach.
So that's why it worked out great, because Zale lived in Toronto and the singers lived in Toronto, so that was it.
Now, the one thing about you, different than the other two, is I feel I have
There's a lot of difference between
I have
me
more
and
of a
him.
connection than you, because let's be honest, Shia was a drummer, Avremel's first drummer.
Right.
Yisrael, well, we know what Yisrael can do.
Right.
But you're
Right.
not musically inclined,
Right.
meaning you don't play anything.
Basically, right.
So the relationship between you and Suki is I mean,
It's like, what you're really asking is like,
Yes.
I once went on a date when I was single, and the girl says, "You play an instrument?" Because you sing. I go, "Well, I thought you were talented," like that.
you're like, I can't sing, I can't play, but I can produce an album in 3
Right.
days. If you give me a date in 3 days from now, I'll have a new album for you to listen to.
2 days, 3 days.
But when it says produced by Suki and Ding,
Right.
so Suki's doing the arrangements.
Right.
So Ding
Actually, the truth
when
is-
people say Ding does everything else, what is everything else? You sit there and you pick the songs, you pick the singers.
Well, Shia could tell you, because he does pretty much the same thing. First you have to pick an artist to sing the song, and then you have to pick the songs, and you have to pick the style of the music. In my case, most of my albums had a theme to it. We also, it was the way you advertise the product, and just coming up with different ideas to keep it fresh and to keep it different.
Really, the producer's the one that sets the whole tone, the whole concept of the whole album, and arrangers and singers and everybody else is really asking the producer, "What do I do?" That's he's really the man at the top.
Right. He's going to be the man with the vision, the man who has the contacts to get everybody together to do the
Well,
good parts.
it's also that, like Shia, like when he's in the studio with Avram Fried, so he decides whether or not it's a good take or not a good take. Now, can Avram do it? He could do it, but that
Does he have to be pushed to do the right version of it?
and so
Go higher here, go lower there,
Yeah.
do it differently.
No, and see, might say, "No, I want the drummer to do like this, and I want the trombone player to go like that." And you can be very talented musically without playing an instrument.
But then when it's finished, you have this whole thing called mixing, which means you go into a studio, you, the producer, and the engineer, and you put each instrument gets a certain level it gets a certain, what's the name, tone, whatever it's called.
You want to make sure one's not overpowering the other. They work
Yeah, but also,
harmoniously
you know,
together.
Also, what it sounds like.
Right.
You know,
Right.
just more echo, less echo. That could be so crucial in how the
singer's voice on
sounds.
top.
How
put
much
it a little
echo?
bit below.
You could have one song and have two engineers mix it, and it will sound completely different.
A producer basically.
They always say singers that are songwriters have a better vision because they created the songs, so they know. But you know, if you're a singer and you're going to different composers, you're sitting with them, you'll take a song because you like it or you think people will like it, but you still really don't have a final vision. So you need a producer to guide you, kind of to tell you, well, if you do this and this to the song, it'll make it so much more better. You know, and especially in the days of U2 and you, when Avram Fried, Mohammed Day, when all these albums, even Daddies, when these albums were coming out, a lot of the intros written by the arrangers became integral parts of the songs in the 70s and 80s.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
You know,
And not
which
only
you
that-
don't really have that today anymore. You know, the intro is a very small part of the song.
Not only that, before Shia or I came around, Yisrael, who was just the arranger, actually took the role of becoming a producer, because in all those albums, like you went into 613 Torah Avenue, they didn't really know what to do. We were relying on Yisrael to whether or not whether the mix is okay, whether the singing is okay. I mean, you must have done
Yeah,
it
but
with
where
many,
do you think I
with
learned to be
many,
a producer? From the producers.
Now, Yisrael, this must be very different from you nowadays to when you started out. Did you really have to write every arrangement out on paper by hand? Every little note on it? You had to do it like that, mamash.
Yeah.
And nowadays you have digital components, you can play it out in the computer and it'll print it
In
out.
those days, I used to write the master score by hand. So after I had the master score, I used to look at the master score and write the individual parts for each musician.
Which is called copying.
Copying. And she has said to me, what is this, crazy? What are you doing this for?
Yeah, I told him. I said, this is nuts.
What is a master score for, though?
The master score
That's the
is
master arrangement.
Of every instrument there.
Of
you see
everything.
all the instruments on
Yes.
a sheet of paper. So whoever's looking at it could see or read what's
Okay,
going
fine.
on.
That's what I was trying to understand.
But when you go into the studio or at a concert, musicians, individual musicians, don't need to know what's going on. They just need to know
Their
their
part,
part.
right.
So that's called the copying part.
Basically, they're taking the music sheets and they're playing what's
Playing
written.
it, and they have no idea what they're playing
They're
either.
playing. And then
You never used to give it to them prior to try to learn the part?
not.
They didn't need it.
So it's not because you felt it was magic if they played it the first time by reading it. You just
That's what they were paid for. That's what they were expected to do.
And that's what they did for a living, these musicians. They're called studio musicians.
So when you're writing an arrangement, Yisrael, how do you do it? Meaning, what instrument are you using to try to figure out what you want to go where?
Okay, today we're using computers.
No, but not today. Go
And
back to
then?
the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, it was the same thing.
You were learning trumpet. That was your first
so
instrument.
you had a piece of paper that had score lines on it, and you vision in your mind
So
what you want the
never played
arrangement
it
to
out on a
sign.
guitar, piano, or asked anybody to do anything for you?
No. You hear it in your mind and then you write it. I mean, just like you're writing a composition, you're writing a speech. You hear the speech in your mind, you write it. It's no big deal. So,
when I'm writing one speech, when I'm running one speech with 15-part harmonies and other instruments, it's a chokhmah. It's not.
That's a different language.
Yeah, but it's
music is a
she's
language.
saying it's a language, and the writing is a language. The only thing that maybe is a little tricky is if you're writing a speech of 30 people talking at the same time,
Right.
and each one is saying a lot of different things. That's a little hard to imagine, but that's what you're doing when you're writing an orchestration. You're trying to imagine what 30, 40, 60 musicians are going to sound like when they play together. So now we have the computer, so you could actually hear what you're doing, which is better than just trying to imagine what you're doing, because there were times when, in my mind, it sounded pretty good when we went to the studio. And there were times...
Can you give us an example?
No, that album never came out.
Oh, that album never came out. No, I mean, maybe there was once that you went into the studio and you're like, okay, we're just going to take out this instrument and replace it with something else.
Yeah.
That's happened
There were
before.
times we went to the studio and it just didn't work.
So what is your favorite arrangement that you must have hundreds, thousands. What is your favorite?
Baba Vakela done on the Philharmonic Experience.
But originally was done. You did it for Eli also.
Yeah, but then when we did it for Philharmonic,
on Stechemich.
Yeah.
Now, Ding, it looks like that your relationship with Suki is like a Yisachar Zvon kind of thing.
Well, he
Where,
is.
where he has his part. Have you ever tried your hand to do it right at arranging a song or anything?
No.
You don't want that.
You want me to? There are certain things, just like my wife always says, don't try to cook it, right? So it's like, I don't sing and I don't write music, so that's off the table.
Hi, I'm Delegate Dahlia Attar from Baltimore, Maryland. Amudim is an organization that is very close to my heart. They are devoted to helping members of our communities at the most difficult times. This organization is about compassion and kindness, from helping those suffering from many forms of addiction, to victims of abuse, to helping those who lost family members and are in need of assistance. I personally have been helped by this organization and have seen them help so many others. When I organized a Narcan event to help community members suffering from drug addiction, Amudim did not hesitate to send representatives from out of state to attend the event and speak about their experiences. This organization is truly there for all of Klal Yisrael.
Hi, this is Rabbi Levi Shem Tov here in Washington, D.C., urging you to help support Amudim today. You may wonder why I would ask you to support another organization, and the answer is very clear. Every day, throughout the year, thousands of people approach Amudim for help, whether it's youth or family in crisis, or people with other logistical dilemmas they need help in overcoming. Amudim is there with everything they've got, every time. Somebody who helps sustain one person is as if they saved the whole world. And therefore, Amudim is there saving worlds every day of the year with people who rely on them, sometimes very urgently, for their support. And now Amudim is relying on you for yours. So please help support them as generously as you can and have a part in this great organization of mitzvah.
Now, we're talking just now about the symphonies and whatnot, right? So Yisrael was 1971 or 72. You're fresh off two Nagina albums. You're off the Hineni album, the London School Koyamar. And Reb Eli says, come in. We're working on Camp Stechem and Sings Volume 2. And I have the Israeli Philharmonic. You'll come in and, this was your first time working with, what we call probably symphony, professional musicians, guys who have practiced and honed their talent. What was it like for you? And did you hear anything from them about how they felt, it's somebody with your credentials conducting them?
Well, look, in Steichemet, I was a kid, and Eli said, you're going to conduct the symphony. I think we had like 35 musicians. It was a different time. I really didn't take it that seriously. I looked at it as a great opportunity. Like Dink was saying, we were just having a good time. And
so there were no nerves at all?
Really not.
Wow.
Eli said, do it. And, well, you see, the thing was that I really didn't know what I was doing. And when you haven't the clue what you're doing, you just get up there and just do whatever happens. And if I could take a minute to be technical,
yes,
I was not born a natural conductor. Some people get on a bike and they're just off, and some people, they just never get the balance. I was not born as a natural conductor. So just to get technical a little bit, when a conductor conducts, it's almost like the beat is like when he's banging on a table. It should be 1, 2, 3. So it almost sounds like the beat is on the way up. It almost looks like that. But what comes naturally to a lot of people, and to me then the beat starts when you're going down. So it's like 1 instead of 1. So it says 1, 2, 3. Right. That's wrong. It should be 1, 2, 3. That's right.
So
I couldn't
like
get that
right.
Right. So I get up there in front of 30 musicians, and they're all looking at me. Musicians always do that. Who's this conductor? Who does he think he is? Right? And I start going 1, and they're doing something totally different than it's in my mind. So the whole thing was a disaster. We pulled it off one way or the other, but it was fun.
It was a learning curve.
So let's say 15, 20 years later, just like Eli said to me then, Yisrael, you're going to conduct the symphony orchestra. Shia said to me, you're going to go conduct the symphony orchestra in Lincoln Center. Now, by that time, it wasn't a joke anymore. This was a business.
But was there any time in between where you did this again? Or?
No, I was still doing it wrong.
No, but we recorded the album first.
Yeah, but I didn't conduct it.
Yeah.
But Shia said,
this was the first time of you conducting a symphony in 25 years.
Right.
As a 16-year-old and now as a...
Yeah, but now I had to do it right.
Right.
Then it was a joke. So I went and took conducting lessons, crash conducting lessons, and we pulled it off,
Yeah.
How do you know enough what to do when you were 16, the first time, without any lessons? There's nothing you have to know how to do?
So
besides the beat?
Sometimes you go to an orchestra, a concert, and you see the conductor shakes hands with the first violinist. And the reason for that is because many times everybody's really following the first violinist. The conductor's just up there to make faces.
Theatrics,
So correct me if I'm wrong, but the truth of the matter is that it's not your personality to become more flamboyant, right? Like you always like to just...
Yeah, but I think now I'm actually conducting. I still have to shake hands with the first violinist, but many times they're watching the first violinist. Right. And that's really what we did. Itcha, remember Itcha, Markowitz? He really did the conducting. And that's how we got through.
You want to know the $1 million question?
Yes, Ding.
He never took a music lesson, is that correct? You never went.
I never took formal lessons.
How do you know about arranging? How do you know? Like
by listening.
That's amazing. That's
really by listening to writing.
No, because most musicians that could play by ear, they can't read it.
No, they can't read it right. Most of them.
I don't know how he does it.
But it's like any field. Anybody will tell you. When did you really learn your trade? When you went out to work. You went out to work.
Experience it, yeah.
Did anybody come over to you after the session to congratulate you or say you did a good job in Israel by the Philharmonic, or they were happy the day was over and they just wanted to go home?
Actually, One compliment we got was when the choir, when we were doing rehearsal in the Steichemet dining room, and the song was Laman Achai, and Eli had the choir there and the orchestra, and I remember the trumpet player saying, "Oh, sounds like Henry Mancini." So I took that as a real compliment.
That was nice, yeah.
If he does a real good job, he gets lunch.
Okay. Next question is
Yes.
for all three of you. I'm starting off with Dingus. Dingus already talking.
Sure.
What was your "I can't believe I'm here" moment? You know, what moment in your career were you doing something, either a show, an album, recording with somebody, where you were like, "Wow, like I made it. Like I can't believe that I'm here doing this right now."
I think the moment that Shlomo Kabach came in on the second Haas concert as a surprise to the audience, and the roar of the crowd. I mean, I said to myself, like, and I won't take the credit for it, that it was my idea, you know, like to bring him in as a surprise, and just like I said, like, we did it, like we successful. We made Haas. I think that Haas became like good forever because of that one moment.
From where I stood, that was the loudest roar I ever heard on stage.
At any Haas concert?
Anywhere.
Wow.
When Shlomo came out.
But what was the moment for you?
Getting up to conduct the Philharmonic Experience at HASC 2 in Lincoln Center. I'm standing in front of a 60-piece orchestra, just fresh out of the crash conducting course that I took.
Right.
And you know, did I ever dream that I would be doing this in Lincoln Center? I would talk to musicians sometimes, and I would say to them at the time, and I would say, you know, in about 2 weeks I'm conducting Lincoln Center. And they'd say, what? You're conducting Lincoln Center? Yeah, I'm conducting Lincoln Center.
That's the
wow, you know, how do you say that so easily?
So for me, on the year number one,
Haas?
Yeah,
Okay.
Haas. So during the day, so
You're talking about rehearsals that day.
at the rehearsal that day, we were in the place getting sound checks and everything. And the theme, I asked Yisrael to write the
wow.
Haas theme.
Yeah.
And when they played it that day I broke down crying.
You
I
know it.
broke down crying.
You got
yeah.
chills.
People ask me, where did that come from? It took me 3 seconds to write.
What?
It's not that
Yeah.
long, you know, it's very
No, it's
short.
not that long.
No, but this may sound like a crazy story, but this is really what happened. I knew, I had a feeling that something new was starting. You know, we were a bunch of yeshiva boys playing weddings and doing little concerts, and we were going into Lincoln Center, and there was a possibility that something new was happening. And I really thought to myself, and I'm not kidding around, I said, if I was at Bria Soila, what kind of music would you hear there? And it just came to me. Boom, 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 boom. This was the beginning.
It just was the right
It was
right
Devar
music for the
Hayotim
right
LA.
song. It was
Yeah.
the right music for the right song. And
So you heard the orchestra playing it by rehearsal, but you never heard the orchestra play it in Lincoln Center till that moment, and it must have been the bigness of the moment.
At that point, it all came together. I mean, there were a lot of. You got to understand that first year, we were just working nonstop. This is how this went very quickly.
Yes.
When I went to Hess to sing with Matcha and to sing for the kids, I invited my family that I asked to go. I wanted to experience Hess. Nothing. They weren't talking about any concert. They had no idea fundraising. And then they told me they're going to close. They're going to close the camp.
Because you can't afford to keep it open anymore because there's a lot of costs.
No, yeah, they were cutting. They cut the funding.
They cut
from
the
all
government.
These, and it was so. I said you can't do that. And the idea, Hashem put the idea into my head about making a concert. My idea was to do a concert at the Felt Forum. I called him, Ding. I told him what I want to do, and he said no, don't do it in Felt Forum. It was his idea to go into Lincoln Center. And from then, it was non-stop. We were all going non-stop, right?
And
for 6 months.
It was nonstop, but it was so fun, and it was so, like, we didn't stop working, but it was just fun doing it. Like we had a good
Fun,
time.
and but there was an
it was
adrenaline,
nervousness. We were
yeah.
nervous. We were a little
nervous
we were a little
because
nervous.
things were going
up and down.
up and down.
The sales
The
were
sales,
not.
right?
Yeah, but also you guys have never, at that point, have you produced enough concerts to be confident that you know how to put one together?
No, because this
Even
was
just
a,
the program without
this
the
was
tickets
a
and
whole
everything.
new animal. This
There were a
was
lot of complications that we didn't have in Brooklyn College.
Like?
Dealing with the unions over there.
Which is what I've learned a lot about over the years between these two and the other
Things
producers.
really, had to be right. But I think...
Did they make you shut down an hour before the show too?
yeah. So we bought you could buy the hour. There was another way for them to schlep geld.
The first time we had a meeting, we were all sitting around the table, a little bigger than this, with Jack Kirkman and Lee, and the guy sitting there with his pad. And he goes, "Okay, Ding, who's your LD?" I go, "Shit, what's an LD?"
Actually, what you were saying was...
What is an LD?
The lighting director.
What got to you was, it's happening. As soon as you heard that music, you realized, this is happening.
Right. It's coming together. But there were a lot of lead ups to that moment. The week before, we were sold out. We were sold out. You couldn't get a ticket. People were offering crazy money, right? Yeah.
And when the concert was, you're going to remember, when the concert was like more than three quarters, there was like 3 songs left to go to the concert. Shia comes over to me backstage, and he gives me this hug, and he says, "We did it, we did it."
Yeah.
And I said, "Shia, we didn't do it yet. It's not over. We still have 3 songs," because and then all of a sudden, for the last song was Forever One, and I almost sang it and just ripped it apart. And as soon as he finished the last note of Forever One, Mordechai Ben David and Yoel Sharabi comes out wheeling a Haas child on a wheel, and instantly 3,000 people just stood up. And then I turned to Shia and I said, "Now we did it."
Yeah.
Now, speaking of musicians and performers, we're going to name a few performers that are no longer with us and whose absence can never be replaced. I'm sure you guys all have fond memories, but I thought this would be a good space to talk about some stories of people that aren't here. So I'll start off with Yossi Pimentel.
I loved him. I love him. He was a very, very close friend of mine. He was a close friend of Yisrael's and Ding. We all had different kind of relationships with him, but he was unbelievable.
The
unbelievable.
guy, no matter what time of day it was, would do whatever he can to help another.
He went through the whole Safe Tillim twice a day.
Really?
Yeah. The first time I met him was when I was doing an album, the Suki Would Touch a Ding #2, and I never met him before. And I come to the studio and I'm looking. I said, "Where's the Pimentel guy?" And then all of a sudden I see a guy who's just sitting there with the guitar, and he's saying to him, but the guy went to do a favor. You can call him up. This guy, there's a wedding tonight, and the chassan has just lost somebody, and he's in a bad mood. And you don't have to ask again. He's there. Yes, he was there. There was a time I told him about a group of people in Camp Monroe, a camp that's not religious, and how they learned they were in love with Mordechai Ben David just when Shabbos. He said, "I'm performing with him. I'm going down to Camp Monroe." That's him.
What I remember about him is he had a simchas achayim that it was rare to see. The biggest bracha somebody could have is to have simchas achayim, and he would pistachio nuts, this kind of drink, you mix coffee.
You make the coffee the old way. We brought the mashinkele on. Yeah, he made it on jobs, on the bandstand.
And the other thing I learned from him is that we had ideas that, Jewish music is a certain thing. Yeah. You can go a little bit this way, a little bit that way, and people got angry when you made it a little bit too jazzy or whatever. And he came from a totally different world and made Jewish music, made it into Jewish music. I remember the first time that how did I meet Yossi Pimentel?
You were in California.
In California. Nagina was hired to do a concert in San Diego. Yossi Pimentel was the opening act. I forgot who was singing with us. Maybe it was, I forgot.
Marco was there, right?
I think so, maybe. And Yossi Piamenta would call me up on the phone and in his very colorful way, he'd tell me, we're going to do this, you're going to hear something you never heard before, and I'm, who's this guy? And we never got together, but we met in California. And I walked into the concert hall with carrying my bag of music while he was rehearsing. And I heard he was doing mitzvah, goret, mitzvah, with his band. I never heard anything like this. I was just totally blown away. And I said to myself, Lamb, Jewish music is not going to be the same anymore. And it was true.
I've also heard in the last few years, there's a lot of musicians that passed away that were part of the Jewish music scene when you guys were on it, that names I didn't even know about. I'm trying to think right now.
Larry Gates.
Label Heschel.
Larry
Label
Gates.
Heschel.
Label Heschel.
Label Heschel, he was many years already.
Label Heschel, Shlomo Carlebach.
Moshe Yes, Shalom Levine.
But you bring up Larry Gates, and everyone knows. Most
Gates
people
is
know
Yotzai,
Larry Gates.
the fifth night of
know
Hanukkah.
Larry Gates as
an engineer.
The studio guy, as an engineer. But Larry's done a lot of voices for Uncle Moshe. He's done a lot of other
for
productions
everything.
that
He did, yeah.
He adds vocals, and you don't even know. He doesn't even get credit on a lot of the albums.
He never disappointed you. When you took the microphone, you knew that he'll do the job that you want him to do. And
he was even more than that. When Larry was there,
that's it.
Larry's going to take care of everything.
That's it.
No worries.
When you went to the studio, you knew you were coming back with a product when Larry was there.
Of course, also, I mean, just in the last year, we lost Shmuel Borger.
Sammy.
You did. You did it.
You did.
He did the double album, yeah.
Yeah, for Sammy and for Shia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Achron Chav obviously is Rav Shlomo Carlebach, who you guys both, all three of you have worked with over your time of music.
Shlomo was very different than what most people, right? Everybody in the world.
You're saying when you hear about him and when you know him, they're very different personas.
Very, very different.
How
First of
so?
all, I think the biggest thing was that people always say he was zerflagen, he was like out of it. He knew everything that was going on. He knew. He knew. You could ask him like 7 years after, 8 to 10 years after a concert, what musician played with you that night, and he'll know. Even though that night when he was playing with you, he kept on mixing up his guy's name and stuff like that, but he knew exactly what was going on, and people used to make fun of him, sometimes, and he knew that they were making fun of him.
They used to say he was always on something.
But he
really wasn't.
The greatest story, she will tell you, and we were all there backstage at the Haas concert. You tell the story. Somebody came over to him we were backstage, and somebody came over and said, Shlomo, why does so many of your songs sound alike? And he's telling what he said.
He said, everybody.
Look, he didn't answer the guy. He didn't answer. When the guy left, I think me, Matra, Yisra.
He said, everybody steals songs from me. I could steal from myself.
I remember I was talking to Matra a few years ago, and he said the only place that he performed first before Shlomo Carlebach was Australia.
That's it. What?
The one place that Mordechai Ben David performed before Shlomo Carlebach was Australia. Shlomo Carlebach got to Australia a few months later, and he said when he saw Mordechai at the Hess concert a little while later, he went like this to him. He said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "I got to Australia. They asked me why I'm singing your songs. What's going on?" So he goes, Mordechai goes, it was a present from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, this song. What are you complaining about? Shlomo Carlebach goes, yeah, but he gave it to me. He didn't give it to you.
Right, that's true. And the other story was in La Vista Hotel. Me and Suki were in La Vista Hotel, and he said, I don't know if you know this story, it's a great story. So I said, Shlomo, you have any good songs? He says, yeah, bring a tape recorder. I said, I'll be back in 5 minutes. And I come on, I have a tape recorder. In those days we had tape recorder, we didn't have phones.
Right.
And he goes, just before I sing you this song, he goes, I have one complaint. He goes, I said, what's the complaint? He says, you took Eishes Chayo, and you gave it to Avram Fried, and he did a very good job on it. But I composed it slow, and you went ahead and made it into a fast song. I composed it for my chuppah, for my old chuppah. So he looked at him and said, Shlomo, the marriage didn't last that long. And the only time in my life I heard him, Shlomo just cracked up. He goes, you're 100% right.
Brother. But he was the most popular guy in the world in Jewish music, and he was not in the business. He wasn't, right?
Yeah, he just, it was all here. It was all in his heart. Whatever money he made, they say he gave away.
Yeah, and he was a big, he gave tzedakah, and it's just amazing. I mean,
he once invited me to one of his Gemara shiurim, and that wasn't the Shlomo that I knew.
Right.
So you went? Like listening to a Rosh Yeshiva. It was klar. It was
yeah.
It was an act. All this stuff.
It was all an act. It was all an act.
The Holy Brother.
The famous story that's written up in the book was that Moshe Yes broke his leg a couple of days before Lag Boma, and he was scheduled to do a concert in Montreal, and they didn't have anybody. So Moshe Yes called up Shlomo and said, "Can you replace me? Are you busy?" He says, "I'm available. How much are you paying?" So Moshe Yes said, no, so the Chabad rabbi was going, the Chabad says, "Look, we don't have a very big budget, but whatever comes in that night, whatever comes in at the house goes completely to you." So they had a concert. A lot of people showed up at the door. It was a great concert. And at the end of the concert, the Chabad rabbi comes over, gives him a chunk of cash, and he puts it into his pocket. And about 10, 15 minutes later, after the concert, people were coming over to say, shkoyach to Shlomo, and a couple came and told him, we just got married a couple of weeks ago, and unfortunately we don't have a lot of money, and they were pulling out their hearts, and maybe you can do something, whatever. Shlomo never looked at how much money was in the pocket. He just put his hand into his pocket, pulled it out, and gave it to them.
Before we leave, Big Lamb. That's me. Where's this from? Where's the Big Lamb from?
Because Michal and Yitzchak, they were, that's how we differentiated between ourselves. I was Big Lamb, Michal was Middle Lamb, and Yitzchak was Little Lamb.
Michal was Cook.
No, but when we started, I don't know, for some reason people called us Lamb. It's very easy to say, just say, hey, Lamb, Lamb, Lamb. So there are three lambs, a big lamb, middle lamb, a little lamb. We were all about the same size.
But you're the oldest, you're saying. That's pretty much it.
Right. Yisroel had a
and
little
Ding,
lamb.
I guess Ding is just shorter than Golding.
Yeah, no, it's actually not. It's David Nachman Golding, DNG.
Ah.
I started in high school. My friend Josh Kalowitz, one day I was not feeling well, and they were running for election, GO elections of the school, and so he put up signs. He goes, "Vote Ding," and that's how that started.
And the last question for Shia: what was the idea to turn Avram Fried's name, Avram Friedman, into Fried, and why?
Good question.
So very simple. He did not want to. He didn't. His idea was that he just wanted to sing solos on an album, not to make his own record. And I wanted him to do an album, and he said his mother doesn't let. He was still a bacher. And I said, so the pshara was he's going to call himself Avram Fried instead of Friedman.
And nobody in Crown Heights, like when the album came out, was like, hey, what is this Fried business? You're Fried.
They didn't know him. They didn't know who this guy is. It's Fried.
But he grew up in Crown Heights, though, right?
Right.
So yeah, nobody knew him. Interesting.
Right. He was one of those people that we were talking about before. Like when he started off in the music business, like he had no idea what he was getting himself into. And he was like shy, and like she had told the first story time when he came to the studio and he froze up. He goes, but then he went from like being like so backstage to becoming so confident and so on the money and so taking care of any problems that would come up by a concert. He just knows what to do, and he's the best.
I was at a concert that I was emceeing at probably 4 or 5 years ago, and Avremel was on the thing, and we were watching rehearsal, and I'm watching these singers saying, we're this, no, I don't get it, this microphone, that microphone. And Avremel gets up and he goes, he calls the engineer, what's your name? Okay. He calls him by his name. Just get a little bit more reverb, a little more of this. He's done. Everybody else is taking 45 minutes. He goes to his room, he says it to him, he puts his stock in his pushka. He is for sure one of the sweetest, most real people I've ever met in the industry.
Unbelievable.
So I'd like to thank our guests, Yisrael Lam, Ding Golding, and Shia Mendelowitz. Thanks to Amudim for supplying the access. I'm Yossi Zweig, and we'll see you at the next session of Off the Charts. Please head over to Unite to Heal and support Amudim and do what you can to help them continue their amazing work. We hope you enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you, Amudim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kosher Guru here in the hot seat with Zvi Gluck of Amudim here at Wall Street Grill. We were about to taste some spicy deliciousness and learn all about Amudim. Let's get fired up and roll.
I know Zvi eats here a lot, but I don't know if he's coming back after today.
On fire! Zvi Gluck, Amudim. Do you even know what is happening here today at Wall Street Grill?
I gotta be honest, I don't. All I know is I was told that I'm gonna be eating spicy food, which I don't do.
But you're gonna do it. And not only gonna do it, but Chef Joseph Paulino, executive chef of Wall Street Grill, created, cooked, curated some of the most spiciest foods in the world, because I'm told you would do anything for Amudim. Are you up for the challenge?
Honestly?
No, lie to me over here. Of course, honestly.
I'm not, but I'm gonna do it anyway because it has to be done.
So let's bring out the heat.
Okay.
First course is jalapeno. It's a pineapple and jalapeno brine chicken thigh with a spicy jalapeno guacamole. Enjoy.
Thank you, one Chef. Second. I thought that it's supposed to start, and build its way up. If we're starting off with jalapeno, this is...
Just because you hear the word jalapeno, don't get too scared right now. And Zvi, we're about to see how far you'll go for Amudim. Go for it. You know what, I was actually moving this closer to you. I'm gonna move the water closer to me just in case you need extra, you can't get to it. How you doing there, Zvi?
I survived it, so far.
So far.
Still more to go.
Still a lot more to go. Let's get down to why we're here today. Growing up, you learned so much from your father in your household, watching, observing, seeing what he did for Yidden around the world. But a lot of us don't know exactly who your father was and what he did for you to learn and grow from that.
So I was blessed to be raised in a great home. My father, Rabbi Edgar Gluck, may he live and be well until 180 years old, otherwise known as Rabbi Chaim Baruch Gluck, has been in public service since he was very young. He actually started at the tender age of, I think, 18, 19. My father was one of the founding members of Hatzalah. He was, very involved in drafting the autopsy law in New York State, prohibiting autopsies for religious reasons unless it was a homicide or public health emergency.
A real game changer.
My father is, growing up, he was the only game in town. Any emergency, someone needed to get an emergency passport, somebody passed away in one country, another country, someone needed to get any sort of government red tape, it didn't matter. He would figure it out, find ways to make it happen. And Baruch Hashem, he's doing great, and he should continue to, but he's a man that, you say the word chesed, he personifies it, to the umpteenth degree.
I don't know how much you're going to be able to eat later on as the spiciness gets hotter. So you might as well have a little more right now and take another bite and enjoy.
It's not like you're giving me much of a choice over here. And
no, I'm not. And?
Being a real Ashkenazi Jew from German descent, we don't do spicy very well.
So hearing about the house you grew up in just now and your father, is there any one story that comes to mind that you'd love to share with us?
When I was about 13 years old, I'll never forget, my father got a phone call from the superintendent of the New York State Police. Said to him, Rabbi, we got a problem. We got, a bunch of people that are driving up to the Catskills on, Thursday in the summertime. And
for some spicy food?
Maybe, but I don't know if back then there was as many restaurants up in the mountains, but there was definitely water for the spicy food. That I can tell you. And he says, these guys are pulling over on the side of the road and it's very dangerous and they're just standing outside their cars and they're shaking and the kids are running around and we're going to start a very serious enforcement of this. So my father, realizing that this was people looking to daven mincha, right, before his man, figured it out.
Shaking,
And
chuckling.
He said to them, you know what, I have a better idea. Why don't we take a spot on the side of the road and designate it as a mincha area so that people can pull over, they'll be safe, and they'll not have these issues of kids running into the highway or anything of that nature. And that was actually the creation of the Mincha area, which for the first few years was actually on the side of the highway before now it's actually part of the Sloatsburg service area. But then came the interesting part. The New York Civil Liberties Union sued my father and the state for separation of church and state. Because how can you make an area called Mincha area that's only for one group, regardless of the safety factors, and that was the only group that needed it. And they ended up having to change the name to meeting area because that was the way it is. So that to me,
Sloatsburg meeting area.
So now if you go there, the sign says meeting area. But this is something that now every time I go up to the Catskills and I daven and I see literally thousands of people on a Thursday there, and I'm saying to myself, wow, this could have either just been warning to everybody, don't pull over on the side of the road, the police are going to enforce it, or millions of Amen Yehesh Mei Rabbis that have been answered, all in the schus of my father, should he live and be well, and all because it's outside the box thinking. Really
just like you presented something, you think of a solution, and you make sure that that solution is taken care of.
And the only difference was this one was a lot cheaper. I still have to raise the money for the solutions that we come up with at Amudim. But yes, that's where I learned that skill set from.
So you still have your senses, you know, Amudim. You know what's going on. The food hasn't gotten to you yet.
Not yet, but just to humor you, before you force me to take another bite, I'm going to do this one on my own.
Because we're about to get into round 2, and it's only going to get hotter.
It's for the people.
Zvi, we're ready for round 2. Chef, bring it on out.
When you say we're ready?
Oh, meaning me and the chef.
Oh, okay, just making sure we got that.
No, we're on the same page with that one.
Okay, that's great.
Round 2, Serrano. We have slowly cooked lamb belly ribs in a Serrano oil with a Serrano salsa verde.
By the way, chef, that envelope I gave you is to make everything 10 times hotter in the next few rounds.
Yes, sir.
Thank
No
you.
problem.
Since these are ribs, I'm going to use
Zvi,
my fingers.
All I could tell you is that these ribs smell insane. I can't tell you how hot they are, how insanely spicy they are, but they smell delicious.
Wow. Good thing I got a napkin here. And I think I'm going to need a refill on the water in a minute.
You know what? I'm going to put mine over here. I'll be nice, just
Wow,
in case.
that is so sweet of you. Ooh, okay.
Getting into what we're here for. So when was the first time Zvi got involved with Rabbi Gluck's work?
Whew, that was it was actually a very interesting story. So my father was leaving once to Europe, and he used to have different people that would help him out when he went away and carry his beeper for him. So my father was leaving. Oh, 1 second.
It's hot.
Wow. He was actually going to Poland. One of his other many projects was, reclaiming cemeteries and mass graves throughout Europe. So he was actually heading out. And I said to him, Dad, I'll take your beeper this time. And I'll never forget, his face lit up, like completely lit up. Like this was like the best he could have ever had, because I'm not going to lie to you. It was very difficult for me being the son of the man. So for him to see me saying, I'll handle your emergencies while you're gone, was like a huge thing. Anyway, he was on the plane. It was a Sunday. I'll never forget this. And he was actually in the air. The pager goes off. Somebody message about somebody that passed away, and they wanted to do an autopsy, and the family wanted to get the burial done immediately. So I rushed over to my parents' house, and I took out my father's Rolodex from his desk, and I looked up the phone number to the chief medical examiner of New York.
Here I thought you were about to say it was not in alphabetical order. You had to put it all in and find it. It took you hours.
Listen, my father, being born in Germany, right?
Okay.
The last name is Gluck with an umlaut. I always tell people, I'm always exactly a half hour late, but you can count on it being 30 minutes. Anyway, so I call up and I don't know what to say. I mean, I've overheard my father having conversations, but I never really, I was in schools, many schools at that point, but that's a separate issue. I decided to test out as many yeshivas as I could because, I just wanted to know if I have boys, where to send them to. So I made the rounds. And I called
Market research.
Oh, absolutely. The only way to do it. So I call up the chief medical examiner and I said, "Hi, Doc. It's Tzvi Gluck, Rabbi Gluck's son. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to ask you to do, but here's the name of the person who passed away. Here's the location that they're at. And what I need you to please do is arrange that they should be released immediately because they need to fly this body to another country for burial and call me when it's done so I can let the funeral home know to go pick it up." And I hung up. About 30 minutes later, and again, at this point, I'm stuck sitting in my parents' house waiting for a return call because there was no cell phones. And about 30 minutes later, the phone rings, and it's the chief medical examiner. He goes, "Tzvi, it's all taken care of. Tell the funeral home to go, and you tell your father that when he gets back, I want him to bring you to my office." I wasn't sure what to make of it. Now, over the next few days, I had a couple of other emergencies. This one got arrested, needed fill-in in central booking. This one needed kosher food, different issues.
And you couldn't send them to Wall Street Hill back in the day for the kosher food.
Well, I couldn't send them anywhere because they were in handcuffs, you know what I'm saying? But, I couldn't call Wall Street Hill to deliver the food. Maybe that would be nice, considering how great the food is. And it really is good, even if I'm, loving it.
Just going to incentivize you a little bit. Incentivize you. You're talking about how good the food is.
Do I say l'shem yichud? Like I have to have this in mind that we're doing this for a cause, or I'm doing this for a cause?
You're doing this for a cause.
Watching.
I'm just sitting and watching, enjoying the facial expressions, seeing how you're enjoying the spicy food, seeing how far you will go for Amudim.
I don't do spicy, and you're telling me that this is going up and up. This is.
Everyone told me you would go very far for Amudim, and I see that they were right.
Anyway, when my father comes back home, I tell him the story, and he gets a little nervous. He's like, "Whoa, did you say something wrong? Did you insult him? I mean, the chief medical examiner is who we deal with regularly. You gotta..." And I was like, "No, I don't know. I just called him, and I told my father exactly how the conversation went." And he's like, "You didn't ask, you didn't, I'm like, "I don't know, I just gotta get it done. Get it done." So he says, "Okay." He calls up the chief medical examiner. He goes, "I'll be there tomorrow." At the same time, I said to my father, "Here's your beeper back, and I never want to see this again." And he goes, "Why not?" I said, "I gotta tell you, these people call, they want help. I'm doing what they need, and then I'm getting yelled at afterwards. They're cursing me out. Nothing's ever good enough. This is not for me. I am not going to be I don't know how you live your whole life with people just, stepping on you." So my father tells me the story that has been written, over many years of the child that was born, was an orphan from the day he was born, and he was raised by the rabbi in town from the day he was born till he walked down the aisle. And when he was about 18 years old, the rabbi gave him an envelope and said, "This is a present for you."
It's getting to you. It's kicking in.
It is kicking in. Oh my gosh. He says, "Here's a present for you, but you can't open it till you get married." Of course, he opens it up and he finds these two beautiful stones in there. So he figures, wow, the rabbi gave me these stones. It's a gift to give to my wife. Let me see what it's worth. And he takes it to one store. "Oh, I've never seen anything so exquisite. You got to take it to the big city, and the big city, and the big city." Finally ends up in Minsk, takes it to the biggest jeweler there, and the guy looks at it and goes, "These are the most beautiful, clear rocks I've ever seen. They're worthless." So he goes back to the rabbi, goes, "I know I wasn't supposed to open this, but can you tell me the story?" He goes, "Yeah. We have a custom that when people do something nice for you, you throw stones at them. So my request is when you throw stones at me, it should be these small little pebbles and not big boulders." And my father says to me, "I understand if you don't want to get involved in public service. But if you do, you're going to have rocks thrown at you, and they're going to be boulders too." And I must say, he's right.
So at what point did it click in your head that you want to get into public service and do what Tzvi Gluck does?
Public service, I kept saying, was not something I wanted to get involved in. I wanted to go out, real estate, hedge funds, make money. I wasn't, the public service wasn't a life for me.
Eat food that's not so spicy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for sure. At least not for closing a deal. I don't have to worry about spicy food. But when I was 19 years old, I had two close friends of mine that passed away back to back. One of them was driving while he was high on drugs and got into a car accident. And the other one, unfortunately, committed suicide, leaving a suicide note about the abuse that he had endured, sexual abuse when he was younger. And at that point, I still wanted to make money, but I realized that, you know, there were problems out there, and I started volunteering. Our place had just opened up in Brooklyn on Avenue M. Chaim Glantz, Mike Spinnick, a few other very special people, and I went there and I started volunteering, you know, and then all of a sudden this kid from our place got arrested, and I would get a call and go down there, and this one needed to go to a rehab, and it just slowly grew until my father decided one day it was time to get me some credentials, and my mother went crazy because she's like, well, if you get him credentials, if he doesn't have smicha, he can't use the word rabbi. So I ended up going for smicha because got to make my mother happy, because we all have to make our mothers happy. And but really, that was the irony, is getting back to the other story. When we went to the medical examiner's office, so my father was nervous, and the chief medical examiner looks at my father, looks at me, and he goes, Edgar, your son, he's got chutzpah, the kind we like. I want him to carry an ID card like you do from this office and get more involved in helping. And that was my first public service, was they made me what's called rabbinical consultant for the office of the chief medical examiner. They made me an ID card. Didn't know what that meant, but still trying to make money, because I, you know, growing up, I always had friends that were wealthier than I am. And, you know, my parents are both public servants, so
as it got you into more things, we're actually about to take the level of fireness to another different level. Are you ready?
I was kind of hoping we could keep this going for a while and forget about the rest of the dishes.
We only have the restaurant for a little bit more time, so we got to get going over here.
If you say so.
I say so. Let's get ready for the next round.
I'm ready.
Thai Redbird chili is our next course. Some short-rib flanken, marinated 24 hours at Redbird chilies. Enjoy.
Wall Street Grill knows how to spice it up. Cooked for many hours to get that spice into it. Zvi, you're up.
You know, I really thought that the partners in Wall Street Grill were my friends and that they would have my back.
Oh, trust me, they have your back when it comes to Amudim, not when it comes to the spice level.
The smell of this is already, this is, so I'm going to do it in small pieces just to
I think
get
that might
taste.
be a good idea.
Oh my gosh. How much do I, this is.
How much do you have to eat? I'll finish that question for you. A lot.
Oh my gosh. You're saying the bread is supposed to help with the...
That's what they say. And here I thought at Wall Street Grill, we'd be just enjoying a nice meal. And Zvi, you're quivering in your chair over here.
When do I get my taste buds back?
3 to 6 weeks.
It's not even funny.
Maybe for you, but for us it is. Describe how you're feeling right now. The taste, the flavors, the spiciness.
Honestly, I'll tell you, I don't do spicy at all, ever. But the one thought that's going through my mind, as spicy as this is, and we got a few more to go, it doesn't come close to the pain and suffering that the people that need our help are going through. And if this is the little bit that I have to do to endure this pain, to help alleviate the pain and suffering of others, I'm going to keep doing it.
So we're talking about the pain and suffering of others. Besides the pain and suffering that you're going through right now, Amudim, how did it start?
So I have a very close friend of mine from when I was growing up. Actually, his father, Zechron Levracha, and my father, Zazain Gesundten Stark, learned in yeshiva together. And his name is Laser Shiner. And we were friends for many years. And, you know, like I said, growing up, I had a lot of wealthy friends, and I was always jealous, and I wanted to make money, and it wasn't in my cards. And at one point, he had said to me, Tzvi, stop trying to make a living. You're good at what you do in helping people. Just focus on that. And he basically helped me out for a number of years. And I was a lone soldier, just helping people when I could. And he kept always pushing me, saying, Tzvi, you got to take this to the next level. You got to do an organization. And I kept saying, listen, then you got to worry about money and finance. I don't want the headaches. I don't need it. You know, I can help whoever I can help. But he kept pushing me. He wouldn't take no for an answer. And I said, you know, when the time is right, maybe. And I just kept trying to, like, push it off. Moshe Wolfson, a very, very dear friend of mine, made a bris a week after his father, Reb Zev, the noted philanthropist who, you know, changed the world of charity and giving in this generation, made a bris about a week after his father's patira. And this was going to be the first Zev to be named. And I was at the bris. And after the bris, Moshe says to me, you know, come to my house. So, go to his house. You know, the benefit of not working for anything is I have the free time. And I'm sitting in his house, and we're schmoozing, and all of a sudden, somebody pulls up. The guy gets out of a car wearing a cowboy hat. Very interesting. Moshe opens the door, gives him a hug. He goes, I'm so sorry, my flight was delayed. I missed the bris, but I'm still coming to say Mazel Tov. And we're sitting on Moshe's back deck just schmoozing, the three of us. I don't tell this person my name. He doesn't tell me his name. And we're starting to talk about different situations, and then I get an emergency call in the middle about somebody who, there was a bail issue and this, and I don't remember exactly what the story was. Anyway, and I start answering the questions, and I hang up, and the guy looks at me and goes, who's that about? I said, I can't tell you. It's privacy. He goes, well, what's the story? You don't give me a name. I say, oh, some guy got arrested, and there's an extradition, and I don't know, some rich guy put down $500,000 bail, so they're bringing him in, and he's going to be released right away, and I'm just trying to orchestrate that it should happen in a timely manner. And he turns to me and he goes, this is so-and-so? And I'm like, yeah, how do you know? He's like, I mean, it's very nice that you refer to people as some rich guy, but I'm the guy that put down that bail money. I know this case very well, and I don't know who the guy is either, but somebody called me for help. So Moshe Wolfson looks at this fellow, looks at me, and he goes, you guys don't know each other? And, no, what's your name? He goes, Mendy Klein. What's your name? Tzvi Glock. Looks at me, he goes, you're Tzvi Glock? I was expecting somebody much older. And he gives me a hug, and he goes, I'm trying to reach you for 2 years already. Why are you ignoring me? I said, ignoring you? When did you try to reach me? He goes, check your emails. Look at emails, nothing, I don't see anything from a Mendy Klein. He goes, type in Robert Klein. Okay, so I go through my emails. It says, I have an email from a Karen O'Rourke from RIK Enterprises in Cleveland, Ohio that says, hi, Mr. Gluck, my boss Robert would like to know when he can meet with you. Thank you, Karen. I put it into spam. I don't know what that is. I don't know who you are.
That's like the prince in Nairobi trying to give someone their country's riches.
Exactly, and I never heard of this. Anyway, we end up continuing to talk, and then he makes a comment about something, and Moshe says to him, oh, you don't know what Tzvi does. This one rehabs and detoxes and abuse victims, and he's just a one-man show, like an army. So Mendy says, you should come move to Cleveland. Yeah, we don't have problems. And I was literally drinking a Coke, and I'll never forget this. I spit it out through my nose and my mouth, and it went all over him.
It was spicy?
Not like this, for sure not. It might have burnt my nose a little bit, but not like this. That's for sure not. And he's like, what's that about? I'm like, you know how many people I've helped in Cleveland? What, are you kidding me? And he goes, tell me who. I said, I can't tell you who. I just told you, privacy. And he's like, tell me who you've worked with in Cleveland, on the rabbinic side or the community. So I give him 2 names. He calls both of them up. And they both back-to-back say, Mendy, are you living under a rock? Of course these things are happening. What are you talking about? We call Tzvi Glock all the time. He helps us with this, that. And he ends up calling his assistant and he goes, make an emergency meeting with all the rabbis in town tonight, I'm coming home. Anyway, that was the beginning. And then over the next few months, the relationship built up until Mendy and Maishi finally sat me down one day and said, that's it, making an organization, we're going to do this right. And I reached out to Laser and I said, okay, it happened, except there was one statement that Mendy made. Zechrono Levracha. I still miss him every day, by the way. And he says to me, and I said, I can't be busy, money, fundraising. He goes, Tzvi, as long as I'm alive, I promise you, you'll never have a problem raising money. Now, that sort of was true. I did have to raise money, but I always knew that there was that security blanket. If there was a problem, Mendy would be there. And I, Baruch Hashem, learned how to do it. But he passed away untimely and at a time that Amudim was in the middle of a growth spurt. And raising money is probably the hardest part of my job. I got to say, dealing with the most difficult situations I can get through. But not being able to help pay for those who need it or be able to hire additional staff to be able to help more people, that's painful. When we first founded Amudim, it was really designed to destigmatize sexual abuse from within the community, to give people a voice they should have where to reach out to. Our goals were, if we can break that barrier of silence and let people feel comfortable to talk, it'll change the tide and people will be able to get the help that they need. We ended up starting to hire case managers, and I realized early on that we needed mental health professionals to be these case managers so they would understand better about what's going on. And we started with a few, and I had sent Mendy an email. We need more staff. We're opening up like 4 to 6 new cases a week, and it's just too much to handle. And I was like looking at it now saying we're like at 140 cases a week now that we're opening up, and compared to where we were back then, I would have never dreamt in a million years that we'd be where we are today, or that we'd be doing all of this case management, which is really what we in essence do. We just become the quarterback for people during their most difficult time and help with every piece of the puzzle. The Amudim today the answer is yes. Destigmatization is still our mission statement because the goal is to be able to start minimizing the amount of problems out there. But in addition to that, and by the way, we've put out a bunch of PSA videos, we've had millions of views, we've received hundreds of industry awards. I mean, it's amazing, and all for destigmatization and to get the word out there. But now it's a lot more than that. It's also ensuring that we have the best relationships with treatment centers, clinicians, advocating for people's insurance, that they should cover a lot of these expenses, because a lot of the times that we're dealing with people, they just can't afford the treatment that they need. You know, going from a 4-person office to over 35 employees in the US and 14 in Eretz Yisrael, you know, having an entire financial back-end office when we started with a part-time bookkeeper, and I'm just like, you know, it has evolved into, I mean, really a mammoth of an organization. I complained once to Revelia Brudny. We were schmoozing, and I said, oh, it's so ridiculous, thousands of cases that we opened up, and it's so painful. And he looks at me and he goes, no. You have to look at it a different way. It's not that thousands of more people needed help this year. It's that thousands of more people felt comfortable to reach out for help.
And have the place where to go for it.
Exactly.
We're hearing all about Amudim. We know that the budget has grown because the mission, the vision, what you do has grown. On that level, the spiciness is growing as well for you to show everybody how far you're going to go for Amudim. So I think we're just about up to the next course over here of spiciness. Chef, we're ready.
Speak for yourself.
I am
You're
ready.
not the one eating it.
We're about to really heat things up.
Oh boy.
Orange habanero, duck drumettes, yuzu habanero glaze. And I brought you a little extra ice because it's a little extra hot for you.
Oh no. I'm smelling it and I'm scared to touch it. I need some encouragement here. Gabe, you got to help me out. I can't.
Holy cow, this smells so delicious.
Yeah, it smells delicious. It smells spicy.
So sweet. So not spicy. And I'm not one to steer you in the wrong direction, or maybe I am.
I got to do this because...
Svi, you got to do this. Let me tell you
this.
something. We're here at one of the most amazing restaurants in New York City and beyond. You have prepared dishes from the most amazing and talented chefs there are. You're about to bite down into spicy, hot, super, super hot deliciousness. You okay there?
No. I'm just trying to figure out if I should eat it all at once.
I'm just trying to figure out if I should cry or laugh over here. Or actually go get medical help.
Spicy!
You okay?
Am I okay? This isn't about me. Is this about me?
No, it's actually about Amudim.
Good.
But for this 1 second, we're going to look into your health and make sure you're okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll give you okay. Oh, wow. Who convinced me to do this?
Your good friends and family and people that care about Amudim and getting the word out there.
Well, I have to reevaluate my friends.
Are you okay? You ready to go?
I'm not.
If you
My
didn't take a
mouth is
second,
on-
take a
my
breather.
mouth is on fire. My head is. But let's go.
No, I got nowhere to go. I'm here all day, Svi. I got nowhere to go. I want to make sure you're good to go.
I'm gonna be as good as I am. What am I gonna do? It's just getting hotter.
We just learned about Amudim, how it started, the organization. But let's get into like the nitty gritty just to really get a feel of the history of Amudim.
It all began a long, long time ago in a far, far away land
In a castle on a mountain.
where there was no spicy food anywhere, and life was good. So when Amudim first started, we somebody donated space to us in a building in Lower Manhattan, and it was four of us actually. First year, our budget was just under about $400,000. I think we helped about 600 people, I think, if I get my numbers
wow.
correct. In
4
total.
people, a minuscule budget, helping hundreds of people in the beginning.
And then realizing that we needed more because we were helping by doing, oh my gosh, wow. Oh,
Just remember, you're doing this for Amudim.
So it was just a few of us, and then we realized that, you know, helping them get to the services was great, but then a lot of people couldn't afford it, and things had to just keep growing from there. And by our second year, our budget was over $1.3 million in year 2 of operation. We were about 11 employees at that point, and I got to tell you, year to date, so far in 2021, we're already just north of $8 million.
And how many years later is this?
It's 7.5 years.
7.5 years later.
And we have over 34, 35 employees in the U.S.
1 second. You just said the U.S. Where else is Amudim located?
Oh, I opened an office in Israel a couple of years ago. And there's actually talk now about a few other countries around the globe where, again, I mean, let's be honest, the issues that we deal with, I mean, we deal with everywhere. I mean, we've had clients in over 50 countries.
I was just about to ask, where do the calls and emails come in other than where your offices in America and in Israel?
All over. I don't think there's a single community in the world that we have not received a call from.
Really?
And I'm talking, it could be 1 or 2, and it could be 100 to 200. I mean, in the United Kingdom alone, we've had over 400 some odd clients over the years. Canada, we've had about 700, 800. In the US, we've had clients in, I think, over 37 states, 38 states.
I'm hearing all about what you have done, what Amudim does, what you built for the people out there that had nowhere else to turn to. It's amazing. It truly is amazing. Where do you see Amudim going?
Well, I have a joke that I say, if Amudim was an investment firm, our investors would be thrilled because this year alone, we've serviced over 4,500 clients.
Oh, wow.
In total, since inception, it's already over 11,000 people that we have helped.
Wow.
And based on the current numbers, I mean, it looks like it's going to keep growing, but again, I keep telling myself, it doesn't mean more people have problems. I'm listening to Rav Brudny's words. It means more people are reaching out. And I must say this, if not for the dedicated staff who
And they have access to it as well.
They have access to it, they have where to call, they have who to reach out to. And we're blessed with the most amazing dedicated staff from all sides of Amudim who really give it their heart and soul, because I promise you, there is nobody that's working at Amudim for the money. I can tell you that for certain.
How has Amudim changed, functioned, veered this way or that way during COVID?
COVID was very difficult for everybody. We had a couple of things that really was on our side, because at Amudim we always allowed staff to work 1 day a week from home. So the remote working was easy for us because that was already in play. But at the same time, there were a lot of different things that started happening, and our call volume started jumping through the roof. But it wasn't Amudim, quote unquote, related issues. It was anxiety, parenting, all these other, and it was just one after another. So we had reached out to a bunch of our partner organizations that we've done a lot of work with, and we launched a support line that was open 7 days a week, Shabbos, Yom Tov, Pesach. Didn't make a difference. It was right before Pesach that we launched it, staffed with volunteer mental health professionals, answered thousands of calls from 8 a.m. till midnight to be able to provide a service. And we were getting calls from all over the world. And that was just one of the things. You have to step up. But I also have a policy at Amudim. We don't do things unless it's necessary. Sometimes, you get an idea, maybe it'll be good for fundraising. I don't believe in that.
Is this idea good for fundraising?
Well, this we'll find out. This we'll find out. I don't know. But as soon as the call volume started slowing down and the mental health professionals were getting back to work, and so we shut down the support line because it served its purpose, but now it's time to go back to the regular scheduled programming. Right before Pesach, we got tremendous amount of influx of calls from victims of domestic violence. People were, quarantined with their abusers and children and didn't have where to go, and there were no Pesach programs, or people weren't taking people into their homes. What do you do? So we ended up, with the help of the UJA and a few other foundations that they put us in touch with, we took out rooms in a bunch of different hotels, and we arranged for meals, because New York State allowed for food in hotels to be served to rooms as part of room service, but you couldn't have the restaurant part open. And we ended up creating a safe haven for over 100 people in need that were able to be someplace for Pesach.
COVID.
Smack in the middle of COVID and during Pesach.
So before we hear more about how Amudim has transitioned and helped so many during COVID, we're going to take it up another notch with another dish.
This is
some
good.
spiciness.
We're good. We're good.
No, sweet, we're not good. We need to be amazing. We need to be the best, because that's what Amudim is. And we're about to get ready for the next spicy course over here at Wall Street Grill.
Oh, I can't wait.
You're not ready, but we will be.
Don't have a choice. Oh my gosh.
We have some sweet chili ghost pepper wings.
Ghost?
And if you think it wasn't hot enough,
oh no,
I'm gonna just put a little extra sauce.
You did not just do that.
Oh, yes, I did.
Chef,
First of all,
I'm looking at this.
I want to smell this. Okay, my nostrils just flared up. I was able to keep a straight face in the other rounds and tell you it was sweet and mess around with you. Svi, I can't mess around or lie to you. This is loaded hotness. Are you ready?
Breathe in.
Svi, this is your time right now to enjoy spicy food for once in your life. How's it taste?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know how it tastes.
Are your taste buds all burnt off?
Whatever was left of them. Oh my gosh.
You were telling us some amazing things that Amudim was able to actually do during the pandemic. Let's get a little bit more into it.
I will say, I do have to give a very big thank you. Right before the pandemic started, I was in a program that was actually sponsored by the UJA, a Jewish Executive Leadership program at Columbia University. And a lot of the skills and the classes that I was taught during that program actually helped me, as the CEO of Amudim, be able to function, because we lost a tremendous amount of donor base because of people not knowing, the uncertainty of what tomorrow will bring. Our caseload increased, multiple fold. And really, I have to say that that program actually helped me be able to maintain what I needed to keep together in order for Amudim to be able to survive. Another area that we got very involved in and are still very involved in, which again was not the Amudim hat before COVID, might have been the Tzvi Gluck being my father's son hat and dealing with public service in other areas, was dealing with a lot of travel related issues. And it started in April of 2020. There was a family that lost a loved one and there were no commercial flights and they wanted to bury their loved one in Israel. And they were flying out of Westchester Airport. And for those that don't know, Westchester was ground zero for COVID in New York.
I forgot about that. You're right. I remember now.
And they were welcomed with a very large police presence surrounding the plane and the Chevra Kadisha and the Undertaker. And I got a phone call late at night saying, you know, Tzvi, you're a chaplain with the Port Authority Police. Can you possibly help us deal with Westchester Airport? And I was like, listen, Westchester Airport is not under the Port Authority. No, you don't understand. They're not letting us go. They're threatening to arrest us. You got to help us out. And I literally, with my assistant, we went down to the airport. And I tried reasoning with the police. And I got copies of all the documentation that everything was done as far as the COVID requirements for transporting, remains. But nobody really seemed to know what was going on. And I ended up reaching out to the governor's office. And
this was in the beginning of COVID.
This was April 5th, 2020. I'll never forget that day. And then we reached out. I spoke to the county commissioner in Westchester County of Department of Health. And it took a few hours, and they ended up squaring everything away and allowing this nifter to be flown.
So I wouldn't say Amudim transition. You more or less took
we
on...
added on another piece. And then that ended up resulting in over... I think it's like 17,000 people that we have helped get into Israel since COVID started, whether it's for tragedies, whether it's for simachot, when they kept changing the rules. And then we did something else that I'm so proud of. We developed a website, amudim.org/travel. And as the rules were changing in Israel, we were always updating the website, but most importantly, full tutorials on how to apply for the permits and how to get in and what categories are accepted. Because if you just go to the Israeli government website, you can't figure out what you're supposed to do. We ended up developing, our webmaster, she was great, she developed a form filler, because a lot of the forms they wanted them digitally filled out. No one knew what to do. How many people can open up Adobe and figure out how to fill out a form? But I'm going to keep this going so you don't ask me to eat any more food. I'm just letting you know.
I see you struggling. This is
going to go for a little bit.
We see you struggling.
Anyway, we had over 10,000 people that used our form fillers alone just for their permits to be able to get into Israel that did not go through our office per se, didn't contact us for emergency help, that were able to be helped by this.
All online.
And I was also very strict, and even now, the rules just changed again recently. We don't publish anything on the website based on the media, based on the WhatsApp chats, based on Twitter.
No rumors, just facts.
Once we know the facts, we update the site, and we update it every couple of days. But I also have to say that this is not something that's just Amudim. We've had some great partners. The Israeli consulate in New York has been amazing. The staff over there bend over backwards all the time, especially
Did you
for
work with them before this as well, or this really sort of catapulted that relationship?
No. So in my previous life, once I started with public service, and I was dealing, again, like I had mentioned, with people getting arrested and tefillin and food. So I always maintained a relationship with the Israeli consulate because they would call me and say, we just found out an Israeli was arrested by ICE. And at one point I was the chaplain at the detention center on Varick Street. So I would go down there, make sure they have what they needed. So I always maintained a relationship with the consulate, but it's never been like what it is now. I mean, we're speaking to them daily, and it's people that really care. I must tell you that the staff at the consulate, they don't get paid overtime, and what they get paid, I'm embarrassed to even tell you, they're not, nobody's getting rich there, but they care. They really, really care. So that was something else that we're still dealing with. And then, going back to the Amudim component, we also set up Zoom meetings for AA, NA. I want to tell you, one of the biggest accomplishments we had during COVID, and I'm very proud of this. I'm a big believer. People need to be able to, mental health is just like anything else. If somebody, God forbid, has a heart attack, right? they'll go on Shabbos to a hospital, right? I'm an Hatzalah 20 plus years, right? When I first became a paramedic, I would go out for a questionable life and death emergency. You leave on Yom Kippur night. Mental health, substance abuse, these issues are all just as important, but people didn't really realize it. There was a lot of stigma. And when we realized that we had to launch the support line, plus we had a lot of people who couldn't make it to their meetings, their 12-step meetings, their AA, NA, GA, Al-Anon, Gan-Anon, it didn't matter, or even support groups, we realized there's going to be issues. And especially with Pesach coming up, that year was a 3-day Yom Tif. So you have people that are boxed in their house, whether they're struggling with, staying sober, or whether they're having issues of abuse or whatever it is, and they need help. And they need help on Yom Tif too. And I reached out to Reb David Cohn, and I asked him for a video where he actually put out on video a very public statement that if people need to join a Zoom meeting on Yom Tif, on Shabbos, it doesn't matter what it is. It's the same thing like dealing with Pekuach Nefesh, saving a life. And if that's what people need, they need to do it. And that video, I am told now, more than a year and a half later, that the amount of people that reach out, especially on Shabbos, Yom Tif, other times, because it's been okay. If you have a problem, you can get help. And it also took the concept of mental health, addiction, abuse, to a very public level, where
You broke down all those barriers.
The biggest rabbi in America today who answers halachic questions is stating publicly you can do this. But then something interesting happened. I got a phone call from a therapist in Lakewood, and he says to me, ooh, he says, Tzvi, that video is amazing, but I have clients of mine that they hold the Reb David Cohn, but it would be better if you got a Lakewood Rav to also put out a video. And my first thought was, this is ridiculous. I got a paisik that anybody would call him with any halachic question in Jewish law, they'll take it all of a sudden now. It's not good enough for them, Give me a break. But then I said to myself, it's not about me. It's not about me having an opinion over which rabbi is what. If there are people in a community that need help, and it's going to mean that you need somebody local to do it, then that's what we're going to have to do. And we got the dayan of Lakewood Yeshiva, Rabbi Katz, and he also did a video. And in his video, he even went a step stronger. And he actually said, Shabbos? Yom Tif? If people need to go to meetings to stay sober, you do whatever it takes, even if you have to drive there. Of course you can go on Zoom and do it in the meantime. And if you have a problem, you reach out for help and you call somebody. And if you have to make a call, you do it. And I will tell you, between those two videos, first of all, we saw the amount of calls that came into the support line over Yom Tif, to the point that we needed to call backup clinicians to be on shift. And we had 5 on at a time. So when people say, what was your, the biggest thing that COVID did, it's really, and I got to say this, I know it might not be the, wow, but just getting these 2 videos out were huge in being able to destigmatize mental health and addiction, sobriety, more than anything. It was just, and it just carries a lot of weight. And don't get me wrong, Rebbitzin Leah called me afterwards and goes, you know how much flack my husband's getting for that video? But we love you, Tzvi.
No, that's my water.
No.
No, that's my water.
Please.
You know what? I'm going to be a nice guy. There you go.
Oh, wow.
As we're bringing up the level of heatness,
wow, that just
hotness,
kicked in.
some spiciness.
1 second. You're the food genius, right?
I don't know about the food genius,
So
but you know what, kosher
what
guru.
was that? It just, out of nowhere, it just hit me in the
Those
back of my throat.
ghost peppers just pop like there's no tomorrow. And what we're about to do, Tzvi, is get ready for the next round.
This is specially brought over for the fire department for the last round. That's how hot we're gonna get. So I'm gonna keep this real close to you.
It's getting real. Like, really real.
And we present the Carolina Reaper.
Oh my God. Look at those.
OMG.
Oh no. No, you see what that
Like
is?
a volcano with the lava of peppers.
Bring on the lava.
What is this?
That's the Carolina Reaper.
What? Yeah.
It is going to burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, we'll give you some burn.
But everyone says, will Svi Gluck go all the way for Amudim?
Ah, the guilt trip.
Yes, the guilt
Are
trip.
you a Jewish mother by any chance?
Thank God I have a Jewish mother, so we all know what the Jewish guilt trip is all about.
Okay. I'm gonna do what... Oh my God. This is like...
Thank God we have the fire extinguisher just in case.
I'm just putting this all on the fork at once because I'm gonna... I think if I just do it fast...
You're building up. The problem is that you have these Carolina Reapers here that are so stealthily spicy. They're just gonna creep up. And yeah, bring that level of spiciness. Ooh, he did it. He did it. Svi Gluck. Yes, Svi Gluck just put the most spicy things that we have right here. Okay, this is gonna be funny. Into his mouth, drinking the water. He's shivering, he's quaking.
Oh my God.
Piece of bread? Do I call it Salah from outside? Do I not? Do we warn your wife and family you might be getting home a little bit later tonight?
Oh my gosh, wow. I am gonna need more water.
Your eyes are watery.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to go with this. You're enjoying it, I see you are.
Oh my God, it's still in my mouth. I can't get rid of it.
The future of Amudim. Where is Amudim going?
I want to tell you something, and I mean this very, very seriously. If I would have known 7.5 years ago where Amudim would be today and all the pressure that we would have between trying to find the best help for those that need it, being able to find the money to cover the expenses for it, being able to ward off all the haters out there, I don't know if I would have agreed to do this. And I don't mean this. I mean Amudim. And for that, I'm thankful that I didn't know. Because at the end of the day, maybe it's selfish of me, I don't know. But there is no greater feeling than knowing that one is making a difference. And at Amudim, and it's not me, and I tell people all the time, you know, it's really not me. We have a team that really make that difference. And from the looks of it, if I had to guess, I would say, I would see various branches of Amudim starting to open up in other communities in other countries around the world, especially as the caseload is getting larger and larger from so many other places. And one of our board members actually said not too long ago, the same way there's Hatzalah in major cities and Tomchei Shabbos and Bikur Cholim and all these great organizations, I do believe that that's the direction that it's heading. And I'm not thrilled about it because that just means like more money that we have to raise and probably more spicy food that I'm gonna have to eat because people are gonna be like, Svi, for next year, if you go spicier, we'll give you more money. And things are not easy, but our job at Amudim is to alleviate the pain and suffering in as easy as a format as possible. And we're trying, and don't get me wrong, it's not just about putting out the fires, which definitely something that we need to talk about. But it's also about prevention. And we're actually embarking on some very, very large prevention programs, school-based curriculum, and many other areas where, while we can't stop dealing with the emergencies because we have to be available, we can try to stem the tide by doing proper and early, age-appropriate education to create a healthier society.
By the way, something I have to add, just hearing everything you've said, the entire show so far, I am in awe of everyone who's on your team, but more so for their families.
I will tell you the dedication, and it's not what keeps them going, it's what pushes to go. and I will tell you this, I've spoken, we do a retreat every year just for the staff and their families. It's not for the public. It's not one of these weekends it's just an internal, and it's a weekend of giving strength to each other. And, we have our clinical advisory board come, and the board of directors come with their families, and, some other, people that are very involved, but it's a closed weekend. It's not for the public. And I end up talking to the spouses of the staff just to get a feeling from them, because the truth is I want to know if we're overworking people. It's important that, they know that we care and, try to figure out. And by the way, we do get feedback on both sides of the coin. But I will tell you overwhelmingly, and it's something that we hear all the time, it's not just that they're not like, oh, it's okay, it's your job. It's encouraging. And I could tell you that. I could say that for myself, and I could say that for anybody else. Because like I said, nobody's working at Amudim for the money, and certainly not for the fame or glory.
So do you think there's a way to stem the tide, reduce the number of people that actually need Amudim out there?
The end goal is yes, and I will tell you that we're already noticing a huge change, and while we still have so much more to go. But I can tell you that from 7.5 years ago to today, parents are calling us much earlier on when they're finding out their children are having problems. People that have loved ones that are struggling with addiction are calling earlier, meaning a lot of that, what we used to see people would call years later, we're starting to get those calls much quicker. So there's definitely been a systemic change in the culture. I mean, we still have a long way to go, but we're heading in the right direction. And I do firmly believe that with continued awareness, education, with this school-based program, trying to create a healthier society, I do believe that the time will come where, things will be better and we will have a healthier society overall.
And a lot has to do because of the work that you and Amudim have been doing for these 7.5+ years.
No, it has to do with those that support the work so that Amudim can continue to do what Amudim does. Amudim is not a person. People always say to me, oh, you're Amudim? I go, no. Amudim belongs to the public. I happen to be tasked with the job of holding the reins right now. But I'm not Amudim. Amudim is everybody. But I do want to say a big thank you to the owners of Wall Street Grill, who are known for their open hearts, Yoel Zegelbaum, Shalom Veg, Steve Traub, Tariq, and of course, Chef Joseph Polino, who managed to burn my taste buds that I won't be able to eat anything for a month.
Maybe he did you a favor.
No, you got to see the food in my house was good before today, but it's a special thank you.
Tzvi, and everyone who's part of Amudim, I just want to say thank you. You put yourself out there today. Not only you, but your goof, your whole body and everything you've been eating.
And my insides.
And that's why I said the whole goof.
Oh my gosh.
You guys, your team are just amazing. To learn and understand where Amudim came from, how Amudim started, where you're going in the future, what you do on a daily basis, it truly is amazing. And for me to learn and to be here and to feel and be part of it, I'm truly honored and blessed. And I want to say thank you for everything that you do. We want to say thank you to all of the donors, the sponsors, everyone out there that's making this a reality, to hit our goal and above our goal. Every single dollar, every single donation counts and helps to make what you do, to make what Amudim does, a reality.
I also want to thank everybody, and I urge everybody, Amudim cannot do this alone. We can't. Our budget is already over $8 million this year. It's already more than $2 million more than last year. It is growing. There are problems out there. There are solutions out there. We can't do it alone. We need everybody to just do whatever they can. And please continue, keep the money flowing in, keep donating whatever you can. Every dollar, every penny, everything counts. And Gabe, Kosher Guru, it was an honor.
Woo-wee! I want to thank everyone for tuning in to an amazing episode of In the Hot Seat here at Wall Street Grill with Tzvi Gluck of Amudim. Kosher Guru here. Everybody, thank you so much. Have a great day and enjoy.
Welcome to another Charity Bids production of Holy Yid Squares in association with SayMazelTov.com, the only place to create and share personalized video messages from your favorite Jewish stars. And we are all here benefiting our dear friends at Amudim. Tonight's Holy Yids: Asayag, Bracha Jaffe, Barry Mitzman, Beryl Solomon, Mendy Pellin, Naomi Nachman, Ellie Levin, Menachem Silverstein, and Moshe Storch. In the circle podium, we have Matt Levin of Pompadisa. Matt, good luck to you today.
Thanks.
And at the X podium, it's entrepreneur and supporter of Amudim, Morty Getz. Morty, good luck to you today.
Thank you.
Morty won the coin toss backstage. He's going to choose our first celebrity. Morty, who should we go to?
We'll start with Moishi. Moishi's music, Kumzitz, makes me as happy as Amudim's work. So we'll start with Moishi.
I like that. Moishi, you ready for your question?
I'm ready, Morty. Thank you. Great to start.
Which of these magic-related phrases has its roots in Aramaic and Hebrew? A, hocus pocus, B, abracadabra, C, voila, or D, ta-da?
Oh, that's so easy. Very easy. That is abracadabra. Because
Morty,
abracadabra. Oh, I got to give it an explanation. Abracadabra is abra, kedabra. So it's exactly reverse the way you speak in Aramaic, and so too Shoresh in Hebrew.
Morty,
Moishi got this.
You agree or disagree? It sounds like you agree.
I agree.
X gets the square. Abracadabra based on the Hebrew Aramaic avracadabra. I think that's what you said, right? It should be like my words is how it's translated. Matt Levin, time for you to choose your first celebrity.
Obviously, Cousin Ellie.
The question is, which company asked for a logo redesign and rebranding before hiring the OU to supervise their kashrus? Is it A, Heinz, B, Nabisco, C, Utz, or D, Little Debbie?
I think it was Utz, because there's a famous story about the CEO. Somebody said Utz the Putz, and he felt like it was necessary to match his hechsher with his name.
Interesting. Matt, agree or disagree?
That sounds great.
You'll agree, huh? Unfortunately, X will get the square. Unfortunately for you, it's Heinz, which had its designers collaborate with the OU to create the logo that we now know and love. Now, Morty, if you're an expert at tic-tac-toe, and I think after our private sessions you are, there probably is only one area of the board you want to go to. Who do you want to choose right now from our celebrities?
Mendy, another man that makes me happier than Amudim, actually. He makes me laugh.
Mendy, your question is as follows. Few names are as synonymous with Torah in America as Rabbi Shraga Feivel, also known as Mr. Mendlowitz. He was the catalyst behind Yeshiva Torah Vodaas. What other organization was he the catalyst behind? Was it Star K Kashrus, Torah Masora, Shatnitz Labs, or Torah for Kinderlach?
Oh, that's very simple. I remember growing up as a kid, whenever I got a shiny new suit, we got home and he actually came to our house. He ripped the suit apart into little pieces and took out samples and, you know, brought it into the lab. He ruined the suit every time. So Shatnitz Lab. Yep.
Morty, agree or disagree?
Agree.
The answer is Torah Masora. It may be Rabbi Rosenberger you were thinking of with the Shatnitz Lab. Circle gets the square. Matt's still alive, and Matt, you choose.
All right, let's go with Sal.
All right, Sal, here we go. Here's your question. Before his suits became a hit everywhere from Lakewood to Los Angeles, this iconic designer's previous clients included Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. Name the designer. Ermegildo Zegna, if I pronounce that properly, Prada, Helmut Lang, or Hugo Boss?
Hugo Boss.
Agree or disagree, Matt?
That sounds good. Let's go with
It is Hugo Boss. Circle gets the square. We've got ourselves quite a game. Morty, think carefully about strategy of tic-tac-toe and choose your next celebrity.
I'll choose Barry.
All right, Barry, here we go.
Do this.
While the word Lakewood has become synonymous with the yeshiva, in Lakewood under the vision and legacy of Rabbi Aaron Cutler. The truth is that Lakewood is where it ended in terms of his quest to find a place for his yeshiva. What town was Beis Medrash HaGadol in before Lakewood, New Jersey? Was it A, Waterbury, Connecticut? Was it B, Highland Park, New Jersey? Was it C, Nyack, New York? Or was it D, White Plains in Westchester?
So though I did not have the privilege to go to such illustrious yeshiva given me, I would say that it was D, Nyack, New York.
Well, let's just be clear here. C was
Just
Nyack
kidding.
and D was White Plains.
Just kidding. I meant White Plains.
D, White Plains. Morty, what do you think? Agree or disagree?
Disagree?
The answer is White Plains. Circle gets the square, and now Matt is in a position to do some damage in the first part of this episode of Holy Yid Squares. Matt, tell us where we're headed.
Menachem, take us home.
Naomi Nachman, was it?
No, Menachem.
Oh, Menachem.
Yeah, we're going to fill up those circles.
All right, you have two options
Yeah.
here. And you're going with Menachem. And here's your question. Name the Jewish personality who in 2016 promised, then delivered to President Obama a custom gold and silver yarmulke. A, Bibi Netanyahu. B, Malcolm Hoenlein. C, Lipa Schmelzer. D, Joe Lieberman. Or E, Rahm Emanuel.
So firstly, it's hard for me to think on an empty stomach. Mendy, could you pass me a piece of matzah? Do you mind?
Yeah, sure.
Just, thank you. Here's the deal. Now I'm talking with food in my mouth. I usually get the answers wrong. So I'm not going to tell you which answer to choose. I'm going to tell you which answer not to choose. I feel like Lipa Schmelzer has an iKeepa collection, right? And we all know that it's not gold, and Lipa's not going to give the president somebody else's yarmulke. That's amateur hour. So I would have to say, don't guess Lipa. But because that's not how the game works, I would say C.
C, he's answering Lipa Schmelzer. Agree or disagree?
Yeah, I was feeling Lipa.
And the answer is Lipa. Circle gets the square. Matt Levin wins round one. And keep tuning in and paying careful attention as we get to the next part of this episode of Holy Yid Squares.
Hi, my name is Nechami Milenowitz. I run the Igara Yeshivas. Before I ran the Igara Yeshivas, which helped bring all the Bachrim into Eretz Yisrael, I had a yeshiva called Kesher, and I worked for many years with children at risk, and youth at risk, and teens at risk. One of the most unbelievable people in this field is Amudim team, together with Tzvi Gluck and David Kushner. What they're doing for Klal Yisrael is an unbelievable thing. The awareness that they are bringing to this, that they have brought to the table of the issues of addiction, abuse, is something that Klal Yisrael really needed. And it's a pleasure and it's a bracha to the entire Jewish nation that they're here. I want to wish them the best in their campaign, and may they continue doing for Klal Yisrael more than anybody, like they've continued to do in the past.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to round two of Holy Yid Squares, created for and in support of Amudim. We have two fresh contestants ready to go for this round. Shlomi Klein is at the X podium. He's a big fan of Amudim and a Crown Heights business owner. Shlomi, good luck to you and welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Sarah Horowitz is at the Circle podium. She's a clinical case manager for Amudim. Sarah, good luck to you and welcome to the show. Sarah won the coin toss backstage, which means she chooses the first celebrity in this round. Who do you want to pick?
I'm going to go with Ellie 11.
All right, Ellie. First question of this round goes to you. Which is not the name of a kosher cookbook? Which is not the real name of a kosher cookbook? A, From My Mother's Kitchen. B, How to Cook Like Your Bubby. C, The Settlement Cookbook. D, Meatballs and Matzo Balls. Which is not a real title?
I think I know the answer. But I'm gonna ask Mochi, please pass me a guitar. I want to try to sing this one. How did we do? It's not pizza, it's matzo ball. It's not pizza, it's matzo ball. Pizza, it's matzo ball. It's still matzo ball. What do you say?
Should we take it that D, meatballs and matzo balls, is your answer?
Yes.
Sorry, you agree or disagree?
I'm not sure. Can you repeat the question?
A was From My Mother's Kitchen. The second one, How to Cook Like Your Bubby. C, The Settlement Cookbook. And D, The Meatballs and Matzo Balls, which Ellie just chose.
A? Is it A?
Which means you disagree with Ellie, and that means circle gets the square because the answer is How to Cook Like Your Bubby. That is not the name of a real cookbook.
I'm sorry.
We now go to Schleimy to choose a celebrity. Go ahead, Schleimy.
Well, while I respect Ellie's drone skills, and I would have chosen him, she stole him already. We'll go with the old-time favorite, Mendy Pellin.
Mendy Pellin, ready for your question?
I am ready.
About 15 or so years ago, Newsweek magazine did a story that highlighted a phenomenon that was becoming a major cause of concern in the Orthodox Jewish community. Was that phenomenon A, the dangers of the internet, B, Kiddush clubs, C, yeshiva tuition, or D, housing prices in Orthodox communities?
Believe it or not, I know this answer because Rabbi Billet from the Five Towns, he started like a jihad against Kiddush clubs back in the day, and it became this whole huge thing where all the macho men were like, oh no, stop, we want our Kiddush club, you know? And Newsweek picked up on that, and it was pretty interesting reading it from that perspective. So, the Kiddush Club.
Schleimy, agree or disagree?
I have no clue. I'm going to trust my man Mendy and say I agree.
The answer is Kiddush Club. X gets the square, and you are in a good position. Sarah, go ahead and pick a celebrity, please.
Bracha Yaakov.
All right, Bracha, here's your question. The oldest yeshiva in America is named after the informal or unofficial chief rabbi of New York. What's his name?
I thought they're all multiple choice. Okay. Well, being that my family goes very far back as Americans, as we all know, I would say Naomi. I know you can help me out on this one, right? You remember we discussed this just last night. We were talking specifically about this.
See, I didn't go so far back as your grandparents. RJJ.
RJJ.
Yaakov Yosef, right?
That's it. Rabbi Yaakov Yosef. I'm
All right,
fairly
Bracha's
confident.
answer
We had this
is
conversation
Rabbi
last
Yaakov
night.
Yosef. What does Sarah say? Agree or disagree?
Since I have absolutely no idea, I'm going to go with agree.
All right, and circle gets a square. Rabbi Jacob Joseph, the first unofficial chief rabbi of New York. And for someone who complained about the question, you did pretty well, I must say.
Now that's teamwork, Naomi.
So let me go ahead and choose somebody.
I'm going to go with Maishi for the block.
All right, Maishi, here's your question. It took 15,000 eggs and 250 gallons of soup to do the following. A, cater the 2018 wedding of the Bubba Rebbe's eldest grandson. B, cater a special invitation-only Siyum Hashas Su'uda that took place before the 2020 Siyum Hashas. C, feed the guests at Grossinger's for just one day in the Catskills. Or D, that's what Beis Medrash Gavoa in Lakewood goes through on a typical Shabbos. It's 15,000 eggs, 250 gallons of soup. Who or what are they feeding?
Ellie, can I get the guitar back? Okay, so I think in G minor, I think I'm hearing the G. I think I'm hearing the G. The Beis Medrash Gavoa on a typical day. They go through so much. Must be Beis Medrash Gavoa. That's what I'm hearing.
Flamey, the question is,
yeah,
do you
that's
agree or disagree with Moshe's answer about Beis Medrash Gavoa?
I think I'm going to agree.
The answer is it's the amount that was fed to guests at Grossinger's for just one day, which means Circle cannot get that square. It has to be earned because that would be for a victory. So, Sarah, I am assuming that I can guess which celebrity you'd like to speak to next.
Yes, I will pick Moshe.
All right. And Moshe, we have another question for you, and here it is. Back in 1953, the synagogue that would become B'nai Yeshurun in Teaneck, New Jersey, opened its doors and laid the foundation for the Teaneck Frum community. The fact is that one of its 5 founding families was a very prominent family in the area of kosher food. Was it the Grossingers family, who we mentioned earlier? Was it the Shapiro family from their Lower East Side winery? Was it the Manischewitz family, who made matzah and so many other kosher products? Or was it the Pressman family, the founders of Barney's, who went on to create some of the clothes that we wore in and out of our community? What is your answer?
What was the name of the family from the Lower East Side?
The Shapiros, Shapiro Wine.
So, way back a long time ago when our families all came to this country of ours, it all started really down there on the Lower East Side. And I remember Lou Shapiro, I remember him, I remember what he did, and I just gotta say that his memory's coming back alive, 2021 on the Zoom for Amudim right here, right now. So I say Shapiro, Lower East Side.
He's going with the Shapiro family. Do you agree or disagree, Sarah?
I have to disagree. Not that I know, but
Sarah is disagreeing.
Go
She'll be happy to learn that it's the Manishevitzes who have family members in Teaneck until today. Circle gets the square, and Sarah Horowitz wins this round of Holy Yid Squares. The final round coming up. Keep it right here and keep on watching more Holy Yid Squares.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rabbi Mendy Mirachnik. I am the Executive Vice President of the Igut HaRabbanim, the Rabbinical Alliance of America. I am here today to discuss with the community, and in particular the Frum community, Amudim, an important organization that is dedicated with Ahavas Yisrael to help Jews in need. Unfortunately, as Rabbanim, issues such as domestic violence, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, counseling, foster care comes up. And it's important to know there's a wonderful resource called Amudim, which hopefully we will never need. Hopefully we will never need. The time arises, we should take advantage of the opportunity to help our fellow Jew out in need. I know that in 2019, in August 2019, prior to the pandemic, the Rabbinical Alliance of America, the Igut HaRabbanim, in partnership with the National Council of Young Israel and Amudim, held a wonderful day of Iyun, a day to examine the services offered by Amudim to help the Rabbanim understand where to get help when the time arises. I therefore encourage everybody in the Jewish community to do whatever they can to help Amudim continue in the holy work, whether it's financial, whether it's recommending referrals. Therefore, I recommend that everybody in the Jewish community take whatever steps they can to help Amudim accomplish their mission, be it financial, be it showing support, and of course, using them as a resource when necessary. Together with Amudim, I'm confident that we're able to make a difference in every Jew's life when the time arises. Again, this is Rabbi Mendy Mirachnik from the Rabbinical Alliance of America. I wish you all a good day.
Welcome back. It's time for the final round, the exciting final round of Holy Yid Squares, created for and presented by and in support of Amudim. We have our final 2 contestants here in the circle podium. It's Sarah Horowitz, who's a clinical case manager at Amudim. Sarah, good luck to you. And up against her in this final is Matt Levin of Pumpanisa. He's ready for a great contest. He's got the X podium. Matt, good luck and welcome. Sarah, you were chosen via coin flip to choose the first celebrity for this game. Go right ahead.
I picked Naomi.
Naomi Nachman. All right, here we go. Your question is as follows. Which of these nationally known retail chains was not founded or co-founded by members of the Jewish faith? A, Home Depot, B, Best Buy, C, Costco, D, Staples, E, Stop and Shop. Which one not founded by members of the Jewish community? Naomi?
Oh my God, that is a crazy one. Okay, I need a lifeline here. Okay, can you give me the choices again?
We've got the Home Depot, Best Buy, Costco,
Yeah, I know that one. That's not it.
Staples, and Stop and Shop.
Staples and Stop and Shop. You know, Bracha, you're going to join me in this? I joined you in yours. You can come right back.
Sure.
I don't know. It's a hard one, hey?
So
We've
which one
got
are you
Home
narrowing
Depot,
down from?
Best Buy, Costco, Staples, and Stop and Shop.
I say Staples. I'm fairly
I was
confident
gonna,
in Staples.
that would be I would also say Staples because the other ones like make a lot of sense that we would be involved in that.
Naomi's going with, it sounds
We're
like
going to
Naomi's
go with
going
Staples. Bracha, we're going to
Naomi's
staple
going with
this one
Staples?
together.
Yes, we're together on this.
Naomi's going with Staples. Sarah, agree or disagree?
I want to disagree. I'm sorry. I want to disagree. Maybe Stop and Shop, but I don't know.
The answer is Best Buy. Sarah has a circle in that square, and the Best Buy was founded by Richard Schultz. He is not a member of the Jewish faith. Matt Levin, time for your choice of a celebrity.
All right, let's go with Bracha.
Bracha, here's your question. Another food question. We've had a lot of those, haven't we? In 1987, a well-known children's cereal, a breakfast cereal, was accused of having anti-Semitic imagery with undertones of blood libel on its package. It resulted in an apology, a packaging change, and a highly collectible original box of this cereal. Was it A, Wheaties, B, Lucky Charms, C, Count Chocula, or D, Cocoa Krispies?
I'm saying food questions really belong to Naomi Nashman, but I think if you agree with me, Naomi, Lucky Charms is definitely the right answer.
Matt, she's going with Lucky Charms. You agree or disagree?
I'm just feeling the cocoa vibes for no reason whatsoever.
Well, if you were feeling the Count Chocula vibes, you'd be right, but X does get the square. That was a very good guess. You disagreed, and now you've got yourself on the board. All right, Sarah, where are we going to next?
All right, I'm going to go with
Still on the food category, seltzer and Dr. Brown's aside, our people's contribution to the soft drink industry is not very extensive. That being said, there was a Yiddish cup behind the creation of this. Is it A, Dr. Pepper, B, Snapple, C, 7-Up, or D, Pepsi?
I would say this: every Jewish mother's dream is having a doctor, and the poor guy who couldn't become a doctor at least put it in his soda. 100% Dr. Pepper. You got to go with me. We got
Dr.
this.
Pepper. You agree or disagree?
All right, I'll give it to you because it's funny.
You agreed. The answer is Snapple.
Yeah!
And X gets the square. And we've got ourselves quite a game. Matt Levin, take a good, close look at the board and make a choice.
Let's go with the cuz.
All right, cuz, this would be funny if you were able to bring this home and have the championship trophy at the next family gathering.
I'd like to ask Beryl to get in on this one. Whatever it's going to be, you're going to have to help me out, Beryl, so be ready.
There was a time when the candy store shelves of our youth were dominated by brands that made our mouths sweat just looking at them. Only one of these brands was invented by one of our own. Was it A, Tootsie Roll, B, Charms Lollipops, C, Tic Tacs, or D, Lifesavers? Which of those four was created by one of our own? Do you have an answer?
Beryl, are you feeling something?
I actually do. Come down, and I'm just going to whisper it in your ear, okay? Come here.
No, yeah? Is that what it is?
100%. No questions asked.
Okay, you know what? How appropriate that my lifesaver told me that it's Lifesavers.
The answer he's giving is Lifesavers. Does Cousin Matt agree?
Yeah, we'll do that. That sounds like Atzal Amudim vibes.
Cousin Matt agrees. The answer is Tootsie Roll, and Circle gets the square. We've got a new game here.
You didn't hear me. I said Tootsie Roll.
Sarah's in the same position that Matt was in a moment ago before that awkward family moment. Sarah,
I'm sorry, cuz.
I'm just going to ask you straight up, who's your next celebrity?
Mendy.
Mendy, do you understand the pressure that you're under right now? Do you feel it on your shoulders?
Do you see the wrinkles on my face? I feel it.
That alone should be a dead giveaway, huh? Which of these is a fictitious Pesach Chumrah? Which of these is a fictitious Pesach Chumrah? A, not eating cucumbers because their seeds look like wheat grains. B, not using oils, butter, or margarine, just schmaltz, none of the others. C, not using a matzah that's 18 inches across or larger, could be confused with pizza or other food. D, not eating eggplant. Or E, not saying the word lechem or bread. Let me review. There's 5 of them. We're looking for the fictitious one. The cucumbers because of their seeds, no butter or margarine, just schmaltz, the 18 inches or more, not eating eggplant, and not saying the word lechem or bread. Mendy, the clock is ticking, the pressure's on, the world is now focused on you. What's your answer?
Okay, well, I know I was on a show during Pesach, and anytime I said lechem or bread, it got bleeped out. Here's the deal. The fictitious one is definitely the 18-inch matzah, okay? Because I just measured this guy over here, and he's definitely longer than, he's bigger than 18-inch, and so that's the fictitious one. We got big matzahs in our house, way larger than 18.
Mendy says the size of the matzah is the fictitious one. What does Sarah say?
Sarah's
Agree or disagree?
Sarah's torn between two.
Sarah's torn.
I'm gonna agree with the matzah one.
She agrees with Mendy, and in fact, Mendy's right, and Sarah's our champion of Holy Yid Squares. Oh my God! That. Congratulations, Sarah. Thanks for participating, runner-up Matt, and thanks to all of our contestants and celebrities. And make sure to tune in to the next edition of Holy Yid Squares.